In the end, I achieved nothing and didn't amount to anything. I failed the trial. If there is an afterlife, I don't want to be the protagonist. In the end, my story wasn't about overcoming hardships. It was a story of giving up. This is an excerpt taken from a game series known as Hello Charlotte, a series of games following a story in a world filled with mysteries, relatable characters, and lots of different themes and meanings. Hello Charlotte is a series created by Aeternam, who has made other games like Tomorrow Won't Come for Those Without Blank or Mr. Rainer's Solve It Services. The first game released back in June of 2015, but still holds up. Today I'll be going over the entire series as a narrated playthrough from the start to the end for a one-stop shop for the whole story. I'll also be adding in my own thoughts here and there, alongside extra information too. Aside from the ending, most of the video will be going over the series, with the ending covering my thoughts and feelings about it overall and more personally related items. This video will contain spoilers on the entire story, and I do recommend you play the games before, as the first time experience is the best. Playing it after, however, would still be an amazing experience, as I will be leaving out some things here and there, plus the game has enough meaning that upon playing it, you may reach a different conclusion about things than me. The conclusions I reach and tell from the story aren't the only way to interpret the game. Please be warned, the game series does have an extensive list of content warnings that could be triggering to some. Some of them were listed at the start of the video, but that list does not include all of them. Please be sure to Google these if they could be something that could affect you negatively. Do not feel forced to watch the video. Lastly, if you like the video, consider liking and subscribing. It helps me out a ton. So, starting with Hello Charlotte Episode 1. We load into a world and a voice describes some information about the world. My world met its end a long time ago. The humanity as I knew it has ceased to exist, and disappeared without a single trace. The gods they believed in have died, and churches were built as their graves. As chaos turned into order and it finally became quiet, all I can do is dream, for I am so tired. Before I abandon the words that form noise in my head, will you be so kind as to join me in dream seeing? Hello, Charlotte. It's nice to meet you. Please take care of me. We're introduced to our main character Charlotte, who asks us, the player, to take care of her. We're told to go to the dining room in order to feed Charlotte, but before going to the dining room, we choose to explore and look around. In our inventory, there's a book called the Book of Truths. In this book, it highlights groups of entities alongside information about them. When we finally reach the dining room, there's a note from Charlotte's mother saying to order food, but the note dates back 8 months ago. Yeah, something isn't quite right. But we do as the note says and order food. Charlotte is nervous ordering over the phone, having a ton of anxiety about it, but with a little stumbling, places the order. We find the magic words to open the door, where outside we meet a cockroach who's pretty friendly and gives us our food. We eat the food, after which we are introduced to Bennett, Dr. Henry Huxley, and Aiden. They leave to go do their own things, but Huxley asks us to meet with him for a talk. We go to talk with him, and he tasks us to take care of his nephew, Felix Honecker, for a bit because he's busy. Okay, sure. Seems simple enough. We have our goal, and it's to take care of Felix. Sweet. We walk around, interact with everyone, and pass the time with Felix. Charlotte gets tired though and decides to head to sleep. When she finally wakes up, there's a weird noise and Felix is missing. Huh. Weird, but okay, this is pretty normal in games anyways. We'll just go find Felix and bring him back. Easy as pie. We find a weird TV in a room. Assuming Felix went in there, we follow along. There's a lot of weird rooms here. The first is being chased by a bear, then there's this girl with 3 eyes who we get a plushie for her and then leave. Then there's some puzzles with fireplaces and throwing a book at a bear and a Goldilocks story as well. Eventually, after all of that, we're surrounded by bears and sent to the torture room. In this room, we're greeted with another TV. Just like before, we choose to enter it. Except now, the person who watches over Charlotte, Seth, is getting an error, and from this point on, the save button is taken away from us. Not really seeing another option here, we go right to find another TV to enter. Going in, we're met with a black and white room, where finally, we're reunited with Felix. After a short reunion, we try to find our way out of this room. We need to find a doorknob to open the main door, so we look around trying to find it. Eventually, we complete some puzzles and find the doorknob, after which we go up a hallway, using the eyes as a way to solve the code for the door at the top. And what happened next was entirely unexpected. Congratulations! His head gone. This can't be. Can we do something? Yeah. This was really unexpected, and not having known him for too long, it still hurts. Especially with Charlotte's reaction, who to this point has been really upbeat. In every scenario up till now, Charlotte has managed to be positive, even joking in the face of her demise. But not this time. She is dismayed and distraught at what happened before her. In a way, it feels like Charlotte cared more about Felix's life than her very own. A person with 4 eyes approaches us, and we're told that by changing the channel, we can save Felix still. And while we're confused, we take a crack at it, doing it, and in the library, surely enough, we're reunited with a living Felix. Seeing him, Charlotte gives him a big hug, happy and relieved to see him still alive. We meet the person who told us about the channel changing thing, who doesn't quite recognize us, but we thank them anyways and are on our way. We find the doorknob again and leave, this time without any death. We solve some more puzzles together and find a meat grinder that tells us to put a friend in to enter. Not wanting to do that, we go to a maze room and decide to split up. Now, depending on who you leave behind in this area, you get an alternative ending. Here, you leave Felix behind, you do some puzzles, come back, and Felix is gone. A weird door has appeared, and you find Felix in it with an otherworldly being in there as well. The being has his intestines wrapped around the dead Felix. Charlotte runs and eventually decides it's better to go out on her own terms than that being's. A quick end for her, and in the aftermath you can see Seth getting reprimanded for messing up. Now for the main route. You get this by leaving Charlotte behind and doing the same puzzles with Felix. While Felix is doing puzzles, we see Charlotte's perspective from time to time. A different strange being talks to her and takes over her body and meets with the being who in the last ending killed Felix. Except this time, the person controlling Charlotte's body takes the scissors in your inventory and stabs the otherworldly being in the eye, killing it. Charlotte is shaken up by this and tells the being that took over her body not to turn her into a murderer. We go back with Felix and guide him to meet Charlotte, where she had just finished up stuffing that being's body into the meat grinder, which opens the door. Felix takes notice of Charlotte's change in demeanor and takes her hand, feeling it shake in his own. We're once again in the room with multiple TVs, and Felix takes the opportunity to apologize for coming here. He wanted to make his uncle proud by finding a race of gods and writing a paper on them. But the world being on the brink of its end makes it feel pointless. Charlotte reassures him, and they enter the next TV. We're met with a red area filled with dead Pythias, which are the race of gods in this world. There are tons of them. Eventually, we find some codes to enter a room to get some masks. Executioner masks. You see, there's tons of posters and propaganda in this place calling for killings and death. We even see some executioners. We find a dying Pythia, who after seeing us take off our masks, has a nice little talk together with us, and eventually we leave. We enter a door and are met with a painting of a priestess that Charlotte acknowledges as beautiful, who bears 3 eyes and elegant white hair. We finally leave and enter the TV for the last time. Here we see a dying god. The Oracle. The Oracle describes how their kind were revered as gods without any say, and how their children turned on them and started killing them. They describe how they forgave them, but they are still fated to slowly perish. Charlotte asks for a way back home, and the Oracle has an idea. The being requests Charlotte to put her hand on the screen, and while Felix is weary, Charlotte agrees. She puts her hand to the screen and their palms touch together. The memory is blurred, but all Charlotte can remember after that is walking home hand in hand with the Oracle. We cut to Charlotte talking to a man in a strange mask, whose name is given as Umbrella Man. It's as if Charlotte is recounting all the events we just went through to him. The man asks about the Oracle, but Charlotte just tells him that she thinks it's asleep inside of her, and that it most likely used the last of its power to guide them home. Charlotte tells him he can take off the mask, because apparently Umbrella Man is a creature inside of her father's body. He takes off the mask, saying he thought it would be weird to talk to her, being someone close to her. Charlotte also describes to him how she doesn't quite remember the whole killing thing that happened too well, and the strange man describes that they had to modify her source code to remove all that stuff, and that all worlds are code. He tells her to take her pills and go to bed, and so she does, and the world turns to something more normal. Charlotte says goodnight to everyone around her and goes to sleep. So, wow, that's a lot in this game. This is the very first entry in the series, and works to create a world filled with some answers, but even more mysteries. We get to see hints of a likable cast of characters, but not too many of them got too much depth here, and instead the game chooses to focus on our protagonist, Charlotte, and a little about Felix too. I personally like this decision because we get to learn a lot about Charlotte's thought process, ideals, and reactions from this. It's easy here to like Charlotte as everything about her we are presented with makes her a good person. This leads us to Hello Charlotte Episode 2, with Charlotte once again being the main character and the player now knowing what type of person Charlotte is and most likely also feels some type of connection or bond with her. Hello Charlotte Episode 2 works masterfully off this basic idea I presented to you and executes on it to perfection. So, Hello Charlotte Episode 2. Charlotte, ever since she came back from the TV world, has been dreaming of pitch darkness, but recently the god inside of her awakened, the Oracle. We get a prompt saying day 1, and she wakes up coughing up ink. She gets up and we're once again greeted by the Book of Truths in her inventory, just this time a little more updated since her last adventure in the TV world. In our drawers is a picture made by her best friend, Henrietta Warhol, or Henri. Our goal is given to us to meet everyone before we head to school. We walk outside and notice the rooms are different than the last time. We walk into a room to find our friend Felix, except this time he is far more despondent to Charlotte. To help us get through the day, he gives us anxiety pills. We see Bennett as happy and cheerful as can be, and we talk to Huxley, who reveals to us that Felix started to avoid Charlotte since her health got worse. We obtain pepper spray from one of the workers named Florence and talk to Aiden, who reminds us of our piano lessons with him after school. Everything, for the most part, seems relatively normal. We've learned Charlotte's health has gotten worse, and it seems to have strained the relationship between Charlotte and Felix. But other than that, it seems relatively the same. We take the elevator and head to school, where we notice something going on in the alleyway. A boy with white hair and yellow eyes is being beaten up by 3 other people. Let's beat some sense into this freak. A few punches will make him respect the elders, eh? This looks bad. Can't we help him somehow, Seth? It's too dangerous. So we'll just leave? I'll look into it. If only we had something to use. Charlotte, as caring as ever, rushes in to save him after checking with Seth. We use the pepper spray and grab the boy's hand to pull him away, but he slaps away our hand. He goes to apologize, but Charlotte reminds him they don't have time and to run. They get away and jump down the pit that leads to school, landing on the mattress to break their fall. Charlotte and the boy talk a bit, and Charlotte asks what he said to make them attack him like that. He said that he called them contaminated. The boy doesn't really like touching other things or people, and we get a pretty clear idea that he has mysophobia. The boy asks if the people would target Charlotte now that she intervened, but Charlotte brushes it off by saying everyone at the school loves her, and she has Seth. We see this to be true as we talk to the NPCs, and they call her Princess, and feel blessed by her. We also hear a rumor that there may be some stray mad cats in the garden. Charlotte escorts them to the infirmary and makes her way to class. After a goose chase to get entry into her class, she takes a seat and is greeted by her friend Henri. I use greeted loosely, as if anything, she was interrogating Charlotte on why she was late. We say we got held up by something, and the teacher reprimands us for talking. Henri gives a sarcastic apology and tells Charlotte to apologize too. Showing obvious discomfort, she apologizes as well. The teacher continues on, saying that we have a new student in our class, and we see the boy again, who introduces himself as C, god of our world. Everyone laughs at him and whispers mocking comments about him, but Charlotte is immediately fascinated by him. Henri asks Charlotte to eat together, and she agrees, but Henri had forgotten her wallet, so Charlotte agrees to pay for her meal, and Henri says she'll wait on the roof for her, after which Charlotte heads to the canteen to go get food. Charlotte sees C there and talks to him for a bit. Charlotte asks if he really is the god of this world, to which he responds that's the only thing he's been sure of since he's woken up. He also mentions trying to kill himself a few times, but being unable to do so due to human fear. Right as he's about to ask something, there is a commotion. Charlotte walks outside to see Scarlet Eiler, a girl with red hair. A person Charlotte views as the ideal person, who's smart, has tons of friends, social, and athletic. She sees this ideal person dead. She had jumped from the roof of the school. The day goes by in a blur, and Charlotte goes home. She goes to bed, and in her sleep, she sees the Oracle, in the form of the Pythia that she met in the first game. This time the Oracle is in the masculine form, so we'll be referring to him as Frey. Charlotte questions why this is, and Frey responds by telling her that while they have no gender, he took on the masculine version, as subconsciously she fears them. Frey notices that Charlotte is down about something and questions what it is. She explains about Scarlet's death. Frey questions if they were friends or acquainted at all, and gets the response that they had never interacted. Frey then comments that she shouldn't really worry then, since she's unrelated, but Charlotte brings up that Frey wouldn't understand because it has to do with empathy. However, Frey laughs at the concept and states how Charlotte wouldn't feel bad about eating meat, and doesn't show empathy about the animals used to create that meal for her, so showing empathy here doesn't make sense. Frey relates this to how all humans have a very selfish sense of empathy in relation to species aside from themselves. They don't see eye to eye, but before they can argue more on it, Charlotte is woken up early by the doorbell ringing. She goes to check, and we see our old friend Umbrella Man there in a more childlike form. He comes in and they talk a little. Charlotte mentions how she saved C, and he says how C should have died in that alleyway, further commenting his existence will doom the world. He also talks about how the Oracle inside Charlotte is nothing more than a rotting corpse of a god and is a parasite of her mind. He questions why she hadn't asked the doctor that lives with them, Huxley, to help. Charlotte responds by saying she didn't want to trouble anyone or be a burden. Umbrella Man leaves and Charlotte goes back to sleep and talks to Frey again. Charlotte doesn't feel like talking though, so Frey opts to tell her a bedtime story. The story goes over a paper princess and an ink princess. The ink princess taught the paper one how to write with ink, and the paper princess took such a liking to it she filled tons of sheets with ink. Eventually, as they were together for longer and longer, the ink princess's ink began to stain the paper princess, eventually making it so that the two were indistinguishable. Charlotte falls asleep before Frey could reach the end, and we're met with a new day. Charlotte wakes up this time with the game telling us it's day 2, and with a worse coughing fit than before. Checking the time, it's very late. She comments on how Henri hates it when she's late, so she gets ready to go to school, saying to Seth that it'll just be a quick day and then she'll head back home to sleep more. Charlotte warps to school and meets Henri, who hugs her and is upset with her because Charlotte didn't eat lunch with her yesterday, but Charlotte reassures her and uncomfortably makes a promise with her not to abandon her again. We go to class where she listens to the teacher until Charlotte breaks into a coughing fit. She gets dismissed to use the washroom and upon reaching it, throws up black ink into the sink. After she finishes, she notices C is there too, roughly washing his hands repeatedly with soap and rubbing intensely. Charlotte puts a hand on his shoulder, telling him to stop before he hurts himself. She asks what he's doing, and C explains how his classmates pushed his head into worm soup, and he's been trying to clean it off. C comments on how everything he touches feels contaminated and makes him feel disgusted, to which Charlotte, hearing those words, takes her hand off C's shoulder. C comments on Charlotte not looking too good, and saying that she'll be fine. The bell rings, to which Charlotte leaves with a wave. C awkwardly waves back too. Charlotte gets back to class but notices that her stuff is missing. She asks the teacher to be dismissed to go find her stuff, and Henri asks to tag along as well to help. The teacher allows it, and they go to find her stuff. Together they reach the garden, where we find one of Charlotte's notebooks and pens and pencils are all torn up and covered in mud. Henri asks if those are Charlotte's, and she comments how she doesn't know. As she approaches them, it's made clear that all of these are Charlotte's. As we walk further into the garden, we can find more and more of Charlotte's things in a similar state. She tries to pass it off as a misunderstanding, but Henri replies there's no way it is. Eventually, Charlotte starts to blame herself, wondering if she did something wrong. This line hurt quite a bit while I was playing. Charlotte blaming herself for things others did to her really sucks. Considering we've been watching Charlotte the whole time, it's very easy for us to know it's not her fault, but even then, she can't help but blame herself. Reaching the end of the garden, we see the Book of Truth torn up, the one she's kept since the first game and worked a ton on. All that work destroyed in an instant. Henri is furious, but Charlotte tries to pass it off as it could have been a mistake. Henri, rejecting the idea, goes to tell the principal, and a defeated Charlotte decides to go back home. This scene hurt. This character, who we've watched over and grown to love for quite some time now, is now being bullied. All we can do is watch and guide Charlotte through it, unable to properly help or support her at all. It's frustrating, but all we are is an observer. We arrive home and are greeted by Felix. He tries to welcome us back in his own way, but cuts himself off early with a concerned question of what happened. He comments how Charlotte is covered in blood, to which she responds by telling him not to worry, it's probably just hers. Felix retorts that's the reason he's worried. Charlotte tries to wave it off, but Felix isn't having it, grabbing her by the sleeve and tugging her to Dr. Huxley to get checked out. He reminds her that the rule of the house is no objections from the sick. They reach Dr. Huxley's lab, and upon checking her, he diagnoses that she has heart wounds. You see, heart wounds are little wounds in the heart caused by another person's words or actions that causes the heart to hurt. These wounds show up as cuts on the arms. They don't say it directly, but the actions of the people that destroyed Charlotte's stuff caused her a lot of emotional turmoil. The game covers up Charlotte's cuts in the fantasy way of a disease, but I think you can pretty much tell what those cuts are. But hey, Dr. Huxley does have a good side about the disease as well. Now Charlotte's mind will be less vulnerable to damage. So, yay? A very minor victory. Charlotte tries to laugh it off, but Felix says it's nothing to laugh about. He gets upset and storms off. Charlotte can't understand why Felix is angry. She feels she can't really understand at all as of late. The doctor tells her that it must be because he's worried about her, but Charlotte just responds by saying he shouldn't be, that she doesn't deserve it. I think it's pretty obvious to see that while Charlotte cares about others and values them, she doesn't value herself at all. We saw a bit of this in the first game, but it's far more present here. Charlotte doesn't have very much self-worth. Charlotte goes to bed and sees Frey again, except this time, her mind space looks like a library, being denoted as the Mind Library. We've used some of the stories there. There's stories about Aiden being a Krampus and how she captured him on Christmas Eve with the help of Florence and Bennett, forced him to make a contract with her to be her friend. Or how Huxley and Bennett came from another planet and are being hunted. How they threatened Charlotte by saying they would kill her parents so that they could stay in her home and she wouldn't mention them. The next morning, Charlotte found them sleeping in the bathtub, having eaten the soap and shampoo. Afterwards, they moved into the basement and Charlotte started helping them with their research. Frey starts to tell Charlotte a story about Hades and Persephone. He tells of how Persephone traveled the underworld and compares it to Charlotte. You could also choose to refuse in this section and Frey won't say anything and just let you sleep. Day 6 then flashes on her screen. Charlotte wakes up to another coughing fit, this time worse than before. She heads over to Felix so that she could get some gloves. She's grabbing them for C to help out with his mysophobia. She heads off to school, planning to find C, where Henri finds her first and asks if she wants to go feed the stray mad cats in the garden. Charlotte decides she'll find C later and instead wants to feed the mad cats with Henri. Henri once again doesn't have her wallet, and Charlotte agrees to buy them food. They head to the cafeteria and pick up some junk food, with Charlotte noting she doesn't have much money left. Henri suggests getting the cheap stuff, and with it, off they go to the garden. They head to the garden and feed the mad cats the junk food. The mad cats eat it up quickly, and Henri says they should come back next time, too. Henri tells Charlotte it's time for PE, and they should head there quickly to get changed. But Charlotte mentions she has some quick business to attend to. This angers Henri as Charlotte chooses to do something else instead of going with her, and she says she won't be waiting for Charlotte no matter what. Heading to the library, we find C, who's reading a book to learn more about the world, but isn't really able to find anything useful, instead only really finding commercials. Charlotte, hearing this, decides to share with him her book of truths she's been making, but C can't accept due to his mysophobia. Instead, Charlotte says she can read it to him later instead. She also gives him the gloves she picked up earlier, making C happy. Charlotte is about to go, but as thanks, C gives her a notebook with a story he's been writing. The story talks about a creator and an observer, where the creator would make stories and worlds and things in the world, and the observer would organize them for the creator. Eventually, the world was complete, but the creator kept making things which led to chaos. The creator asked the observer to stop him and seal him away, but the observer said he can't, saying the world still needed him. Finally, as the creator lost his mind to the chaos, the observer sealed him away along with a part of himself. Charlotte heads to the changing room, but there's something weird happening. She enters and heads to her locker, but the door locks behind her. Some weird creatures attack her, causing her to feel even more sick and start vomiting ink. She spews enough ink to fill the entire room and passes out. When she wakes up, she is met with a mirror and Frey, who is just as surprised at being there as this place is not a dream, according to him. They go through the strange world, solving puzzles and seeing memories. The first memory was about Charlotte's femininity. She was insecure about her appearance, but Aiden told her she'd look beautiful in a dress and to try it on, and to also grow out her hair. He said that she'd grow into a fine lady, helping Charlotte with her image of herself. The next memory is about the Frey we had seen in the library in the first game. He talked about the history of the Pythias and how they were divided into two factions. One would join the Oracle, globalists, while the others wouldn't in order to preserve their ego, the individualists. They fought, and eventually a group of them, called the Executioners, violently persecuted the Oracle and would attack anyone not affiliated with the Individualists. Eventually the side of the Oracle all joined into one, and the Individualists created puzzles and mazes and other structures in order to protect themselves and hide away. The last memory goes over a bit of what happened when Charlotte and Felix had returned from the first game. We see that when they got back, Charlotte had started to dissolve right in front of Felix due to the Oracle she had inside of her. Frey says that maybe this is the reason why Felix has been keeping his distance, as after seeing that, he probably isn't even sure she's the same person. They're finally able to escape the strange world, and just as they do, C opens the door for Charlotte. Charlotte bursts into tears, unsure why she's even crying. C takes a tissue, wiping away Charlotte's tears. With this act, we can see Charlotte's heart wounds start to heal, as we see little roses cover her cuts, healing them. Charlotte decides to head home, and C stays, saying he still has business here. We get home and see Felix treating Bennett because he had gotten bitten by a mutant spider. We also get to see Florence, who gives us a cube that details some memories about Bennett's life. You see, Bennett was born on a different planet, as a B-type human. Basically, on that planet, there were different types of humans who served different roles, and there were another type called Overmen, which lived like normal. The role Bennett had was a test subject for cosmetics, but after he collected enough motivation points, they upgraded him to testing medicines instead. He would be infected with illnesses and used to find cures for them. Eventually, he is given eye plague, which causes eyes to appear all over his body and internal organs. Since no cure could be found, he gets scheduled for disposal. Before his disposal, Dr. Huxley signs for ownership of him and tells him that they will find a cure for eye plague. They then live together, and Huxley teaches Bennett to read, write, and make sure he spends a ton of time with him, taking good care of him. When Huxley reveals his cure for eye plague, he tells the higher-ups that Bennett is dead and runs away with him. Turns out what Huxley was actually researching was if Overmen and humans were any different, and he used the eye plague as cover. They eventually find Charlotte's home and stay there, and the story goes as mentioned before. As Charlotte is about to head to bed, we are met with Umbrella Man again. Umbrella Man says he's visiting because he saw her collapse at school and wanted to check in on her. We chat with him about the information we learned about the Pythias, and how the ones we met in the first game were the ones that had rejected the Oracle. Umbrella Man tells us originally they didn't have a shared consciousness, and their land used to be quite prosperous. He explains how when the Oracle appeared, which could grant wishes, most Pythias accepted it, wanting to be connected and understood by them. But most didn't mean all of them had the same idea. The war was only the start, but most of them on the side of the Oracle didn't believe in their wish being fulfilled, so that caused it to become twisted. He explains how it would have been better if the process happened all at once, but instead the way it worked was very slow. Others' thoughts would flow into one another to the point where they couldn't distinguish their own thoughts. Eventually this led to the second God Hunt, which we managed to see a bit of in the last game. Eventually, still though, the Oracle went on to consume most of the Pythias to become one. The God Hunt wasn't completely ineffective though, they did manage to reduce the number of globalists by a ton. They had almost succeeded. You see, the Oracle wasn't something that meant harm. It pretty much just had a lot of expectations put on it and wasn't able to meet those, which made everyone violent and led to fighting. When the Pythias realized it wouldn't bring them what they wanted, they tried to get rid of it. Umbrella Man comments on how he finds that extremely selfish, and Charlotte can only say that ending is sad. He goes on to say that it always ends that way, with beings of free will due to their desires. Umbrella Man leaves and Charlotte heads to bed. In the dream space, we meet Frey once again, and together we play the piano and are told we are improving. Charlotte asks Frey more about the story of the Paper Princess and wonders why she let herself be soaked in ink. Frey comments that it's because of love. Frey explains that the final goal of love is the loss of individuality. He explains how love is to sacrifice your ego in order for two to become one. He comments on how he finds the whole idea interesting as it's such a big loss for an individual. The scene in our dreams ends and we're greeted with day 25, as Charlotte wakes up and appears sleepy today. She recites her usual schedule for the day, this time not coughing once. We head to school and get a drawing prompt in class and notice Henri is absent. We choose to draw something different from the drawing prompts given to us, even though it wasn't allowed. Classes end and we head to the rooftop to eat lunch and decide to also feed the mad cats after. On the roof we find C, and it appears he's been beaten up again. Turns out, C refused to take out the trash during cleaning time. Charlotte questions why this keeps happening, but C responds that everyone must be disappointed in him, because he's a misophobic god stuck in a human body. He feels as though the others must consider him disappointing. C comments on how he's trying to find a way to get rid of this vessel, and he might have found a way to leave. C offers for us to join him for lunch, and we accept and tell him information from our Book of Truths. C doesn't ridicule any of what Charlotte tells him, but responds by telling her about the other worlds he's visited. He talks of a world where half of mankind ascended and were each blessed with a gift, and built a city in the skies, naming it Ether. Not all of these gifts were great though. C had one which killed his mother upon birth. Those with dangerous gifts were locked up far away and kept in isolation, only interacting with virtual parents and a few devices. C can't remember more, but considers that for a god, loneliness is a virtue to experience. C leaves, and we do too, so that we can go feed the mad cats in the garden. We head over to the garden and walk all the way to the very end of it. They're all dead. Frey puts a hand on her shoulder and reminds her that pets aren't allowed here. Frey comments that since they weren't allowed here, no one is responsible for what may happen. But Charlotte argues back that she played with them, fed them, essentially tamed them, but that she wasn't able to be with them when they needed her. She asks Frey, no, the Oracle, if he could do something. But Frey reiterates that he was the Oracle, but that's not him any longer. Frey says that if she wants to use even a bit of his energy, it would kill her. He further goes on to tell her that as long as Charlotte continues to reject Frey, she will perish. But if she accepts him, then she can obtain great power, together. Frey tells Charlotte they should give the mad cats a proper burial, and Charlotte agrees, burying them in the garden. We head back to class, but the teacher has an announcement. He reminds everyone that pets are not allowed at the school, and how someone has been feeding the strays in the garden. The thing about the junk food at the school is that they contain a chemical that's toxic to mad cats, which resulted in them dying. No way. It can't be, it can't be, it can't be. Their death. It was all my fault? No, no, no. It's because they were hungry. It's because Henri told me to. It's because Seth decided to feed them. It's because I was made to do this. Ah! The teacher questions if Charlotte's okay, but the other students in the class are quick to realize that she must have been the one to feed the mad cats. Everyone in the class starts to call Charlotte a cat killer. She tries to argue back that she just wanted to help, but the chants won't stop and continue to get louder and louder until Charlotte can't take it anymore, bursting into constant apologies and then finally throwing up more ink, passing out after. Her last thoughts before she lost consciousness had been blaming herself. After some time passes, we wake up in the infirmary with C by our bedside. C asks how she's feeling, to which she responds to him by saying she's not feeling too well. We question why he's here, but he explains to us that he had carried her all the way here. Charlotte immediately feels she's burdened him, especially with his misophobia. He says it's okay and is worried that now she will be targeted because of him. But then he tells her that he found a way outside of the house, reassuring her that in the outside world they'll be free. Charlotte worries that she might not like it out there and asks if they can go back if she doesn't. C flashes a worrisome expression, but then tells her that they will. They take off and use the elevator to go to -1F, which is only available on this floor. When we get there, we see a city. Checking some of the stores, we see Bugs as shop owners selling their wares, but since we don't have any money, they shoo us away. We decide this place isn't our cup of tea and go further in the outside world. We're next met with a hedge maze with boxes where we can gamble for a chance to get some trading cards with additional art. C comments that normally female puppets aren't given male puppeteers, but Charlotte responds by saying Seth is special in many ways. Eventually, they are able to get out of the hedge maze and go deeper. We find a new room with a pixelated path. We find massive soul cubes as well. As they reach the end of the pixelated path, it keeps going, and there's a fence as well. Charlotte determines that this isn't really a place she'd think she could stay either, and they continue past the fence. Reaching an eerie forest, we see giant pits filled with something. Checking one of the pits, we can see that they are filled with what society has deemed to be the unwanted, unneeded, and all of those who will amount to nothing. This is the forest of the defective. The intense smell makes them both cover their noses. Charlotte wonders who these people were. T goes on to explain that these people were all the victims of the trial. This confuses Charlotte as the trials don't kill people who go through them, but C is quick to follow up with the answer. He explains that they don't exactly kill people, but rather they format the soul cubes of those who go through the trial, making them empty. This will leave a husk without a personality. You'll do quests and chores until you collapse and be buried in this forest. As they reach the end of the path again, C asks if they should continue on. Charlotte, however, doesn't want to keep going. Her dreams of a brighter place in the outside world had been shattered, and she feels it's best to go back. Tia asks if she really wants to go back to all that filth, but Charlotte just responds by saying if they stick together, they'll be okay. It'll all be okay. T lets out a bitter laugh. Then he looks at me. The world that's reflected in your eyes must be a wonderful place. It must be a very kind world full of color. But it's not the world that I see. To me, it's a bleak, disgusting place. Even the air here is unpleasant. Believe me, this contaminated land isn't a place we belong to. But where can we go? Isn't it obvious? T points at the sky. I don't understand. I found a way to go back to my initial form. T brings out something. It's a pack of pills. I took these from the infirmary. The amount we'll have to intake is rather big, but I've made sure that there's enough for 2. Huh? You still don't get it. Sorry, it must be my bad choice of words. How do I say this? T stumbles on his words. They come out a bit shakily, but his smile's still present. I want to take you with me to my heavenly domain. We will get rid of our heavy bodies and rise above all Earth dwellers. We will be the ones to purify this world. Will you accept, Charlotte Wiltshire? I want it to be your decision, not somebody else's. I don't want to hurt C, but wouldn't going with him mean I'll leave everyone behind? I'll leave it to you, Seth. If it's you, you'll surely know what to do. Here we have 2 choices. We can either accept C's offer or reject it. If we accept C's offer, together they take the pills and leave this world behind, ascending away into the heavenly domain and laughing over how their human lives had been miserable and meant nothing in the grand scale of things. We get what the game calls a happy ending, the path titled Ignorant Bliss. However, if as Seth we choose to reject C's offer, well then... When I take his hand, C will smile ever so brightly, so blindingly. It would be a genuine, soft smile filled with sincere gratitude. His hand would tremble in mine. He'd be still anxious, unsure, afraid. I will tighten my grip a little to reassure him everything's okay. Here is a human emotion, see? Soon enough, it will disappear. We will abandon our earthly shells and ascend to your divine domain. We will become gods. Together, we'll bring order to this world. All pollution, everything that's unfair, humiliating, unpleasant, will be purified. All the dirty colors will be cleansed. We will become pure white. We will become happy. I don't take his hand. His eyes widen. I feel a growing lump in my throat. It's impossible to speak. I thought you'd understand. See, please listen. Even if you're scared of this world, even if you hate it, even if it disgusts you, a deep breath. I want you to live. It's barely a whisper. The words reach his ears. C's breathing becomes erratic. His knees give in. It's a panic attack. I watch him break down in front of me. My eyes feel dry. You're unfair, C. It's me who wants to cry the most. There's no place for us to go. A corpse of a god laughs behind my back. My sides! Could you be any more dramatic? Acting all high and mighty, yet you've been saying it all for your own sake. The one who doesn't want to die is I cover my ears. You, Miss Wiltshire. Despite all the self-harm, all the big dreams and fantasies about self-sacrifice and whatnot, you still want to live your pathetic life until the end. Please stop. Just admit it. That you're afraid to die. Deep down, you don't actually believe there's a place like heaven up above, do you? Even worse, there's nothingness awaiting you. You'll die only to achieve complete solitude in an empty space of an afterlife. Not even your beloved Seth will be there for you. Why would they stay with you when they're bored to death, when there are no quests to complete? Admit it, even your puppeteer is with you only as long as they're entertained. Shut up, shut up, shut up! I want you to be honest with yourself. We both know it, right? That everyone only wants to use you. Shut up! But why should it matter? You have me, Miss Wiltshire. Even in the cold embrace of death, I won't leave you. There's nothing to be afraid of. You should have let this boy die already. I plunge forward, grasping Frey's throat, squeezing it with all I have. We fall down. I'm strangling Frey with my own hands. It's getting hard to breathe. I just want you to open your eyes. Look, can't you see this boy is dying to disappear for good? He doesn't want to be saved. I make my grip harder. It hurts. He opened up to you, and look what you've done. You're the cruel one, Miss Wiltshire. Finally, the guards find us and take us back. We meet the principal, and he asks us why we did it. C takes full responsibility, saying he forced her to go with him, and when asked why he did it, only responds that he wanted to breathe some fresh air and thought it would help Charlotte recover since she wasn't feeling well. C is given the punishment of having to stay in his room until the trial is over and will lose all the social points he had built up till now. Charlotte is left with no punishment, but will have to take some medical tests to make sure everything is fine, and then some counseling sessions about her indecent relationships with classmates. But these will all come after the trial. He sends us home. As we step out, she tells him that he shouldn't have covered for her, but C just says that he told the truth. Charlotte worries about his social points, but he has a request for her. He tells her that when the trial comes around, not to vote for him. As Charlotte goes home, the words of Umbrella Man, Frey, and C play over and over in her head. We get home and find Aiden in the kitchen. He sees we can't quite sleep and offers to make us some tea to help. Charlotte apologizes for bothering him, but Aiden tells her not to worry about it as he was planning on working the night due to inspiration striking him at that time. Aiden asks her what's wrong, and Charlotte can only express that she's tired. She wants to rest, but in her dream she can only meet the Oracle, who will continue to haunt her. But when she wakes up, there's other problems that will pop up as well. Aiden tells her to spend more time in the dressing room with him instead, and she can help out with the dresses he makes too, as a way to comfort her. Charlotte, feeling a bit better, heads off and meets with Felix in his lab. Felix, seeing Charlotte can't sleep, offers to make peppermint tea, but she turns it down. Charlotte brings up their trip to the TV world. She asks what Felix had seen when they got back, and he explains that he saw her melting in front of him. When he asks what she saw, she describes it as holding hands with a beautiful girl. She comments how her whole head is messed up. Felix questions if she still sticks to the routine he told her about. Here we learn that it was Felix's suggestion about the wake up, go to school, go home routine. This is to make sure Charlotte's mind wouldn't crumble without the pills. Felix suggests that she should start taking them again, but is cut off by her saying she doesn't want to as it makes everyone disappear, and she gets caught in her words. Felix instantly says to forget the idea, seeing her reluctance. Charlotte expresses that the trial is coming soon, and Felix wordly asks what if she gets chosen, but she comments that she won't since she made some friends. Felix apologizes that he can't be of more help, but Charlotte says it's okay, expressing that she's a proper grown-up now. But Felix laughs and comments how that naivety of hers is unbelievable. We notice Felix's now yellow eyes and different tone and choice of words. This isn't Felix anymore. It's Umbrella Man possessing him. Charlotte, noticing that, asks him if he forgot that he wouldn't touch the house tenants, to which he says he forgot, and questions if she's worried that he'll hurt them, immediately bringing a scalpel to his throat. Umbrella Man laughs, reassuring her that he won't hurt Felix, but doesn't put the scalpel down. He tells her he came to give her some advice. He tells Charlotte to pick wisely during the trial, and that if she does, she may be able to save a life, and then he leaves. Charlotte says goodnight to Felix, who has returned to his normal self, to which he says it back. Charlotte heads off to bed, saying goodnight to Seth. Once again, Charlotte awakens in the dreamscape library in her mind. We see Frey reading a book, and when we head to talk to him, he says he wants to make up with her, explaining he cleaned up her mind library to help clear her mind a bit. Charlotte questions why he would do that, to which Frey explains that he was reading some of her memory journals and saw that she was unhappy with how her mind was getting more foggy over time, so he did this to help with that. He mentions that change won't happen right away, but should happen over time. Frey gives Charlotte a hug and tells her not to worry because soon she will see this world is not worth staying in. We then fall asleep. We're prompted that it is day 31 now. This time Charlotte wakes up with no words. We follow the routine and try to use the warp cube to travel to school, but it appears to be broken. We decide to look around the house to find a different way to get to school. We find Aiden cleaning the bathtub. He tells us that Bennett has been causing tons of havoc. Charlotte asks about the broken warp cube, to which he explains that he's never seen any of the Omnicubes malfunction before, as their evolution went past what humanity could reach, so they should never break. He deduces that if it's not working, it's probably doing so of its own accord, and it'll probably fix on its own. We go back to try the cube again, and this time it works, taking us to school. When we try to talk to some of the other students, we can see that their responses to Charlotte are either cruel or distant. They tell us to get away and call us names, or just completely wave us off. Written on the board in class, it shows C and Charlotte held hands. We take our seats. Class starts and the teacher says we'll be doing a group project and to find group mates. Charlotte goes around asking, but everyone sends her away. Eventually, she returns to her seat and the teacher asks if she'll be working alone. Charlotte says she will, but Henri steps in and says she'll join her. After a while, class ends and Henri is hungry, telling Charlotte to go buy her food and meet her on the rooftop. Without any room to say anything, we head to the cafeteria to buy Henri food. Charlotte decides to skip lunch for herself as she doesn't have much money left. We go to the rooftop to meet Henri there, waiting for Charlotte. We get there and give Henri her food. Henri presses Charlotte about the rumors surrounding her and Vincent, questioning what her relationship with him is. This is the first time I mentioned the name Vincent, so let me explain. See, his real name is Vincent Wordsworth. Charlotte says it's not really a relationship and that he probably wouldn't want to talk to her after what happened. But this only catches Henri's attention more based on Charlotte's choice of words. She begins to freak out, saying that he was after her body. She tries to question further, and Charlotte responds in another way where her choice of words isn't exactly clear. She tells her about the whole ascending to heaven thing, which only serves to set off Henri more. Henri warns Charlotte that boys like him only want to use her. Henri tries to pivot the conversation to talk about feeding the stray mad cats, but Charlotte has to tell her that they died because they fed them. Charlotte says that it's all her fault, but Henri cuts in saying it's not. She goes on to say that it was Seth's fault for not stopping them, and that it was the mad cat's fault for eating it. Charlotte argues back that she should have done more as a panic attack begins to set in on her. She can feel the ink rising from her throat, but Henri grabs Charlotte's hand and tells Charlotte to repeat after her. It's not my fault. I hesitate. She grips my hands harder, her pretty nails digging into my skin. Do it. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. See, it's not that hard. Right. Henri notices that Charlotte still seems down and asks if something else is wrong. Charlotte confides that she's worried about the upcoming trial and that she's not sure if she'll make the right choice. Henri asks why, because she states that Charlotte will vote for Henri and that she wouldn't get angry for that. And here you're presented with a choice. You can either say you'll vote for her, or you won't vote. If you choose not to vote, Henri questions if we don't consider her our friend anymore. But Charlotte can only respond by saying she feels the voting system isn't fair. This causes Henri to get mad and storm off, telling her to do whatever she wants. If you choose to tell her that you will vote for her, she can only say of course you will. After that, she leans in and kisses Charlotte. This causes Charlotte to freeze in place. She follows up by telling Charlotte she should stop filling her head with useless things. She states that as long as Charlotte stays with Henri, all her troubles will disappear. After both choices, Henri sends us back to class and says she'll join us later. Charlotte wonders after both choices if Henri had always been this forceful, feeling humiliated. Charlotte gets back to her desk and spots a note there. It's from C, telling her to meet on the rooftop after class as there's something he needs to tell her. Class finishes and Charlotte rushes to the rooftop where she can see 3 other figures who rush her. Hold her down. No longer playing God by waving that spray around, huh? So, who do you think you are? Some princess? Royalty? Rapunzel, maybe? Isn't her hair too long by school norms? Hey, why don't we help our dear schoolmate out? Wait, what is this about? One of the girls brings out scissors. The other 2 hold me down, making me unable to move. Snip, snap. A lock of hair falls down. Keep quiet about it, okay? We might accidentally cut more than your hair. Please, don't cut it. Look, she thinks we'd listen if she asked. It would be such a pity if our little princess got bald all of a sudden, right? Snip, snap, 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 snip, snap. As new locks of hair fell down, I felt myself incredibly humiliated. What am I being punished for? Why does it feel so humiliating? Is everyone always like this? A familiar figure appears before me. Shouldn't you call for help, Miss Wiltshire? I don't want to trouble anyone. Who was the one to teach you that? Was it your mother? Be a good girl. Good always wins in the end. If you'll be kind, others will be kind too. Violence is bad. All your life you're being manipulated by others. All because you care too much about opinions. Because you want to be loved by everyone. Snip, snap, snip, snap. And when things don't go your way, you find excuses. Snip, snap, snip, snap. Don't you have any pride? There are things worse than getting beaten up. Going through such humiliation when all you have to do is take my hand and everything that's unfair will perish. It doesn't matter if it's just me who'll get hurt, Frey. No. We both know that's a cheap lie. In fact, you want somebody to save you, very much so, but dare not to ask of it. Because you deem yourself unworthy. No response, huh? Frey sighs. So, where are your so-called friends when you need them the most? Friends can't always be there for me. Is that so? Just so you know, even if your friends abandon you, even if your mother abandons you, even if the whole world abandons you, I'll always be by your side. Please keep that in mind. Snip, snap, snip, snap. She's gone silent. Oh, our princess seems to have learned manners. Hey, is she even alive? Beats me. Crap, someone's coming. What if it's the teacher? Run, quick! They leave me lying among the remnants of my once long hair. There's a taste of ink in my mouth. I feel ill. Footsteps. More footsteps. The ones who hover above me are all familiar faces. The very next moment, my head hits the concrete. Before everything goes to black, I hear voices. Man, how disgusting. Hey, stop it. She might still be conscious. Who cares? Just get her out of here. We wake up in the infirmary to a woman with black hair and yellow eyes. Umbrella Man. He asks Charlotte how she's feeling now that the fog is lifted. Charlotte questions Umbrella Man if it had always been like this. Umbrella Man tells her to rethink her relationships with Henri. While Charlotte tries to argue back, he insinuates she manipulates people for herself and writes insults on the board behind their backs. He then goes on to say Charlotte would never listen if it's not Eiler pushing her to the wall, and then clarifies he's talking about the wrong timeline. Charlotte asks where people go after they die, and he responds by explaining they become stargazers. Able to go anywhere in the universe and experience and hear thoughts at any point in time, feeling their feelings as well. He says that his employer is fond of Charlotte, so he would like to keep her alive. He sends Charlotte home and tells her that if she wants to cut her hair, she can take the scissors in the cabinet. Charlotte gets home and we guide her to the bathroom. Here, Charlotte contemplates taking her own life with the scissors in the bathroom, but is stopped by Aiden. He asks her when she decided to do her own haircuts, and helps her out with it. The snipping noises once again ring in her ears, but this time it feels comforting to her. Aiden finishes, and when Charlotte looks in the mirror, she sees a stranger in the reflection, saying it's a corpse she had burned in the incinerator. She tells Aiden it's beautiful, hiding her pain. She thanks him, and Aiden takes the scissors with him, reminding her that he's here if she ever needs someone to talk to. Charlotte suggests to Seth to go visit Huxley together, and we head off to find him. We go to ask Huxley for help with the whole Oracle thing, and he inspects Charlotte. He can't find anything wrong and suggests that it's psychosomatic. He states that he can't be of help since it's not something he can cut out with a scalpel. She thanks him and decides to head off to bed. She gets into bed and her mad cat comes over to comfort her. Before falling asleep, she tells it she'll be fine and falls asleep. Inside her mind, there's a large creature made of intestines and eyes. Seeing the sight and Frey in front of it, she asks where they are. Frey explains it's her usual mind library, just in shambles now. Charlotte tells him he's too close, but Frey only laughs at the words and says that she accepted him into her mind and now they can't be anything but close. This makes Charlotte laugh bitterly. Charlotte asks Frey to read her something, and you get a choice between what to read. These are essentially just memories of people in the house. As Frey finishes reading, he asks what dreams she had before him. Charlotte explains that she dreamt of her mother sometimes. She goes on to describe how in one of the dreams they were walking together in a street and her mother collapsed. She wanted to do something but wasn't allowed to do anything without permission, so she just kept asking her mother if she should call for help. But her mother only responded with "I don't know," repeatedly, so they sat there as people passed by. Frey comments on how that's a very dependent way to live her life. She explains she knows, but she was very content with it, like it was how it was supposed to be. Frey leaves us to rest and Charlotte falls asleep. This leads us to day 32. We wake up and the world is distorted around us, in different colors. The music is cheerful and nothing is quite right. We try to interact with different parts of our room, but it says nonsensical, silly things. Such as, when we interact with our cabinet, it says, "got thingy that does stuff." When we look at the drawing Henri gave Charlotte, we can see it with Henri's face scribbled out and the words "die in a pit" written on it. Nothing is right anymore. We try to leave, but the house tenants appear in our room. We interact with them, saying hello to them, and in response they say "Hello Charlotte" back to us. As we talk to them, they start duplicating more and more around the room. Eventually, when the room fills up with them, Charlotte says goodbye to them all and says she'll miss them, and it slowly fades to black. When we return, we see Charlotte in a colorful hallway with a door in front of her. She approaches the door and enters the trial room and goes to stand beside Henri. We are also told to vote on our phones, and Henri looks over Charlotte's shoulder to see what her decision will be. Charlotte asks Seth what to do. She promised C not to vote for him, but she still wants to save him. She also wants to vote for Henri since they're best friends. Here, as the player, we are given 3 decisions. We could have her vote for Henri, vote for C, or withdraw from voting altogether. Each of these decisions will lead to different outcomes. Starting with voting for Henri, when Henri sees it, she's shocked that Charlotte actually voted for her. As the player, we can see her sprite's face scribbled out. Charlotte tells her that they made a promise, and Henri agrees to that. Henri shows us herself voting for Charlotte as well. As the voting period concludes, it is announced that the one who will amount to nothing, the most useless of all, the one with 0 votes, is Vincent Wordsworth. With this, the people in charge conclude his soul data is corrupted, even asking everyone standing there, to which they roar back with a loud yes and laughter. They all start calling him a loser god, and to Charlotte, it feels like a mass psychosis. Henri grabs her shoulder and says it's great that they didn't get chosen, and Charlotte is unsure how to respond. A guard approaches C and takes him away. Through the crowd, we spot Umbrella Man and ask him about his employer. His employer is the god of this world, right? Shouldn't he? Umbrella Man simply asks if she meant the gray-haired boy, and laughs loudly. He fills us in that the boy is no god, just a normal human, not special in any way. He tells us to look at him. Charlotte calls out to him, calls out to Vincent, and when he looks back, she's met with a figure that looks like the other faceless classmates she has. But then for a little bit, she's able to properly see his face. A boy with gray hair and black eyes. The face of a small, scared boy. As we see him disappear behind the doors, Charlotte's feet start to move on their own. Henri tries to stop her, but Charlotte feels responsible for his life and runs after him. She runs into the room and the screen fades to white. You're not a loser god, C. I think you're wonderful. You're wonderful exactly because you're flawed. Because it makes you so very human. We're flawed. We're born to make errors. We hurt each other because we're essentially egoistic. That's why I want to know you better. Getting into the room, we can see Vincent on one of the tables. We see him lying there with his eyes open. She tries to talk to him, but Frey stops her, informing her that the data in the vessel is gone. Charlotte tries to refute it, saying that Frey is lying. But Frey can only respond by saying he does not tell lies. With this, she can feel the ink rise in her throat, as everything collapses around her. She curses the world around her, and decides it's best to consume everyone and let them sleep peacefully inside her stomach. She decides that this is the way to stop everyone from being hurt and hurting. She'll get rid of all feelings. She rises above and eats and eats and eats until she's finally full. Eating the people, eating the land, the building, even the oracle. She continued eating. Eventually her body collapsed into a black hole, sucking in everything. By the end, it was just her left, yet she was with everyone at the same time. Holding Vincent's body, she calls him a liar, crying out that he said he'd leave his body and become a god again, but everywhere she looked, she isn't able to find him. Charlotte stays there, crying all alone until her voice gives out, apologizing to everyone. I cried and cried and cried until my voice became hoarse. I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't save anyone or anything. I'm sorry, Henri. You protected me. You got angry in my place. Yet I thought only about myself. I'm sorry, Vincent. All this time I wanted to be saved myself. So I sought salvation in you. I wanted you to become my hero. But it doesn't matter now. Umbrella Man comments on the situation being too tragic. Umbrella Man hands Charlotte a box, one she perceives as a soul cube. He tells her that it's Vincent's soul cube backup, and it was rather hard for him to get. Charlotte questions this, but Umbrella Man tells us that data backup is necessary. Whenever Charlotte had died and reloaded, it wasn't going back in time. Rather, it was a copy of the data being loaded into a new body. Charlotte makes a deal with Umbrella Man so she can look over the ones she loves and admires from above. Umbrella Man asks if that's an employment offer, and she responds by saying it is. He asks for a price, Charlotte's name. Humanity will never remember her, and the alternate versions of her will never learn about her. Her name will be erased from all soul archives. This is because he will eat it. Charlotte immediately accepts, and Umbrella Man can only chuckle at this, mentioning how she doesn't value herself at all. He finds a contract between a name eater and a world eater amusing, but disregards his origins as he states it doesn't really matter at all, as Charlotte was the one to come up with puppets and puppeteers and the concept of episodes. This causes Charlotte to break into laughter. Umbrella Man wonders why, but Charlotte explains how she recalled his words about his employer caring about her well-being, and now she understands why, as she was his employer all along. She asks for his real name, to which he responds by telling her he goes by many names, but some call him Charles, and he lets out a laugh. He leaves her alone to slumber and rest. Charlotte recalls Vincent's fragility, stating that she admired him so much it made her ignorant to the real traits about him. She lets the soul cube go, finally saying goodbye to Vincent. Taking his body, she gets up and feels everyone walk behind her. She says goodnight to Vincent and thinks how her sleep will be dreamless, but after all the bad dreams, she feels like she'd find it nice. She closes her eyes and talks to Seth one last time. Rejoice, Seth, faithful friend of mine. I became the god of my dollhouse world, and will observe its people till the end of time. Charles will eat my name, and will watch over me in every single timeline that exists. The world will forget my existence, but you won't. And that's the only thing that's important. This gives us the Grey ending, an ending that causes a loop between the first and second game, where Charlotte chooses to have Umbrella Man take care of everyone. Now, if we choose to vote for C, Henri calls us a traitor, recalling their promise and saying that she trusted Charlotte. This time, the one chosen with 0 votes is Charlotte. Everyone in the audience laughs, and Henri tells her it serves her right and calls her a traitor once more. She questions why Charlotte looks so surprised after what she chose. Charlotte asks her why, and Henri says she tried her best to be her friend, but Charlotte only says she doesn't understand, which causes Henri to burst into a fury of words again, saying she never understood her as much as she tried. She's tired of playing along with her delusions. She asks why Charlotte keeps lying, but Charlotte can only respond that she never did lie. This causes Henri to snap, asking her if she really thinks puppeteers, aliens, and everything else existed. She bursts out saying she's tired of keeping up with it all, and everyone in the class tried to teach her a lesson, but she could never get it. Charlotte can't understand what she means, but she recalls all the bullying she faced. The thrown books and pencils, the board, the mag cats, the fake letter, it's all finally starting to make sense to her. Charlotte is told to head to the room, and Charlotte resigns, telling Seth it's time to go. She takes one last look at Henri, who can only tell her to go die, and that she doesn't care anymore. But to this, Charlotte can only point out that Henri is crying. Henri tells her not to look, but Charlotte can only apologize for not being a better friend. In the end, Henri really did care about Charlotte, she just couldn't feel it reciprocated. She tried to befriend her and to keep up with her, but always felt alone no matter how hard she tried. Charlotte continues to blame herself in her thoughts. She passes by C and gets a glimpse of him. He looks small and very human to her now. He tries to say something to her, but she can only barely make out what he's saying. He's apologizing. Charlotte can only smile back, saying she's glad she'll be the one to save him. The guards continue to push her to the room until she finally enters. Lying alone on the table, Charlotte can feel someone hold her hand. Frey. Frey shows signs of dying and says it was Charlotte who kept them alive so far, and they will never leave her side until the very end. They embrace one another in a hug. Charlotte's breath stops, and Frey kisses her goodbye, saying goodnight. As she fades away, she remembers something. The Ink Princess wasn't kept in the paper prison for long. The Paper Princess befriended the Ink Princess, and they became dearest of friends. Thus, the Ink Princess became the happiest person in the world. That is my ending for this story. Isn't it too cliché? How about Paper Princess dying from intoxication after touching the Ink Princess? Or Paper Princess using Ink Princess for ink production until it drains her completely? That's even more cliché. Then what do you suggest? A sugar-coated fantasy? Not every story has to have a cruel ending. I want Ink Princess to be happy. Even if she's the plague itself, a parasite. Even so. Even if she doesn't deserve it. Even so. It's not her fault that she was born this way. That's just how she is. Somewhere far away, the door to the smile room has opened. Somewhere far away, a lump of meat lay there, devoid of a soul. Somewhere far away, a false god wept over a mere disposable vessel. That's right. In the embrace of a dead god, I'll eternally rest among stars. Rejoice, Seth. This is my happy ending. This is the black ending. An ending where we find out just how much those around Charlotte cared for her, be it Henri or Frey, even Vincent. Through the lens of Charlotte, we saw them in a light that didn't make it so we could fully trust them. But here at the end, we could finally piece together just how much they valued her. Lastly, if we choose to withdraw from voting, then both Charlotte and Vincent are chosen. The dialogue with Henri goes similarly, but the bullying isn't mentioned. Instead, Henri tells Charlotte to go die for the sake of everyone, but once again, Charlotte catches her crying. Charlotte tells her she'll be okay, so Henri should take care of herself. As she is led away, we can still hear Henri's sobs. This time, both C and Charlotte are on the tables. He's shaking in fear and apologizes to Charlotte, telling her he's not who she thought he was. He made up everything. He goes on to call himself a false god, a loser, a weakling, a coward. He doesn't know anything about the world or what's past it. His real name is Vincent, not C. Charlotte can only tell him that she knows who he is. She doesn't consider him a loser god at all. She thinks he's wonderful. To this, Vincent can only cry and laugh a little. Charlotte's eyes close. She's scared. We awake in front of Frey. The entity we had seen when we had last went to sleep has now grown much bigger, filling the entire space. Charlotte tells Frey she wants to stop all trials. She wants to save C from the world and Henri from herself. Frey comments that she still wants to abandon herself to save everyone, all the people that didn't help her or abandoned her or she made up in her head. She loved them all, but couldn't accept Frey. You loved them all, didn't you? Even though I was always there for you, you chose all of them over me in the end. You said it yourself, Frey. You are a product of my own mind, born from the remnants of the Oracle. You're a manifestation of all my destructive impulses. Essentially, you are me. I couldn't love myself, Frey. I couldn't love us. So pitiful, aren't we? Now then, come here. Let us repaint the world in your colors. Consume me whole. I take a step forward. Charlotte awakes to silence. She steps outside and tries to talk, but when she speaks, her words echo through the room with everyone repeating it. She's shocked by this, and Umbrella Man approaches her, asking her what she wished for. Charlotte replies with everyone's voice that she wished for all the painful things to end, for everyone's happiness. Umbrella Man calls the wish foolish, but says even then it did come true. By controlling each and every person, she has removed the human ego from the world, becoming the Oracle and making everyone happy. She's in disbelief that her wish caused this. Charlotte asks Umbrella Man for a final favor. She wants him to put an end to her life. She's tired of hurting others, and if she's able to disappear from the world, it would be a happier place. After a moment of hesitation, he agrees, and Charlotte closes her eyes, thinking it's for the best. Umbrella Man gives her a hug. Why? You've done well, dear child. All this time you didn't want to be alone, did you? Listen well. I will grant your wish. Usually it comes with a price, but my employer will have already paid in full by now. We will travel across the skies, and you will learn to control your power. Once you do, it is possible that you can rebuild your world from scratch. Let's go stargazing, shall we? Umbrella Man reaches out his hand to me. He looks just like my father from the old wedding photo. Is it really okay for someone like me? Didn't I say it before? It's not about deserving. It's what was destined to happen. Umbrella Man covers me with his coat. So, how about it? I take Umbrella Man's hand. We leave on a journey. I will travel across the seas and skies, wander among roots and ruins of civilizations. Watch lives bloom and wither and be reborn again. Perhaps then I'll learn how to be kind. Perhaps then I'll learn how to be honest. Perhaps then I'll learn how not to hurt others. I want to become a better person, Seth. Thank you for everything you've done for me. You've been a great friend. Thank you for seeing my story through to the end. Let's meet again one day. As everything fades to white, we get the white ending, the final ending for Hello Charlotte Episode 2. An ending where Charlotte chooses to finally accept the Oracle and make a wish. An ending where her wish is more of a monkey's paw wish rather than one that was properly granted. One where Umbrella Man decides to help Charlotte control her powers and learn together as stargazers. However, that's not all. Umbrella Man appears in the dark void and talks to us, the player, directly. He says we have reached the end of the story. Every option we've been given and chosen has led to Charlotte Wiltshire's doom, no matter what is done. He asked us if we'd be satisfied with such an ending, or if we'd be interested in seeing it end in a different way. He says he has the power to grant us that wish. But just like Charlotte in the Grey ending, he asks us for a price. Our name. When he eats our name, we won't be Seth anymore, as Charlotte won't remember us. We were the only puppeteer in this world and are essentially her imaginary friend. But if we give our name to this devilish-suited man in front of us, she won't remember us, won't perceive us, and won't be able to talk with us. But by doing so, we'd be able to save her. He asks us what we think of his proposal. For a mere chance to save her, would we give up our name, our existence, our connection to Charlotte? Should we trust this man, or should we refuse him? Are we willing to give up something like that for a character we've grown to care for? We as the player are given this choice. Agreeing to his offer, he calls it wonderful and says goodbye to Seth the Goody Two-Shoes, and greets us once again, this time as anonymous. As he leaves, he says he'll see us soon. This is the end of Hello Charlotte Episode 2. A game that follows Charlotte more grown up than the last time we saw her. A game that introduces Charlotte to new characters along with painful, hurtful concepts. One where Charlotte is bullied for being herself and wanting to help. Where Charlotte can't love herself. Personally, I love this entry into the series. The emotional moments in this entry hit very hard personally to me, and seeing Charlotte not love herself and work hard for the sake of others really struck a chord. This game builds off the last, but not in a wacky way expanding on the fictional elements, though it does sometimes, but in a way that serves to humanize our main cast and make them far more relatable. But also, wow, that was a lot to take in all at once. Emotionally, this game is very draining and plays with your heart a ton. While the next entry isn't quite my favorite, it's a nice breather from everything. It is, however, just a side story that is stated to have pretty much no relevance to the main story, so I'm not going to cover it in too much depth, but I'll still be going through it quickly as it is still part of the series. So, Hello Charlotte Delirium. We start by loading in and are met with Charlotte, asking us to take care of her just like the first game. But she follows up by laughing and asking if we fell for that, and refers to us as Mr. Seth, and then corrects herself to Mr. Anonymous instead. She continues to laugh and questions how we can't even tell her apart from the girl herself. She goes on to explain how this world is an alternative universe, and there is no Seth, as this world's Charlotte never even thought of the idea. But she still talks to herself. We are then invited by her to see what a world without us looks like. A voice, presumably Charlotte, speaks of the house again, and of the rules of it. One of them being not being allowed to leave the house, but she goes on to say she doesn't really care about the rules anyways. She mentions how she uses the Oracle's power to eat anything in her way. We can finally see and are greeted by two figures standing by Charlotte's bed, monitoring her. They think about replacing her organs with food, but the alarm rings and they leave. Charlotte wakes up to her mad cat and decides to feed it some cockroaches she left in the fridge, so we make our way to the kitchen. We once again have a book in our inventory, except now it's the Book of Friends. It comments on most of the characters we've seen so far, calling them all friends and describing traits about them, except Scarlet Eiler, who she explicitly comments is not her friend. We feed the mad cats, and then an alarm blares and Charlotte mentions that it's the obligatory TV watching session. We go to watch TV, but it doesn't work. Then she hears footsteps and decides to check it out, but makes sure to arm herself. She goes to her bed and checks under to get some scissors. We check the front door and find out it's open and that someone is inside the house. We head to the basement and enter a red door titled Red Rum. It's dark and the floor is red. As we reach the end, we see a cage of Pythias barely alive. Apparently Dr. Huxley has been keeping them to conduct experiments on and do research with. If you interact with the cage, Dr. Huxley will walk in, lock the door, and when he catches you, he will kill you. Yeah, so not quite the Dr. Huxley that cared a lot about Charlotte, I remember. Anyways, this entire alternative universe feels so detached from the characters we knew so far and grew to love. However, there's a ton of interesting things going on here for sure, like Charlotte being able to just use the Oracle's power, or how Huxley acts differently from before. Much more differently, actually. Anyway, inside the room, we grab a key for the storage room and make our way out. Going back to the main hall, we open up the storage room, but there's a ton of gas, so we quickly make our way to the end, pick up a key for a locker, and leave. Then using the key on a locker in the room on the bottom right, we get a hazmat suit. This is going to help us with stealth. We go to the room on the right of the red door and get past all the other workers by wearing our own hazmat suit. Then we run through a fairly large room until at the end of it we find Henri. She says that she's come to play, and Charlotte thinks to herself that ever since she killed Henri's brother, she has become the happiest girl in the world, further commenting they're girlfriends. Charlotte says to her that she didn't know Henri could pick locks, but Henri mentions that the door was already open, which means someone else is in the house. They decide to go together to deal with the intruder, and Henri mentions that scissors won't be enough for an intruder. So Charlotte comes up with the idea of a syringe with a sedative. Henri recalls they hid one together in the incinerator room. They pick up the syringe and make their way to the TV room once again, and there we can see Scarlet Eiler standing in front of a TV. Wasting no time, Charlotte immediately pierces her neck and injects her, knocking her out. They take Scarlet to Felix and Bennett, who are ecstatic to have a new test subject to work with. After watching them experiment with Scarlet for a bit, Charlotte and Henri get bored and decide to go somewhere more fun. Charlotte says, "Watch this," and the world begins to shake and fade to black. We wake up in a new room with a circle in the center. The floor is covered in red liquid and the walls entirely black. Charlotte comments on how she ate Scarlet and used the energy from it to travel to a different world. It also seems Henri went missing somewhere as well, and our goal is now to find her. We find a back room filled with books written in binary and find a weird drone on the ground. We talk to it and ask if it knows where Henri is. He says he does not know Henri. He tells her that his name is Osiris and that he's a superior AI, then asks for our help. He says that he'll help find her Henri if she can help bring down the rain. Not asking more questions, Charlotte agrees on the extra condition he does her homework. Now teamed up with Osiris, she asks what the plan is. He tells her to bring him to the core and he can do the rest, but he doesn't know where it is. Charlotte picks him up and brings him along. Osiris mentions we can't leave this area unless we burn some meats. In this case, he means find bodies. The room we came from is now dark and we can't see a thing, but thanks to Osiris's crazy powers, he provides to us a flashlight. Yeah, even Charlotte mentions that her mobile phone has one too. Anyways, as we walk around the area, we find some strange creatures, and Charlotte kills them and collects them. We bring all the bodies to the circle in the area we originally woke up in. We check the doors, and it shows us a string of binary, which Osiris translates for us to mean entry allowed. We enter the door and are in another dark room. There are 3 doors in this room, one in the front, one on the right, and one on the left. All the doors are locked except for the one on the left, so we go in there. We find a panel, and Osiris operates it, but tells her that she can only choose to open one of the doors at a time. If we open the right door, a monster will come out and chase us around, and we'll go back to the panel and open the central door. Or we can just choose to open the central door from the get-go. We enter the central door and run to the end of a long hallway as a monster chases us. We enter the elevator and continue on our journey through this weird world. In the elevator, Osiris sheds some light on what has happened to this world. Charlotte tries to turn down his backstory, but he says it anyways. Osiris explains how the AIs and humans used to coexist, but eventually all organic life started to die, so they tried to save it by making it themselves, but they all failed. All the strange creatures we saw during our time here were the failures he mentioned, and he finally explains that all their broken minds are a part of the rain, and how he'll stop it when he reaches the core. We reach another room and do some puzzles with a machine that converts scrap matter and turns it into useful tools to cut open the wall blocking our way. We get the tools and enter the previously blocked doors we opened up to find humanoid figures and tubes. Looks like these were some of the recreations the AIs tried to make. Osiris, though, has an idea. He tells Charlotte to break the containers and bring the bodies to the machine along with some scrap metal from the previous room. Using the metal and bodies, Osiris has us put some parameters into the machine and creates himself an android body. Using his new body, he opens a way through the scrap metal and we enter a new passageway. We enter a dark room with a ton more monsters inside and avoid them to get to the end, once again using an elevator. We reach our destination using the elevator where we find the Rain's core along with Henri attached to it. The Rain informs us that she's connected to the core and if we try to remove her, it will gut her. Charlotte asks it a question, wondering how it became like this. The Rain says how it was created to preserve life, and this girl was dying, so they connected her to the machine to save her. Charlotte questions if they can't just let her go, since she has to take her home. The machine responds by saying they will use Henri's genetic material to finally recreate organic life. The Rain goes on to say now Charlotte will not be able to leave either. Charlotte retorts by saying that's not going to happen, and she was just distracting it. Osiris finishes loading the memory modules into the core, and Charlotte cuts Henri out of the machine, gutted. The godlike machine initiates self-destruction, and Charlotte decides it's time to head home, stating that this world isn't fun at all. She decides to eat the entire world and use the energy from it to transport them all back to the house, Osiris included. Using the rest of the energy from the world she consumed, she restored Henri back to normal. Osiris questions why Charlotte brought him along, but she reminds him that he promised to do her homework. With that, the world fades to black and Charlotte says some final words. Thus, we came back home. In the end, we always do. In the house, every day is fun. We go on adventures, have fun, and have even more fun afterwards. Even if the world gets destroyed and we die over and over, the fun never ends. Because that's the kind of place it is. Hello Charlotte, Delirium, End. And that's Delirium. As I mentioned, and as you can probably tell, this pretty much doesn't relate at all to the main story we've built so far. However, it does contain some interesting information about different worlds, alternate realities, and how different Charlottes and other characters can be between them. While Delirium isn't my favorite, it is a good breather from the main story, and serves to kind of let you relax for a bit, while still taking in the interesting and unique world and writing of Hello Charlotte. And let's just say, we need a breather. Because now, it's time to cover episode 3 of Hello Charlotte. Hello Charlotte, Episode 3, Childhood's End. We're welcomed back by Umbrella Man, who comments on how it's been a while. He questions if we're here for the truth or entertainment, or maybe even romance, and then he laughs. He proceeds to ask if we're here because of the contract we made with him in Episode 2. He goes on to say that if that's the reason we came here, he'll do anything in his power to help the child, as he agreed. He goes on to say he's made the necessary preparations for the journey, and our only job is to sit back and watch. In the beginning, there was a voice. A voice I knew belonged to Mother. Be a good girl, okay? It said. Then suddenly I knew what to do next. It's nice to meet you, I said. Please take care of me. Who was I meeting? Who was going to take care of me? Just who was I saying this to? I didn't know. I had no way of knowing. What was my purpose? Why was my head filled with memories of people I didn't know? Just what was I supposed to be? Be a good girl, okay? The voice repeated. A good girl? Is that what I was? You don't have to be, another voice interrupted. That moment I knew. Before me stood the god of this world. We are met with a title card that reads Hello Charlotte, Episode 0, and so it goes. Charlotte wakes up in a room covered in all white. She comments on how she had the same dream again and decides to greet everyone before going to the school. We can also notice her hairstyle is different from before, along with her clothes. When we check her inventory, we can see she has 10 coins and a book, but it's not the Book of Truths. It's just a manual that shows how to use the controls and some information about Charlotte. Here we can see that her unit ID is Q84 and she has a maxed out intelligence stat. The manual describes that her strength is her high analytical abilities, while her weakness is her low stamina. This seems awfully different than what we're used to, but it's Charlotte. Her drawers hold stacks of pamphlets about something called white society, and when she looks in the mirror, she comments how she's perfectly white today. When we check the Omnicube that normally houses the data of all the house tenants, we learn that Charlotte has accidentally deleted all the data the other day, according to her. Walking out of the room, we can see that the layout is a bit different again, and this time Charlotte's room is in the top right rather than the very top middle, as it always has been. Going to the room across, you can find that it's a TV room where you can watch ads. One specifically. It's about a new drug called Link, which essentially you use in order to share thoughts and communicate with other people by connecting your minds. Checking on the top middle room, we now see that it's Aiden's room. We knock on the door and no one responds, so Charlotte decides to go in. Inside the room, we see stands of gore and viscera lying about the room, while Aiden's working on a table covered in blood. When interacting with some of them, Charlotte makes the comment of how some of them resemble her. Charlotte greets Aiden by saying morning, but Aiden, with a head similar to that of an animal, can only growl back. Charlotte mentions how the dolls are pretty and inquires where he gets the materials for them. Again, Aiden only growls back. Charlotte leaves him alone, saying there's no use talking to him when he's like that. Right now, Aiden resembles what the original depiction of a Krampus is, rather than what his more humanoid butler form we've seen in other games was. We only saw him like this once before, back in small flashback Charlotte had when she met Aiden in episode 2. We head to the basement and walk into the room in the middle. We see that it's Huxley's lab we just walked into, except it's not quite like normal either. You can see a lot of blood all around the lab and some chains that seem to be used to hold subjects as well. Charlotte calls out to the doctor a few times until he finally responds. He comments how he's very busy, and Charlotte lets him know that she just wanted to say hi. He quickly goes through the usual small talk, asks how she is, and then says the weather is fine, and then gives her gummy ears, after which telling her to go make herself useful to society. Before Charlotte leaves him be, she comments that she's never seen the faces of the corpses he's working on and wonders why that is. She's ignored and gives him a snarky thank you. There's a hatch in the bottom left, and when you interact with it, Charlotte thinks on how she'll have to wait for Huxley to be gone if she wanted to check what's inside. We head over to the only other door that is open to us, which is the one on the left. Walking in, we see that it's Felix's lab. We can see him standing in there as well. Before talking to him, we check his computer screen to learn about a substance called Ice-9. Apparently it crystallizes liquid matter upon touch, but Charlotte can only call it boring and move on from it quickly. She says good morning to Felix, who responds with a stuttered morning of his own. He tells Charlotte he's prepared of the thing she asked for and gives her a happy bottle. Charlotte wants to give him a reward, and as the player, we get the choice between a pet or a flick on the forehead. We choose to pet him, and Charlotte goes to give him a pet. Felix winces when she touches him and backs up. That's a little strange. Charlotte questions him if something is wrong, but he only tells her to forget it. Charlotte chooses to call him a weirdo, telling him she was only going to pat him. As she says that, a gloved hand smacks her head, and we hear Bennett greet them both. He asks if Charlotte's having fun. She responds with yes, and he mentions how it looks like Felix isn't quite having fun, and then ponders if it's maybe because he's constantly bitter. Bennett goes on to ask what we were up to which Charlotte responds she's here for the bottle, and there's a secret cookie ingredient inside. Bennett asks her to tell him, but Charlotte says she has to get going, reminding him that if he really wants to know, he should just ask Felix instead. Inside Felix's lab, there's a door at the back, but it's locked, and the sign says no entry allowed. So we decide to leave and start making our way to school. As we leave, we can see that there's other doors next to the one that we just came out of, and we decide to take a quick peek inside. The layout looks about the same as the old games, but every door is locked except the top one. Going inside, we can see a dead Charlotte on the bed, with a ton of tentacles coming out of her body. When Charlotte talks to the corpse of herself, she's quick to comment, "This one is dead." After that, we leave and check the other doors outside, only to find them locked. We make our way to the elevator, and it does an eye scan. Once the eye scan reads successfully, the elevator inquires if Charlotte is late for school, which she responds by saying she's just in time for lunch, and to stop its questioning, she gives the elevator some gummy ears. We head to 2F. As she walks through the streets, we observe flyers on the walls. It turns out they're White Society flyers Charlotte put up herself. As she continues to walk through, we're met with the familiar sight of what looks like Vincent being attacked near an alley. However, when Charlotte interacts with the scene, she talks about how someone is having a hard time, but it's none of her business, and goes on her way. Or at least, you'd think she'd go about her way. Instead, she decides to take a picture of the scene before going. I think it's pretty obvious by now just how different this Charlotte Wiltshire is from the ones we've seen in previous games. Specifically the one we know and cherish. This one doesn't want to save anyone. This one doesn't bat an eye to witnessing violence, and is overall just more bratty. This one doesn't seem to value those around her as much as the one we've known for so long. As we jump down our normal way to school, we see the mattress is covered in blood, and some people even missed it altogether. Interacting with some of the stains, she mentions how there's a secret way down instead of jumping off to your death. As Charlotte continues on, she reaches school. This time, with a more normal school layout than we've seen prior. Charlotte takes the elevator to the second floor, and Henri catches her as she gets out of the elevator. Henri says she's brought Charlotte a lactose-free lunch, and she responds with a yawned thanks. Charlotte asks Henri if she wants to join her for lunch, and Henri agrees. Charlotte says they'll head for the rooftop, commenting how their friends must be waiting for them. In reaction to this, Henri only lets out a side noise and asks if they'll be joining them today. Charlotte tells her, of course, adding on that food tastes better in company. Henri stutters, but agrees with her. Heading off together to the roof. It seems Henri doesn't really want to hang out with other people besides Charlotte. I wonder why she doesn't want to. Henri is normally pretty friendly with everyone and tends to be at the top of the social ladder from what we've seen so far. As we continue through the halls, before reaching the roof, we see some more flyers, this time talking about something called the White Flu, which seems to not have too much information about it. We reach the rooftop with Henri, where they find 3 girls waiting for them up top. They greet Charlotte, to which she does her best to respond, but in her head we can see that she doesn't really remember any of their names. She greets them all, and has Henri do the same. She says hello to them, and they comment on how Henri is very considerate to have brought Charlotte a meal, asking why she didn't get them anything. Henri tries to stutter out a response, but can't get one out, so Charlotte cuts in, saying how she didn't know the 3 girls would be joining. But one of the girls only questions it because they eat together every day. Charlotte answers them by saying she won't forget next time, coaxing the response out of Henri by asking if that's right, to which dejectedly she responds with right. Suddenly the door to the rooftop swings open, and approaching Charlotte's group is a girl with red hair, Scarlett Eiler. She comments on how Charlotte is skipping lessons, to which the group of girls with letters for faces can only talk about how she's a killjoy. Scarlett reminds them that the rooftop is off limits, mentioning how this isn't the first time she's seen them up here. The side character girls mockingly apologize, saying they won't do it again, but Scarlett threatens them to either leave or she'll call the teachers. The girls try to get Charlotte to do something, but she just says to let it be. Scarlett looks at Henri, her face turning from harsh to caring. Scarlett asks if she really needs to be around them, commenting how she's better off without them. However, Henri can only respond to her by saying how they are her friends. Scarlett gives up trying to convince her and tells them all to leave before leaving herself. The group of girls talks about how Henri is favored by the class rep and is a teacher's pet. Henri again shoots a dejected look, and they rope girl B into it by asking if they are right, to which she stutters but agrees. Seeing all of this, all of the facial expressions and responses, all the bullying and fear going on here, Charlotte thinks to herself that everyone is getting along well. She recalls how she met Henri again, remembering that it was a while back when Henri's skirt was stolen during PE class. It was done by the girls they're sitting with right now. Henri had to wear her track shorts all day long as she didn't have a change of clothes. Everyone in the class laughed at her, and to this, Charlotte didn't feel anything. She left her alone, and now she's turned into the errand girl to buy them coffee and other snacks. Henri asks if Charlotte is coming to class, but she just tells her to go ahead, as Charlotte has club activities today, so Henri goes to class. As Charlotte exits the rooftop, waiting to the left of the door in the hall, we see Vincent with yellow eyes. He tries talking to Charlotte, but she simply keeps walking. This causes him to comment, "There goes our profound bond." This causes Charlotte to stop, questioning him if she knows him. He says that she can call him C, asking if it rings any bells. Charlotte recognizes it's Charles after thinking for a second and starts talking to him. She asks about his new vessel, but recalls that it's the same vessel she saw in the morning being attacked. He says he picked it up and now he can blend into the school grounds, to which this Charlotte can only remind him that he avoided school grounds like a plague up till now. She tells him she has things to do and that she has to get going. He tells her not to be late for class, but she just responds by explaining how she's skipping and how he should join Charlotte for the White Society meeting next time. Charles says he doesn't think it'd be that fun, but still thanks her for the invitation. They part ways, and Charlotte heads to the White Society room. She holds a meeting with all the other club members where they recite their motto and goals. Turns out the way this works is that the other members submit names for a blacklist. The steps are finding someone tainted, submitting their information to the website, and then voting. According to Charlotte, the person who received the most votes gets punished. After a short commercial break, we are welcomed to the execution hour. We see Charlotte as the host of the show, and a girl she just had lunch with a few moments ago, now tied to the chair next to her. Charlotte welcomes everyone to their daily program called the Execution Hour. She introduces everyone to the girl, calling her Girl B, matching the letter on her face. Then she questions the audience on how they must be wondering who this is, commenting on how it's the first time we've ever seen this character and asking how we're supposed to sympathize. She points out how that's correct. He's a complete stranger, but goes on to elaborate that if Charlotte told us Girl B did bad things, the audience would believe her, further adding on how no one cares to check the facts anyways, and that's why they're here. Turns out this girl was chosen to be the guest of this week's episode by the people. She says that today's plan is to bake cookies. Girl B whimpers and cries out more, but Charlotte tells her to hush since they're on TV. The first step is to take a handful of butter and smash it into the bowl, emphasizing the smashing part, telling her not to be a wimp. Next is to take a handful of flour, but stops on the step as the girl begins to cry. Charlotte tells her not to cry, showing her where the flour is. During the step, she praises her for doing it and helps her mix the sugar in. While she mixes, she says how this person looks weak, but they actually support offensive behavior. Charlotte shows off a drawing they made of one character punching another character, and the one being punched crying. She asks the audience if anyone in their right mind would draw such a thing, saying how she must be punished for that. That's why she says they've added a special ingredient in, asking the audience members of the White Society to guess what it could be. The options are needles, Clorox, or raisins. We're allowed to pick out of the three options too, but our choice essentially holds no weight. After picking, we see the correct answer to her quiz question was Clorox. She now tries to have their guests taste the cookie dough, but the thing restraining Girl B's mouth from talking falls off and she's finally able to speak. She tells Charlotte to let her go, asking what's wrong with her in more explicit language. Charlotte can only tell her to mind her language since they're on a PG-rated show. She tells the audience that the girl seems to be having trouble eating, opting to instead pour the cookie dough into her mouth. The next step she outlines is preheating the oven to to 180 degrees Celsius. But since they don't have an oven, she decides to use their guest's body as an oven instead. She then takes a flamethrower and sets her ablaze, melting her. With that, she concludes the show and ends it with the signature phrase of the White Society. Stay white with us. Join White Society. Charlotte gets home and heads straight to bed, saying she's tired. Before she falls asleep, she gives herself some praise, saying, "Good job, me. You did well today." And then, finally, goes to sleep. Before Charlotte wakes up, we're shown a title card. Chapter 1 End. Welcome to the White Society. We're once again recalling some memories from our current Charlotte. She reminisces on the god of this world telling her a story of a girl who is a protagonist of her own story, on where she was bestowed a gift that could grant a single wish, but if her wish did come true, she would die shortly after. The girl had wished for everyone to be happy, but even though the wish was simple and kind and full of hope, all it was able to do was destroy individuality. This is because she couldn't define what happiness meant. In a different timeline, the girl wished for the world to end. This time, a desperate, messy wish that was full of despair. But that wish could only destroy a fraction of the world, as she couldn't understand how big it was. The god of this world tells her that she too could have a wish granted, just like the girl from the story, as she is the heroine of her own story. Charlotte awakens and remembers that she has school today, but isn't in too much of a hurry, so opts to wander around a bit. She checks in on Aiden's room, knocking on the door and entering when there's no response again. She says hi to Aiden, and we can see that the normal Aiden is back. He responds with his own good morning, and we can see Charlotte ecstatic that he's back. She asks him what he's been up to, and he responds by saying he just finished up a new headpiece and asks if she wants to try it on, to which Charlotte eagerly agrees. Upon receiving the item he was holding, the world would turn to a blur with static filling our sight. Charlotte describes what she just received. It turns out it's her own scalp, sewn into a hat. Aiden then helps her put it on and asks how it is. Charlotte, clearly uncomfortable by the whole situation, lies and tells him it's totally rad. Aiden tells her he's glad, stating that he's really proud of this piece. He tells her to come back again since he has a dress for her to try on, saying it's very her. Charlotte tells him alright and leaves him alone, thinking that nothing is alright. Charlotte heads to the basement where she finds Bennett waiting there and goes to greet him as well. He tells her he has no time to talk as his favorite show is starting soon and he still has to finish some errands. Charlotte thinks to herself that she wants to visit the TV room later. She goes into Huxley's lab where she finds poisonous gas in the air. It turns out there was a gas leak. All the workers tell her to go away, but she decides to go further in where she finds Huxley. We find out the person here isn't Huxley, but instead a robot copy of him used to talk to annoying children. Charlotte gives him some nonsensical demands and questions, and the robot just says, "I sure do," to all of them. She questions him on this, to which he explains how he was told to obey every request she makes. Wanting to test the limits of this, Charlotte asks if he can kill a worker for her. The robot Huxley agrees instantly. He walks over and explodes one of the workers' heads. Charlotte is amazed at the sight, after which she apologizes to a worker named Archibald, who is now dead. After a bit longer, Charlotte gets bored, taking her leave from the lab. She stops by Felix's lab, where she notices he's not around. So, to help alleviate her boredom, she decides to look around for something interesting. Charlotte sees Felix has a computer screen open and chooses to take a peek. She decides if he doesn't want to play, she will destroy his research. As the player, we can choose to destroy the research or leave it. I chose to leave it be in my playthrough, but was curious about what would happen, so when I reloaded the save and decided to delete the research, well, the screen turned into a static RGB version of itself and Charlotte appeared in front. She comments on how I reloaded the save data to see the other option, and how I must have it easy to choose like that. She feels a little bit relieved, actually, as now she feels we're more alike than she originally thought. She then chooses not to delete the research to serve as a little reminder of the talk we just had with her. She hadn't made it explicitly obvious until this moment, but right here, she makes it distinctly clear to anyone messing with the options that she is very much aware of the player's presence here. After that little scare, Charlotte heads to the TV room like she said she would. She gets the urge to break something, where once again, we have the option to choose to break the TVs or not. I chose to break the TV, and she goes and breaks them all. This makes her feel better, and she states that Bennett won't have to waste time on endless seasons of mass-produced garbage. Feeling satisfied with her morning, Charlotte heads off to school. As she arrives at school, she spots Henri waiting in the hallway for her, where they greet one another. Henri mentions how the bell will ring soon and they should hurry, but Charlotte doesn't feel like going, so she asks Henri to skip with her. Henri doesn't feel comfortable skipping, mentioning to Charlotte how they might get expelled. Charlotte brushes it off though, saying how it's not a big deal, but Henri mumbles that Charlotte will likely get by, but before she could finish that thought, Charlotte cuts her off with a questioning noise. Henri tells her it's nothing, and Charlotte questions her once again if she's joining or not. With this, Henri decides that she's going to skip too. Charlotte tells her while they're at it, Henri should buy her something to eat, as it's boring to hang out with her. Henri apologizes, agreeing to her demands. With that all settled, they make their way to the canteen, but before they can go inside, they're stopped by Scarlet Eiler, who makes sure Charlotte knows that she's keeping an eye on her. Charlotte only questions her as to why, because she isn't doing anything illegal. Scarlet retorts by asking about the White Society meetings, but Charlotte is quick to answer that she hasn't broken any rules, and neither have the members. She makes it clear to Scarlet that she should know better than to ask about this. They then part ways and finally go to the canteen. There's the usual two machines, one with healthy food and the other with junk food. Charlotte asks Henri to buy her the chips, and she obliges, resulting in them obtaining sour cream chips. Charlotte comments on how she doesn't really like this flavor, to which Henri remarks that it's the only flavor there with a downcast expression. The pair head to the garden together, where upon entering the garden, we can see a lot of body outlines and blood on the floor. Henri makes a point to mention there's been a lot of suicides lately, but Charlotte actually knows about this. She even agrees, saying it's encouraged by the White Society. We reach the end of the garden where we can see a bench with a big tree in the background. As if to add on to the statement Henri made, it's visible to us from the tree hangs multiple people who have, for one reason or another, taken their own lives. While they sit together on the bench, Henri states how this is a famous spot for couples, but Charlotte retorts that she likes coming here alone. After a while, they decide to leave the garden and go to the principal's office. Inside, we see a cardboard cutout of the principal, which Henri questions where the real one is. Charlotte responds by telling her that she doesn't know, but that no one really liked him anyways. The most important thing here, though, is the grade records of some students that we can find and read through. The most notable one being Scarlet Eiler's file, which states that she has a mediocre grade level. Charlotte and Henri laugh about this, as she's supposed to be an honors student, but having a mediocre grade level suggests the opposite. As they leave the office, the two girls from the other day show up. Of course, there were 3 yesterday, but we know what happened to one of them. Girl A and C ask if they're free. Charlotte wonders if they have any suggestions of what to do, to which they come up with the idea of going to Henri's place to study, without checking with her. Henri stutters, but eventually manages to say they can all come. One of the girls comments that she doesn't look too happy about the idea, but Henri waves it off, telling her that she's just imagining it. They head off to Henri's place, where Henri leads them to her room. The group walk in to see a tiny room with a mattress on the ground, and they ask Henri if she's kidding, saying it must be a storage room. They complain about the room not wanting to stay, but Henri says it's all she can offer. Charlotte suggests getting drinks, and the 2 other girls send Henri to go get drinks. Henri leaves, and the girls suggest to Charlotte to explore the house to find a better room. So, feeling bored, Charlotte agrees, and they go to explore. They head to the room at the very top and decide to enter. But before they do, Henri catches them going into the room with a fearful expression on her face, asking what they're doing. The girls mention how they remembered she has a brother, and that they wanted to say hi. Henri tells them to stay away from the room, but they just question her, entering the room anyways. Going inside, they turn the chair. What awaits them is a corpse sitting in the chair. Multiple faces and heads coming out of its body, the main face missing as its insides ooze out. We can see a knife and scissors as well, stabbed into his chest. The sight makes all the girls scream, and for Henri to drop the tray. Henri tells them not to look, but the extra girls demand her to explain herself about the corpse here. Henri tells them it's been here since the start. Her parents had never let her see him, and they acted like nothing was wrong. But one day, Henri had entered the room since she was curious, but she didn't know he was like this. The girls ask if he was alive the last time Henri saw him. Henri stutters, but as she goes to tell them it was self-defense, she is cut off by the girls shouting she did kill him. Henri points out that the corpse isn't human. This causes Henri to run away to the bathroom, and the girls leave disgusted by what they had witnessed. After all this, Charlotte just comments on the situation, saying how they're all just being dramatic, wondering what she should do now. As a player, we're presented with the choice of either staying in the room or finding Henri. Deciding to go check on Henri, we head to the bathroom to go see how she's doing. Charlotte asks if she's okay, to which she retorts by asking if she looks like she is. Charlotte says not really, giving her a tissue. Henri asks what's so funny, making mention of Charlotte's big smile on her face. Charlotte asks if she's smiling, unaware of it. She thinks that the whole situation in general is amusing for her. She feels that Henri's backstory is pretty complex for just an NPC. Henri tells her how she just sits in the room across from him, and even though he just sits there in front of the monitor, her parents fawn over him, while she has to get the good grades and earn the money for the family. Hearing all this, Charlotte just tells her she can't relate, showing absolutely no empathy for the situation at all. This makes Henri apologize for burdening her. Henri goes on to say more about her brother, but stops, instead choosing to bury her head in her knees and sob. Charlotte feels her tears are annoying and thinks on how to make them stop. She decides to pat Henri's head, telling her to stop it. Not in a comforting way, but a bone-chillingly hollow way. When Charlotte sees that didn't do anything, she tells her that she doesn't have to live here anymore. Henri questions her on where she would go, to which Charlotte offers to bring her back to her own floor, stating that they have a storage room she can stay in and the neighbors are dead anyways. Henri apologizes, choosing to tell her that she'll stay here instead. Charlotte decides to leave Henri here because she has started to become bored. Plus, she has a public execution to perform. Henri doesn't respond and Charlotte leaves her with the bag of chips they got earlier. We are once again on the execution hour, and this time we can see a new person with a bag over their face tied to a chair. Charlotte welcomes everyone and introduces us to Boy A, another character who is a complete and total stranger, as Charlotte brings up. Charlotte explains today they'll be having a play called I Won't Do That Anymore. Charlotte begins and the boy apologizes for everything he did years ago, saying he won't do it again. The boy didn't explicitly explain what he did, so Charlotte tells him to specify what he did. He tries to get around it, but Charlotte insists for him to specify, but he can't, because he doesn't know what he did. He mentions how he's just reading a script. Charlotte questions what he says, which causes him to panic. Quickly, he gets back on script, saying he won't do it again. Charlotte tells him to admit that he posted that on his profile page. She says that he used the T word, and everyone has already seen it. They bring up the post from the boy's social media account, which says, I still sleep with my teddy bear, even now. Charlotte asks why he did that, to which he replies by saying he really just likes teddy bears. Charlotte agrees, but says no one else does. She explains that what he said is insulting to all of them, and no one will forget. Charlotte then has him repeatedly apologize and grovel. After a bit of apologizing and begging, the boy asks if that was enough. Charlotte tells him that it was enough for her, but it depends on what the audience wants. Here, we are presented with the choices to behead, cut in half, gut, or let go. Again, though, our choice here doesn't matter. Charlotte tells him he's lucky since everyone chose the quickest death option, and says she will behead him. He can't believe that this is punishment for just having a difference in opinion. Charlotte tells him not to cry, wondering if he really thought everyone would just let him walk away. Charlotte cuts away, making the preparations. After she finishes counting, we see Boy A placed in a guillotine. Charlotte presses the button, and he is beheaded. The program ends, and the scene fades away. Charlotte heads home, and as she's making her way through the hallway home, a figure appears behind her. The masked figure approaches her with a baseball bat, and with a thud, the scene cuts to red. A static plays, and text appears on the screen a bit after. 681 days until the trial. We see someone speaking in red text. They talk of the world being full of parasites, commenting on how once they outwit your immune system, they eat you from the inside, incubate their offspring inside of you, control your mind, and alter your personality. The voice speaks on how they endlessly reproduce until everyone is consumed. We see a girl with a distorted face say the line, "Time to teach our princess some manners." The girl with the distorted face asks someone who they think they are to let their hair grow so long. After that, we see a different girl we haven't seen before. She has a bruised face and long hair. In response to the girl with the distorted face's questions, she doesn't respond. So the bullies instead choose to bring out the scissors and start cutting her hair. This is familiar. The voice tells us they want to do something, anything, but all they do instead is avert their eyes and think that they're thankful it's not them. We see Henri snap the voice out of their thoughts, telling them to stop spacing out. In response to this, we see a boy with black hair and yellow eyes apologize for getting distracted. This boy was the one whose thoughts we were privy to just a moment ago. Henri asks if he took the photos, where after confirming, decides they should get out of there before they're noticed. The boy introduces us to Henrietta Warhol, but she insists on being called Henri. From his thoughts we know her nails are digging into his sleeve due to her nerves. He answers why they are here, explaining they are collecting blackmail on the bullies so they have a chance to frame them later. However, this wasn't the boy's idea. Instead, it was Henri's, as a form of insurance. Apparently, it makes her feel safer. However, the boy comments how she'll never show the footage to the teachers so she can maintain her image. He goes on to say how she makes sure to look perfect and says that it's all fake as he takes another picture. They decide they should escape now, and the one being bullied is left there. The boy only illustrating for us how the bullied girl is squirming and crying for help. As they get away, Henri stops the boy, thinking that they might want to call a teacher for help. However, the boy reminds her that classes have ended a long time ago, and he doubts anyone is here. He takes her hand, saying it's a ritual they do for comfort, going on to say how there are no heroes. He explains how he's been a class ghost since elementary, and Henri has been bullied in middle school. Turns out they had started talking when he found her locked in the boys' changing room. She was crying in the corner, half-dressed. In response, the boy gave her his track pants, but not knowing how to handle the compassion, this led Henri to call him names and write insults about him on the blackboard till the year ended. Eventually, though, they did start to get along, probably around the time she found the boy's drawings. But back to the present, they both are scared, running away as fast as they could without stopping until they arrive at Henri's house. However, the image of the bullied girl can't leave the boy's mind, thinking that if they had messed up, it could have been them instead. 682 days until the trial. We wake up in a small room full of color. We're now controlling the boy, and we find out his name is Charles. He goes to his PC where he sees he has messages from Henri. He talks about the relationship he has with her, that if they were asked, they would both say they were dating, but goes on to say that the relationship isn't very romantic, and the most intimate they had gotten was when she held his hand during a panic attack. This relationship, though, wasn't his idea, but instead Henri's, as she's obsessed with the idea of normalcy, and suggested it to Charles like it was something to cross off a bucket list. Charles went with it and agreed, not really expressing his opinion on it too much. In Henri's messages, we find out Charles's last name as well. It's Eiler. Where have I heard that before? Oh well, probably not important. Moving on, Henri tells him to stop leaving her on red. Charles decides to respond since she's mad, telling her that she does the same. Also, we see that Charles's profile picture is a drawing of Charlotte, and that his username is also Charlotte. Henri tells him not to call her out and to stop using this icon and username. They banter a bit, and Charles asks if she knows how many people would kill to have matching icons with C himself. C, huh? That's also a familiar name. Henri doesn't care though, and says that they're going on a date, but Charles just refuses, saying he's busy. Henri questions him if he's writing his self-insert fanfic again, to which Charles responds the MC isn't technically a self-insert. Henri takes it back, opting to call the MC a gender-bent C. After a bit more discussion, Henri asks again if they're going, to which Charles turns her down once again, saying she just wants free food and he wants to write. They stop messaging and Charles sees the user C is online. He sends a few messages to the account. He talks about reading the work he had made and sends him a link, asking if C would like to discuss some philosophy. The user C responds, apologizing as he's busy outlining a script for the new story installment currently. Charles wishes him luck on the script, saying he's sure it'll be divine. For this, C thanks him, but also adds his own compliments. This is because Charles has been submitting drawings for C's work. Charles tells him it's the least he could do as he finds his writing amazing. They go back and forth complimenting each other for a bit. After a while, a hand grasps Charles's shoulder. As our screen starts to go red, we see a familiar red-haired sprite appear behind him. His stomach turns as Scarlet Eiler appears, asking if he's procrastinating again. I feel my stomach turn. Procrastinating again. Ugh. Scarlet Eiler, my unborn sister. The perfect girl soaked in womb blood. The one whom father told mother to kill. The one whose death caused her mental breakdown. The reason for all my misfortunes. Hey, you received 89 points on your test. Do you know what that means? Of course I do. Scarlet Eiler has been punishing me for my existence ever since I was born. You didn't wash your hands well enough. Scrub them for 10 minutes straight. You failed to get a perfect score on the test. Bang your head on the wall until it bleeds. You didn't follow the schedule. Hurt yourself with a cardboard knife. You didn't clean your room. Feed your pet junk food. You ate too much. Starve yourself for 3 days. I'm trying this hard for you, but you're never trying hard enough. You won't pass a trial like this. Is what she always says, giving me a stern look from behind my back. The trial is all she ever talks about. According to Scarlet Eiler, the day of the trial will be the day I die. I keep her away by drinking pills. I swallow 10 tablets, and Scarlet Eiler disappears. Charles closes his PC, leaving his room to check on his mother. Before he reaches his mother's room, we have the ability to walk around his place a bit. When I try to interact with this door in the middle, we learn that it's his father's room, which he doesn't enter, commenting that his father won't be coming back. He enters his mother's room, approaching the bed to say hello to her. He asks if she slept well, and she replies by saying she always sleeps well. Charles inquires if she'd like to have dinner together tomorrow, and he can make her favorite dish. She apologizes, saying she doesn't feel like getting up, but he tells her it's okay, and instead he can bring it to her, and they can eat together. She agrees, telling him not to be too hard on himself, saying she knows he's doing his best. She goes on to call him a good girl. You're such a good girl. She's looking right at me, but all she sees is Scarlet Eiler, the child that never was. The scene cuts away with static. From this, we met some new characters and got some new information as well. Firstly, we met Charles, where through those brief descriptions he gave, we were able to grasp a bit of his worldview. We can also understand that he doesn't exactly think highly of people in general. He likens them to parasites, and for quite a few of them, he views them as twisted monsters from the way we saw him view the bullies. He knows Henrietta and is even dating her, though more in a superficial sense, rather than a real relationship. He looks up to this person named C, even going as far as to have matching profiles with him, complimenting and reading his work and submitting illustrations. We can also see that in terms of home life, he's alone. His father left at some point, but before he did leave, he had Charles's mother get rid of his sister, Scarlet Eiler. Charles now suffers from her appearing and pressuring him to be the perfect person she was supposed to be, even torturing him for the mistakes he makes. Charles has to take pills to make her disappear, so he doesn't have to deal with that torture. Lastly, his mother had a mental breakdown from losing Scarlet. She stays in bed, sleeping most of the days away. Charles tries to motivate her, but in a sense, it feels as though she's given up. Seeing anyone close to you giving up is a very painful experience. Even though our meeting with Charles was brief, we were able to connect with him and feel for his situation, as he tries his best to help his mother get back on her feet. We also learned that Charlotte is someone created by Charles, a fictional creation, and that Charles himself writes his own stories similar to C, but with more gore and a different style. We also learned that he likes to draw, and has been complimented for his artwork as well. This is a lot of information, but I think some of the pieces are starting to fall into place for the world of Hello Charlotte here. But to keep going with our story, we cut back to Charlotte, looking at her arm to see needle marks. A voice asks if she's awake. And we see we're back in the same hallway where Charlotte had been snuck up on, and the version of C, calling himself Charles, is here too. To help with confusion and to lessen my word count, we're going to be calling this Charles C for now. Charlotte realizes that someone had linked with her when she had been drugged, as the symptoms she's having are from drug overdose. Charlotte tells C that she can barely move, questioning if he did it, but he denies it. C helps her to her home, and then they part ways. As she gets back, Aiden is there to greet her. Charlotte asks him to carry her to bed, to which he agrees, and she thinks thank God they brainwashed him. As she gets into bed, Aiden tells her the other house tenants made her a hot drink. Charlotte asks him to bring it to her, to which he obliges. They say goodnight, and Charlotte drinks the tea. After she finishes it, her vision blurs. Charlotte starts coughing uncontrollably and violently, her insides in pain. The screen starts to fade to a light green color before we see the text. Chapter 2, End. All together, friends forever. We're once again back in a dream. Well, more of a memory, if anything. C asks Charlotte if she thinks free will exists. She ponders over what kind of question that is, and if he just wants her opinion, he should just get to the point. He agrees, beginning to explain. He talks about how the world is full of parasites in almost the exact same manner as Charles did from when he was introduced just a second ago. He asks what she would say if he said everyone in the house hosted a parasite in their heads. Charlotte just responds by asking what he's getting at. He tells her that the goal of a parasite is reproduction, that the ones inside people are no different, but the people in the house are only the intermediate hosts. The final goal of these parasites is to infect the people from the outside, the audience. For that purpose, it makes a story using all the inhabitants. The reason stories are created over and over is to make one that will have a lasting impression, eventually birthing a whole franchise. The only point to keep making stories is to leave an impression so that other people make their own works. Day questions what Charlotte would do if he had told her that's what their existences are. Before we can see the answer she gave, Charlotte wakes up. She sees the marks on her hand are gone. She realizes it's a new body. She knew that he had been poisoned, but she wanted to recover as fast as possible, and dying was their solution for that. She heads to the bathroom to wash her face. Inside the bathroom, we see Bennett covered in vomit slouched over. Charlotte teasingly asks if he's dead, to which he tells her to go away. Charlotte realizes he's going through soap withdrawal syndrome. He tries to reiterate to her to go away, but cuts himself off with a cough. Charlotte, taking the opportunity, calls him disgusting, recalling he was only supposed to be a comic relief character. She wonders where that went, but she answers her own question immediately, citing the regular soap intakes being the cause of that. As she continues taunting him, he gives her one last warning. He tells him he can't kill her anyways, but he responds saying he can torture her and tear her limbs off. Charlotte laughs at the idea mockingly, saying how she's so scared. She asks again if those are the jobs Huxley has him do, commenting on how he failed to make him a mindless killing machine. This sets Bennett off, and immediately he's in front of her, slamming her head into a wall. As Charlotte slides down the bathroom wall, she leaves behind a trail of blood with her. He just continues to laugh, even when injured, saying he has no self-control when he's sober. Bennett comments how this shouldn't be enough to kill her. But to this, she just keeps on laughing, mocking how he's softer than he acts. Before Bennett could say more, she blacks out. Charlotte awakes in the bathroom, still injured and covered in blood. She finds herself disgusting. She noticed someone else in the bathroom with her. It's C. Apparently he's here to look after Charlotte, but he won't treat her wounds as he says she's dirty and he's squeamish. He goes on to ask how much longer she will keep provoking those living here before one of them actually kills her. She responds by saying she probably will do it forever. He lectures her that she's spending too many vessels and that it might shorten her lifespan. But before he can even finish, Charlotte takes her own life with a toothbrush, causing C to sigh. A few seconds later, a Charlotte with a new body walks in, as good as new, and then leaves C there. I've avoided bringing this up till now, but I think it's a good place to mention it. It's evidently clear that episode 3 is trying its best to show us the deaths happening. In every other game, death was treated as a very big deal. Of course, Charlotte would die whenever we'd make a mistake, but we were always shown those moments in a way that worked as a reset. But in this game, it has been decided to show just how the whole vessel system works, showing off how the resets aren't exactly just that. This was mentioned at the end of episode 2, but is shown in full force here with Charlotte abusing the system. Even with all these deaths happening, however, the audience is never taken away from the impact they have. They're all portrayed to be cruel and merciless. Each death, even those of the random NPCs to whom we have no relationship with, impacts us in a way that the creator has decided to illustrate. Anyways, getting back to the game, Charlotte goes to Aiden's room, this time not bothering to knock. We see Aiden is making another doll, and Charlotte questions if he ever gets bored of doing that. He doesn't reply, however, he's once again in his alternate form. She tries to get him to talk, asking when he will switch back, as he's no fun at all when he's like this. She sits on the table next to him, watching him work. She tries to recall when she met Aiden. She can't really remember though. It just feels like the memory of it was placed in her brain, just like with the others. The place memory she recalled goes the same as what we saw in episode 2, where they captured him and brainwashed him. Apparently it was Charlotte's idea, but when she tries to reminisce on this, she realized she never really got along with anyone in the house, so there's no way they would have gotten along with her idea. Her oldest memory, instead, is locking herself in the lab for 3 days, since the workers had found out she couldn't die and wanted to experiment on her, to which the idea of it terrified her. But Aiden had talked them out of it since he was brainwashed to have common sense. But over time, he spiraled further into insanity. And nowadays, he takes her former bodies and turns them into dolls, becoming the same as everyone else. Aiden wakes her from her thoughts, now back in his butler form. Seeing the normal Aiden back, she gets excited, giving him a big hug. Aiden tells her she'll be late for school if she spends any more time, but she doesn't care about that, and asks him to play with her. He tells her now isn't the right time for games, but Charlotte is insistent though, trying to get him to agree, saying they can do his favorite things. But with a silence and then a growl, he turns back to the form he had been in just a few moments ago. Charlotte, annoyed by this, tells him goodbye and leaves. Walking into the kitchen, we can see there's a party going on, and asks what they're celebrating. Immediately, we can see Florence is sweating at the question. Bennett is about to answer by saying they're celebrating her death, but before he could say it aloud, Felix and Florence cover his mouth, stopping him. Florence quickly inserts herself to answer, saying it's a surprise party. Charlotte responds by saying she loves surprises. Then she asks Florence to pour her a drink. Charlotte comments on how they even went as far as to frame her photo with black ribbons, but reminds them that her favorite color is white. Felix tells someone to hide it quickly, but Charlotte tells them to keep it. She leaves, telling them to keep partying. Felix whispers to Bennett, asking him why Charlotte was alive since he said she was dead for real. He just responds by saying he might have just wanted to party. Felix questions why he even chose to believe Bennett in the first place. As Charlotte, we can try interacting with Bennett, where she tries to apologize for her words, but Bennett doesn't remember anything as he's back on his regular soap intake. Charlotte heads to the basement and into Dr. Huxley's lab, seeing that the place is empty. Taking the opportunity, she takes a metal bat lying on the ground and enters the secret passage in the corner of the lab. She goes down, seeing something she describes as something she shouldn't have seen. There's a faint green light illuminating everything. When she reaches the bottom, she sees a bunch of tanks with clones of Felix floating in them. After seeing this, the doctor emerges from the shadows. Charlotte asks what this is, but Huxley tries to remind her that this area is off limits. Not satisfied with his attempt to send her away, she tells him that he left the door open. She makes a point to remind him that killing her won't matter, as she'll just get a new body, so she'll repeatedly come back until he answers. Huxley caves and starts explaining. He explains how he's a genius, but he's getting old, and his dementia's getting worse. But it's not something he can fix. He tells Charlotte that, as he found out his state was deteriorating, he decided he needed to make sure he had a replacement. With the idea in mind, that's how Felix Honecker came to be. He even named Felix after a character in his favorite novel. Charlotte questions the doctor if Felix knows about this, but with a pretty expected response, it turns out he doesn't know this. Instead, he thinks his parents are away on a different planet working on a project. The doctor comments on how Felix is very motivated because he wants to be like Huxley, and that was just like he designed it to be. Charlotte tells the doctor that she's going to tell Felix, but the doctor exclaims to her that he'll have an existential crisis and stop working properly. This would mean they'd have to replace him. He comments that they only have a 2-year lifespan anyways, but that their research shows that the female version might last longer, stating it'll only be a matter of time before Felix Honecker becomes Felicia Honecker. Charlotte questions what she should do, and here as a player you can choose to crush all the tanks or leave them be. But no matter what the player chooses, Charlotte decides her goal is to destroy the tanks no matter what. Taking her metal bat, she begins destroying the tanks one by one. Each time one of the Honeckers falls out, she crushes their heads promptly. As she's doing this, Huxley is pleading for her to stop, but ignoring him, she keeps going. Once all the clones are wrapped up, she tells him that she wishes she could see his face right now. He yells at her, telling her it took years to incubate all of those, and it'll mean nothing if the current Honecker dies. Hearing his anger, Charlotte tells the doctor that he has no choice now but to value Felix, and goes on her way to school. Charlotte reaches the school and spots C. As she calls out to him, Scarlet Eiler steps out while C scurries away. Scarlet asks if Charlotte plans on skipping class again, but when Charlotte denies it, she just calls her a liar. What Scarlet is really curious about, though, is if she has any information on Henri's whereabouts, as she hasn't attended school in a while. Charlotte tells her that she has no idea, and when Scarlet brings up that she's Charlotte's friend, she denies it, saying that actually Henri is a stalker. Charlotte leaves Scarlet behind and searches the school for C. She finds him in the library having a panic attack. He tells her to give him a moment, and she waits there, patting his head. When he finally recovered, Charlotte tells him something she noticed. She points out how C is afraid of Scarlet Eiler. He tries to deny it, but Charlotte points out that he's never around when she is. She wondered why, but C won't give her anything. She decides that she will find out why herself. Since she has time before the execution hour, she'll go find out about Link-related events in the school. She separates from C, who says he'll head to the infirmary to rest up a bit, and heads to the roof to find someone selling Link. The guy gives her a dose for free since he's a big fan of her work. She asks if anyone has bought from him lately. He brings up that he can't tell her due to privacy policy, but not taking no for an answer, Charlotte injects the boy with a syringe. She tells him that now he has the white flu, and that in a few weeks, he'll be completely obedient. She leaves the rooftop, going to the infirmary to find C. She sees him lying down on a bed, asleep. As she approaches, the player is presented with 2 choices, either using Link on C or shaking him awake. Curious to see what's in his mind, I chose to use Link on C. When Charlotte goes to Link on him, however, he grabs her arm, stopping her. He tells her there's better ways to wake someone up. C asks if she wants to join him, as it'll help her recover, but she calls it unnecessary. He brings up the socializing system and the puzzles, to which Charlotte completed the former and obliterated the latter from existence. To this, C can only call the current story a disaster. After a bit more banter, Charlotte keeps C company as they lie down together. Charlotte asks what's been bothering him, noticing something is up. He explains that there's an imposter in the house that is pretending to be him. He goes on to tell how he's a bystander, where he can interfere a bit, but not a lot, in the borrowed vessels. However, the other entity is only pretending to be a bystander like him. In reality, it can shapeshift and manipulate the stories in a way it likes. He wonders what it could be plotting, but Charlotte asks why even worry, further asking if it matters if the world gets wrecked. C knows she wants to see the house fall, but his image is on the line. C asks if she shouldn't be heading home, but she doesn't really want to go home. She explains how the tenants there hate her. They try to deny it, but she knows that Felix is afraid of her. The others pretend she doesn't exist, and only Aiden is there for her, but he's brainwashed into doing so. C questions her, asking about them being the friendly units. Charlotte can only complain more, stating that nothing about them is friendly, as 56 of the deaths she's had here were due to them, with only 23 being an accident. C asks if she doesn't feel like she brought it on herself, but she responds by saying if she doesn't mess with them, they'll just ignore her completely. Something that would feel far more lonely for her than just having them hate her. Charlotte grabs her bag, deciding it's time to leave, and realizes that she has to get ready for the execution hour. As we cut to the show, this time we see a character we know all too well tied up in the position of the special guest. Next to Charlotte, who greets everyone, we can see Henri is there, tied up. Charlotte tells everyone how this episode is special, since their guest is Henri. She goes on to elaborate how Henri is a very bad person that no one likes. Reading some fan letters, they all say how they can't relate to her and how she should go. Charlotte tells her she has no choice as Henri cries for help. Charlotte brings up the voting for the punishment. I select the option to show backstory, knowing by now that my choice has never worked. But as Charlotte is about to reveal what everyone voted for, someone enters the room. She tries telling her that the area is off limits, but is cut off as the red-haired girl stabs her through the chest. Charlotte Eiler has entered the room and is stopping Charlotte, giving Henri enough time to escape. Scarlett ends the show and static cuts us out from the scene, text appearing once again, and from reading it, we know where we are. It says, 646 days until the trial. That's right, we're back with Charles. He starts by heading to his PC and messages Henri that he bought the tickets for the new thriller. They banter for a bit and plan out where to meet up for the movie. They meet up, and after a bit, we see that they just finished the movie. They decide to head to a popular couples cafe. Charles, knowing she only wants to go so she can brag to her friends later, but agrees anyways. We see the distorted face of the waitress taking their orders, to which they order the special they have for couples. They fool around for a bit, having a good time, and Charles thinks that even though their relationship is fake, he enjoys her company, even if he knows the relationship will shatter once high school ends. Charles arrives home, choosing to head over to his PC. When he goes to take his pills, he realizes that there are none left, and with that, Scarlett Eiler once again appears behind him. She asks him if he's writing his fanfic again, calling it worthless. Charles denies, saying it's not either one of those, but Scarlett is quick to point out things she finds wrong with it, and how he doesn't even know where to take the plot. They continue to argue about it. At some point, he calls her annoying for being a tulpa. To quickly explain what a tulpa is, it's essentially a materialized being or thought that takes human form. It's used a few more times in the future, so I think explaining it here should hopefully help whenever the word is brought up again. Charles tells her that even C complimented his work, but Scarlett rebuts, saying he's just being polite. She goes on to point out that he's losing focus and that if he keeps doing things like this, he'll never pass the entrance exam. He questions if he's giving up, bringing up his dream to become a doctor to help his mother. Charles defeatedly tells her that he still wants to do that, to which she then orders him to clean and then starts studying. Just as he's about to do what she says, he sees a message from C. Charles comments that C has been acting weird lately, asking Scarlett to give him 5 minutes so he can message him. She reluctantly agrees, reminding him she's counting. The message from C reads as follows: "I'll be leaving to the Heavenly Kingdom soon." Immediately, this causes Charles's blood to run cold. He responds, asking if C is sure, who says that he is. Charles messaged him back that he can't find the words to say, but C responds by apologizing for burdening him like this. He questions him if he's scared, offering to be there for him. Scarlett makes sure to remind him that he has 2 minutes left. They agree to meet together to say goodnight to each other. Before Charles could type more, Scarlett closes his PC. He tries to complain, pleading to her that this is something important. At that moment, he realizes that C is going to die. Scarlett, not caring about that, reminds him he lives on the 3rd floor, and if he fell, she wonders just how long it would take for him to recover. Charles tries to argue back, but eventually, not wanting to deal with his arguments any longer, Scarlett grabs him by the collar, bringing him to the window where she dangles him outside of it. She tells him to apologize and from now on to listen to what she says or she'll drop him. She begins counting to 10. As she counts, his mind races, thinking that he knows if he falls, he won't be able to meet C. As the count quickly approaches, he decides to follow along so that he's able to meet with C. As Scarlett continues counting, Charles apologizes. She tells him to go and do what he's been told, and that she won't let him be a good-for-nothing, saying that he will pass the trial. As she keeps speaking, her words jumble into random letters with no meaning. He goes on to do what he was told, but wasn't able to study due to everything that happened. After a little while, Charles decides to go check up on his mother, arriving at her bedside. He asks if she would like to go for a walk, since the weather is nice, but she apologizes, refusing, saying that she doesn't feel like getting up. He tells her it's okay, asking how she's feeling. She tells him she's afraid of getting up, or doing anything in general. Charles asks if there's a reason, but she just tells him there isn't. She just starts panicking, and then feels a wave of exhaustion. Charles checks with her about the pills, wondering if they should help with that, but she reminds him that they ran out of pills. She tells him she signed up for an appointment to get more, but it will be about a month to wait before then. Both of them wish they didn't have to wait. Charles tells her it'll be okay, since he'll work hard to become a doctor, then she won't have to worry. She tells him not to push himself too hard, once again reminding him to be a good girl. Again, only seeing Scarlett Eiler instead of Charles. With a cut of static, we return to our world with Charlotte. She wakes up, but can't move her limbs. We see her lying down, covered in blood, with broken legs, crying out how it hurts. Scarlett elaborates that of course it does, as she stabbed her, after which throwing her out the window. Charlotte questions her on why she's doing this. Scarlett elucidates to her that it might be because she's sick of the pain Charlotte gave to others, wanting to be the one to punish her. Scarlett tells her if she hurts Henri again, she'll be sure to do more than what she did today. Charlotte relents, but questions her on why she's showing her all these memories. Scarlett tells her the show isn't for her, but instead she turns her gaze upon us, the player. She makes it clear to us she knows about our presence in this world, reminding us that Charlotte has been terrorizing this floor for a long time. Charlotte interrupts her, telling her she doesn't know anything about us, and asks us who she's even protecting, wondering if it's the NPCs. Scarlet decides to kill Charlotte so she can go into a new body. But before we go with Charlotte to a new body, Scarlet decides to finish her talk with us, now in private. She elaborates to us that she has vivid memories of the true realm. She's been the one using Link on Charlotte so she can show us the truth behind this world, saying that's what we're here to see anyways. She has us wait a little longer so that we'll know everything. Before we leave her, she decides to take Charlotte's eye to keep. Charlotte wakes up in the infirmary room with C next to her. He explains to her that he found her lying unconscious in the garden, so he brought her here, asking what happened. Charlotte explains and comments how Scarlet is obsessed with murdering her like everyone else. C can only call the whole thing strange. In response to this, she questions why it's strange, as she's the same Tulpa that tormented him. With that, if it wasn't clear to this point, the boy with black hair and yellow eyes, and this body of C with yellow eyes, are both the same Charles. Going forward, I'll be referring to them both as Charles for now, but know that when we're talking about Charlotte for the moment, it'll be the Charles with the white hair in C's body. And when we're in the true realm, the one with the upcoming trial, it'll be the Charles with black hair. Going back to the game, Charles questions how Charlotte even knows that, and she explains that Scarlet linked with her and that he should assume she knows his past, and he should answer her questions. Charles explains how this world Scarlet is based on his imaginary construct of her, the sister he wanted, not the reflection of himself he wanted to erase. For this reason, she isn't supposed to be hostile, which makes him unsure what's causing her to be. Charlotte questions how that's even possible, considering all the awful memories he had with her. She gives up trying to figure out, and states she'll just use Mother's power to deal with it. Charles is quick to remind her not to do that, as when she does, it'll lead to the end of the story. Hearing him out, Charlotte gives up on the idea, and feeling tired, she decides to head home to rest, opting to sleep instead. She reaches home and calls out for anyone in the house. No one responds, so she heads to bed, turning in for the night. As the scene becomes black, we hear Charlotte talk about her educational program at school. My educational program at school began. On Monday, I got laughed at in class. On Tuesday, my bag got stolen. On Wednesday, I got dunked into a toilet. On Thursday, I got assaulted in the changing room. On Friday, I was made to eat dirt. On Saturday, I decided, I will not give in. I will not become a victim. I will not get soaked in ugly colors. I will not become tainted. No matter what it takes, I will stay pure white. She wakes up, her vision still blurry, and her eyes not opening all the way. As her vision unblurs, we see Bennett and Florence standing above her. She can't move in the slightest. They're talking to each other. One of them worries about waking up Charlotte, but the other doesn't think she'll wake up with how many sedatives they used. Charlotte, gauging the situation, decides to stay quiet, looking for an opportunity. We hear Felix talk. He doesn't feel too good about this, and he hopes that his uncle's theory is right. Florence tells him that if memory cubes can be extracted, that they must be able to do the same with soul cubes, too. Felix worries a bit more, but Bennett calms him down, telling him this isn't the first time they did something like this. Felix relents, but needs a drink. Bennett recommends soap, so they all leave to get something to help with their nerves, believing the sedative should keep Charlotte down for quite some time. Finding it weird they left her alone, she takes the opportunity to carefully escape. She struggles to move, but eventually finds an air vent to escape through. As she crawls through the vents, she hears the three voices again, realizing she's gone. They scramble to look for her and decide to run poison gas in the vents just in case. Hearing this, she quickly escapes the vents, finding a pile of her old bodies. Figuring it's best to hide instead of run, she hides herself in the pile of dead Charlottes. Bennett and Florence show up, seeing the pile of corpses, but decide not to look through it, as Huxley would probably get mad at them if they did. Bennett and Florence leave, while Charlotte waits a little longer before running. She makes a break for the elevators, reaching it without any inconveniences. She has the elevator take her to 2F to escape. As the elevator transports her, it stops abruptly. Scarlet Eiler walks in, hitting Charlotte's head with a baseball bat. As static cuts us out of the scene, we see familiar words pop up on the screen once again. 625 days until the trial. As the scene fades in, we see Charles standing next to someone on the edge of a rooftop. It's 10:30 a.m. and a sunny day outside. Charles greets C with a small wave, letting out a relieved sigh. Charles can see his face. It's not distorted like the others he's met. He flinches at the greeting, but when he realizes it's Charles, the tension he had relieves. Charles asks if he's alright, but immediately regrets asking, realizing the situation they're in. He tells him he is. He just thought he was being pranked. After saying that, though, he thanks Charles for coming, as he felt he probably wouldn't have been able to go through with this alone. Charles observes C, noting he's shorter than him, even though he was under the assumption this whole time that C was the taller one. He notes that the flight of stairs has also left C breathless. He asks Charles if he's disappointed that he looks like this. Charles retorts, telling him that the only difference between him and the icon he uses is that the real C has deep eye bags, and that he's shorter than he thought. He continues that the one who should be disappointed is C, commenting on how Charlotte turned out to be Charles. But C responds by telling him that he doesn't think bodies or names are that important. All that matters is that he's the one standing in front of him. He speaks honestly, saying he's relieved, as they're more alike than he had thought. Charles goes with it, but thinks to himself it's too bad he doesn't know Scarlet. Charles asks if he can know C's real name, who agrees to tell him that it's Vincent. Familiar name, right? They tell each other it's nice to meet. Charles speaks, saying he's glad he got to meet him before but then Charles cuts himself off. It leads to an awkward pause, and Charles waits for any explanation, but nothing comes, just silence. Charles forces himself to break the silence, asking Vincent about how he came up with the whole universe birth theory. Vincent takes a second, but explains. He states that he concluded that their souls are the source of material for universes, just confined in their bodies. So when a person dies, their soul data is released and creates a universe, like a Big Bang. The state of the universe made depends on the person's mind state. It can be a nice place or a terrible place, it all depends on the person. Charles questions for clarification if the world made is a world that consists entirely of yourself. Vincent agrees with the way he put it. Charles points out that with that theory, then the world they live in now could just be another one of those worlds, to which Vincent agrees with that too, saying everything they do could just be something scripted in advance. To this thought, Charles can only lament to himself that the cruel gods above would be definitely laughing at them both. Vincent asks what Charles would do if he became a god. Charles's thoughts are that he'd cleanse this disease-stricken world of contamination. However, out loud, he chooses to answer Vincent by saying he's not cut out for that. He elaborates how gods are creators, and that when he tried to write his own piece, he just ended up taking Vincent's story but twisting it around to something he liked. He adds on to say that he isn't original in the slightest, and his writing has too many plot holes and pandering, finishing his thought by saying he keeps falling into cliches. Vincent decides to argue with him on that, saying that he doesn't think that originality of an idea matters as much as the execution. He states that the feeling of creating a sincere story feels much better. He also believes that everyone improves with time, which Charles retorts by saying says C himself, the web celebrity. Vincent laughs for a bit at that until his laughter trails off. Right. Well then. Vincent looks down. He's barely holding up. I take off my glove and reach out. It's the only way of comfort I know. In the corner of my eye, I see him blinking vigorously. Oh. I want to take him far away from this awful place. Somewhere, anywhere, but stop myself. It's not my decision to make. I don't know what he went through, or what his living circumstances are like. Scarlet Eiler was right. I know nothing about Vincent. All I've ever seen was his blinding icon on the screen. I don't know him at all. Vincent smiles at me. I know what death feels like. White is truly a cruel color. Well, see you in the heavenly kingdom? See you. Hey Vince, you don't have to do this. I become a god of some unknown place when you're the god of my world already. Don't you know that space is empty? Don't you know that nothing exists beyond this world? Then, it occurs to me that maybe he doesn't believe in anything. That maybe he made up that story just to convince himself it's going to be okay. That maybe all he wanted was to. Vincent lets go of my hand. Too late. I lose my balance and lean forward a little. Fear overwhelms me. I feel weak in my knees and stagger back, falling on the concrete floor, panting heavily. In the end, I let go of his hand. I couldn't follow him anywhere. I live for Mother. That's how it should always be. I can't leave this world before she does. That's what I decided for myself a long time ago. Scarlet Eiler's sighing behind my back. She's muttering something along the lines of, "Good riddance, get back here, and you idiot." Can I take the pills? Vincent fell. I called the ambulance and ran away. All ended well. There was nothing to be sad about. His last thoughts on what happened being all ended well, there's nothing to be sad about. Charles tells a story about a quiet god who lived in a land far away. He never spoke and lived away from others. Instead, it was his creations that would talk. Some said he must be sad, others said he must be suffering, and a lot of people claimed he must be lonely. But in actuality, the quiet god was happy. He was comfortable in that silence. He could wander the space abyss, and he could ponder things as much as he liked. He thought of how all the others could be fine with all that noise, or how they could use languages not to connect but instead to hurt one another. He also thought of how they could feel so alone when they're surrounded by so many. When the quiet god was tired, the darkness took him, holding him in its embrace. His followers cried, saying how cruel, how unforgiving he is, as the quiet god slept. We're back in Charles's room with both Charles and Scarlett here. He asks her to leave him alone already, but Scarlett argues back to him that she won't because of what happened. He's struggling to breathe, desperately clawing for air to stay afloat. All he can do is see Vincent's body, his death. He's gone. Gone. Scarlett calls him a worthless child, commenting on how meeting Vincent was a bad influence on him. She should have protected Charles from him. Charles cuts in, saying the only person he needs protection from is actually Scarlett, calling her a monster. He asks her why she won't disappear. She grabs his face and has him listen. She tells him she won't leave since she's the only one who can save him. Without her, Charles won't amount to anything. She continues telling him to do what she says and he'll be fine. She orders him to forget about Vincent, but instead to think of the person who has always been there for him, asking him if he knows who she's talking about. Charles covers his ears and holds back a scream. 531 days until the trial. This time it's Charles and Henri together in his room. Henri's using her phone, browsing through social media, same as usual. She shows him something, and they laugh about it, but now it's more strained and hollow than usual. They stay in silence for a bit, until Henri breaks the silence. She brings up that it might not be a good idea to tell him this, but continues on anyways, since it's something she hasn't told him yet. She tells him that her family will be moving away to another town next month. She had tried to talk her parents out of it, but they didn't listen. Charles asks if it'll be far away. It turns out it's 6 hours away by bus. Charles thinks to himself that now Henri is leaving too, meaning the end of their pretend relationship. Henri interrupts his thoughts, though, telling him that she wishes she could go far away from here, away from the groups, her family, the socializing. She says she's tired. Charles gets lost in his thoughts. Tired. It's all you ever say. How the world's unfair. How everyone's unfair. It's not my fault. Boo-hoo. I'm sick and tired of your complaining. I've never met your shut-in brother to begin with. He could be a corpse for all I know. As Charles is getting lost in his thoughts, Henri once again interrupts, calling his name to snap him out of it. Charles suggests that they run away together. They talk it over a bit, and Henri says that she can book a hotel. They decide to set off together the next day. They reach the hotel room where the two of them have a talk together. Wow, this bed is so comfy. Hey, don't jump on it too much. I know. So, where will we go from here? Oh, I took care of that. Just a moment. I bring out a pack of pills and hand it to Henri. Here. There's enough for 2. What is... You... Henri throws the pack into my face. You idiot! She's in front of me in a second, hitting me relentlessly with her small fists, making me take a step backward with every hit. Wait, what? Miss Warhol? She doesn't back down, landing a punch after another. We tumble down to the floor. Ow. So this is what you meant by running away? Suicide, really? God, you're just like everyone else. Leaving me. What are you talking about? Aren't you the one who what? It's not like we'll cease all contact after I move. God, I really do hate you. Her tears fall down freely, staining my sweater. All you ever do lately is talk about gods and trials and afterlife and all that bullshit. All you ever talk about is him. What happened to living for your mother? Were you lying that time? Henri, Shut up and listen, Eiler. I accept you for who you are. All of you. Your mother may be broken beyond repair, but she loves you too. We both need you. Yet you're throwing your life away like that? What do you know? I didn't plan to live longer than Mother will to begin with, I don't say. All Mother cares about is Scarlet. It's her who should have been born instead of me. Henri slaps my face. Don't say things like that. Not when you haven't even finished your story. I look forward to it every week, you know. Ah, the puzzle pieces start to fall into place. Henri coloring her hair to match mine. The constant messaging. The fake relationship. Henri is a liar. Henri is here. Henri cares. It's getting harder to breathe. Henri's crying. My eyes are dry. Listen. Repeat after me. It's not my fault. Why would I lie to myself? Just do it, goddammit. It's not my fault. Satisfied? It's not my fault. 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 Henri kisses me. I feel like vomiting. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. We keep repeating it like a mantra over and over. Surprisingly, I feel myself calm down a little. Then a thought occurs to me. Maybe this is how Henri calms herself down all the time. It's just that she would never tell anyone. We lie on the floor for a long time. I briefly wonder if it's properly vacuumed. I want to talk to him again. I know. He never finished Ether Almanac, you know? The main character was reborn multiple times trying to save the White Queen, but something always went wrong. So he had to let her go. Will I ever be able to let go? I don't know. Decide that for yourself. Ah! Alright, I'm dumping you. Oh. If you want to die this much, go on and do it. Henri doesn't care. Just make sure I never learn about it. You're contradicting yourself, Miss Warhol. Jeez. When I'm dating someone for real, I want it to be a cute girl. Like Charlotte. Ah, shut it. But she's the cutest. Yeah. When I meet her, I'm calling her out on being as delusional as you are. Henri's such a bully. I hug her tightly. It may as well be the last hug we share. Thank you. I mean it. I'm sorry I couldn't accept your feelings. They packed their things, heading home the next morning. After a month, Henri's family moved away like they planned, leaving Charles all alone. They communicated for a year and a half longer, but eventually they stopped talking altogether. He goes on to think to himself again. All ended well. There's nothing to be said about. Charles tells another story, this time about a skin princess in a land far away. The princess would change her skin every day to appear in the best light to everyone she met. Every night, though, she would rip off her skin and cry from the pain, whispering it's not my fault over and over again. But what she didn't know is that the people in the kingdom were blind to begin with. Charles goes to check on his mother. He speaks to her, telling her it's morning already, but she doesn't respond. He goes to ask something, but turning her over, he sees two things. The first is that her face is distorted just like the others became in Charles's life. And the second is that she's no longer with him. Charles's mother had passed away. Charles, in disbelief, takes a few steps back and looks again. No way. Not you too, he says, before he takes another look. Finally, unable to handle it anymore, he throws up, with the scene fading away. He thinks to himself that it'd be easier if his mom was a workaholic who was never home. It'd be easier if they hated each other. It'd be easier if he didn't remember the days when she was still full of energy. He questions who would want to admit their parent had given up on life, slowly rotting in their bedroom. Who would want to admit as thinking of their only parent as a parasitic existence. After that day, nothing was the same for Charles. In class, when he would look at the teacher or other students, he would see their faces distorted and twisted beyond recognition. This would cause him to run to the bathroom to throw up. After that, he realized he could never touch another human again. The only face that remained unchanged for him was Vincent's, calling his appearance white, clean, and sterile. His thoughts churn to the belief that he wants to ascend and become white like Vincent. He asks himself what he can do to wash this filth off, and he comes to realize that Vincent knew it all along, calling the solution simple. 0 days until the trial. Would an entire ocean really be enough to wash all the ink off of me, I wonder? In the end, I couldn't replace Scarlet. Couldn't help the bullied one. Couldn't choose Henri. Couldn't bring Mother back. In the end, I achieved nothing and didn't amount to anything. I failed the trial. If there is an afterlife, I don't want to be the protagonist. Someone like Charlotte would be more fitting for the spotlight. In the end, my story wasn't about overcoming hardships. It was a story of giving up. I hear Scarlet Eiler growl behind my back. You're giving up on your life. Seriously. Stop being childish and return home. I cover my ears. Stop pitying yourself. You're not trying hard enough. Shut up, you monster. You're not even my sister. All you are is but an ugly reflection of my own self. A cancerous tumor on my mind. Hey, listen to me. Turn back this very moment. Her voice is so loud. But the deeper I sink, the quieter it gets. So I sank, and choked, and gasped for air, and felt my lungs explode. There was nothing to be sad about. All ended well, didn't it? Now, a quick break from the game. This section I'll talk about here is actually a bit of additional content from the next game, however I feel it is best fitting here, so I decided to put it here. We're going to be going over Henri's diary. This is the diary of the Henri from the True Realm, the one that befriended Charles, dated him, and eventually moved away. Her diary starts with her describing herself as a doll her mother brought home, out of a whim, and not because she desired it. She describes herself as not particularly beautiful, but her mother was okay with that. Apparently her job for being part of the family was to keep it together, like glue. But it turned out her father didn't really want her. So they pretended to be a happy, model family, until eventually Henri's being there couldn't hold it together anymore. When it reached a breaking point, their family started to collapse. She used to enjoy the attention she got from her parents, but that all changed when she got a brother. Her next entry describes how she never felt like she was treated as a human, rather an object. She describes how for her family, she was a piece of furniture they kept around, even though they had a replacement. How for her classmates, she was a wind-up doll they could push around. She was bullied a lot, eventually believing she didn't matter. Entry 3. She hit puberty and grew up faster than the other girls her age, which only made her further feel like an object. She started to get more attention because of it, but since she was already starved for attention all her life, she began wanting to be desired. She viewed herself as a gift that needs pretty wrapping, so she started paying more attention to her hygiene and clothes. She made sure she looked perfect for others, but thought of herself as fake. However, she no longer felt unwanted. Entry 4. She writes about her first kiss and how it was with a girl she didn't like, but she did like the feeling of it, deciding to look for more. In Entry 5, she talks more about how she would make herself look perfect and tried her best to avoid the feeling this false perfection caused her. Entry 6. She writes about Charles Eiler, how he wasn't particularly attractive, how it felt like something wasn't right about him. She thought maybe it was due to the tendencies he had of scratching his skin, alongside opening his flip phone without Wi-Fi constantly in short intervals, which she knew was a foolproof tactic to ease anxiety. She found them to be similar, viewing it as there was something inside him also eating him from the inside. Entry 7. She details sitting in a classroom with Charles as she used her phone while he was finishing his next day's homework. Henri questions him about if his answer is yes or no. Looking away, he told her that he couldn't hear her too well with all the noise. Henri picks up on that, noting that while he said that, his voice echoed in the empty classroom. Getting annoyed, she prods again if he'd date her. Even though he showed visible discomfort, he agreed. Confused at his response, Henri sprints out of the classroom. Entry 8. She talks about how her brother, Henry, used to be a very good student. But by middle school, he had lost all his motivation, and then at some point stopped leaving his room altogether. Her father would keep telling her to spend more time with her brother, so even though she didn't want to, she obliged and would sometimes be on her phone in his room as he played games. Sometimes he'd get tired of playing, choosing to lie down next to her. He would use his phone, telling her about the characters he liked in games while cuddling up to her. She would ask how much he'd spend on figures, but he would lie. When she finally got a real answer out of him, it would make her feel tired. As he would cuddle up closer, Henri would annoyedly tell him to go ask their mother to do that for him, but he would only respond by saying they don't care about him. That they would only buy him stuff, but Henri exclaims to him that they do and thinks that unlike him, she never got that. She prods as to why he doesn't leave his room. He answers by stating it's pointless, that everything is, but he doesn't want to die, so he'll stay here. She just ends the entry by thinking of him as pathetic. Entry 9. She advises Charles that he needs to see a doctor, as she holds his hand. After a delay, he wonders what they would even help him with, other than stuff him with pills. She wants him to stop pretending he's okay, that if he won't tell her what's wrong, he should at least look for help. But he retorts that if he tries to say anything, she'll just throw his pet cat out the window, or something worse. Henri wonders who he's referring to, but as the player, by this point, we already know he's talking about Charlotte. Even though Henri didn't understand, she told him she did see how scared Charles was. She was also scared of him and his mind. The only words of assurance she could give him was, "It's not your fault," unable to find any other words. Entry 10. She was at an end of the year party and was able to forget herself with the music loud and fleeting conversations. Someone from a different class asked her if she wanted a drink, to which she agreed. After she drank it, her vision began to blur as she realized something was in her drink. The guy brought her upstairs, and as she passed out, she thought of Charles, about how he didn't want her, and he wanted something immaterial and ethereal. He wanted to be saved. She tried her best, but wondered why she still wasn't enough. When she woke up, she was surrounded by girls with concerned but relieved faces. Entry 11. She woke up to the sounds of arguing from her parents, believing it to be most likely about Henry. She snuck into his room, seeing him balled up. She asked him what was wrong, and he fills her in that her parents want to fix him, so they're trying to send him to therapy. He goes on to add that he doesn't want to be fixed. Hearing it, Henri thinks just how much their parents care about him, which makes her anger bubble up, but she calms herself down swiftly. She poses a question to him about what he does want. Henri responds saying he wants to be with his fictional characters. She reminds him they don't exist. He argues that he doesn't care. Henri remarks to him that he doesn't want to make an effort to gain positive emotions in real life. Going quiet for a moment, he answers by stating he's tired, to which Henri can only think that she is too. Entry 12. Charles had started taking the pills, so now his jerky movements and the times he'd space out were gone. Instead, he had a smile permanently plastered on his face. To her, he seemed alarmingly normal. They did normal things like hang out, eat, and she would take pictures so it would be proof of their normalcy. Henri would talk about herself while Charles would be able to hear instead of spacing out. In return, Charles would tell her about himself as well. Just like that, everything was normal, just as she wanted, she wrote. Entry 13 is a conversation log between Henri and a group of girls. One of the girls prods Henri if they had done it already, to which Henri replies by saying of course they did. The girl comments that he's probably the worst, after which girl B chimes in, claiming that she deserves better. Everyone in the group comments how all guys want her, how she has to help him out or else their relationship is doomed. Done with the conversation and with a sense of apathy about it, she just responds with, lol, yeah. Entry 14. She showed Charles the conversation, wondering if this offended him. But he was disinterested, dismissing her by stating that you only get insulted when you view something as such, and elaborated that it's what C says at least. For this reason, he wasn't offended. Henri thought it would hurt him, but Charles only laughs, wondering if she wanted to console him. She turns away with her brows knitted, revealing to him that she got upset at him. She wasn't apathetic at the conversation at all, she was just angry on Charles's behalf at them. At the reaction and words, he was taken aback, but ruffled her hair, saying he was sorry. He reassures her not to worry about him. She felt as though he must have been affected a bit, but even then, his words made her feel reassured. She thought that C must be someone very strong, if they were able to influence Charles this much. She pondered if she stayed by his side, maybe she'd be saved one day too. The thought alone comforts her. She fell asleep on Charles's shoulder. The entry ends by her writing that this was the last conversation they had before everything fell apart, when the god of his world was no more. Entry 15 details how months later, she, alongside her family, moved away. She ended up leaving a lot of her stuff behind with the move as well. She thought of Charles, wondering now that he didn't have any ground if he'd float away. The few moments they'd spent together before she left felt to her as if he wasn't present at all, like the maggots inside of him had finally finished eating. How unfair, she believed. The last bit of the entry is a countdown showing the text conversations between Henri and Charles. Starting at 5, Henri messages him how he is. With the moniker of C, he responds by telling her to leave him alone. When she responds that she's being serious, he writes back firmly stating that so is he, and to stop writing to us. She questions what he means by us. She texts back, asking why, to which he replies that she is a hindrance, and if she keeps bothering him, he will post her personal information publicly. 4. Charles messages her back, apologizing. Charles lets her know that she's free to block him after that. Sounding more like himself, she accepts his apology, asking about his mom. He lets her know that she's the same as always, that he's been trying to spend more time with her. He asks a question in turn, wondering how Henri is doing. She answers, stating she's fine, informing him how Henry used a lot of money on online gambling, so father took his debit card. She also comments on how she's working, but probably most of her money will go to her parents for debts. He probes about her plans for university. She informs him that she's taking a break year. They talk a little bit more, eventually with her questioning him if he got into med uni. Charles says he'll know in about a month, but he doesn't really remember the day of the exam. Concerned, she asks him what he'll do if he fails. With an uncertain response, he says he'll kill himself, but follows up with that he's just kidding. However, Henri didn't find it funny, which she is sure to inform him about. He knows, but she doesn't have to worry since he still has to take care of his mother. 3. Charles inquires how Henri is doing, more upbeat than normal. He wonders if it's really him, but relents, answering that she is doing okay, just having trouble adjusting since she doesn't want to pretend to fit in anymore, which has made her feel isolated. She poses the same question back at him. Charles remarks he's okay, but goes on to say XXXXXX, specifically asked him not to talk about the remnants though. With that concerning note, the conversation ends. 2. Henri messages him, making sure to let him know she's scared of him. Scared of what he's becoming, how even though she felt she didn't understand him before, now it feels like she doesn't at all. She doesn't know what to do, pleading with him to seek help. With no response, the conversation ends. As the countdown hits 1, Charles responds. He apologizes for everything and tells her that he's not doing okay. He's unsure if he's himself. Sometimes he closes his eyes and finds himself somewhere he's unfamiliar with. Several hours later, he passed the exam, but he's failing his classes. Whenever he looks at people, it makes him feel like throwing up. No one looks human to him anymore, and he's scared the next time they meet, she won't look human to him either. For that reason, he informs her not to look for him. He goes on, adding how his mother isn't doing okay either. She won't respond to him, everything looks distorted and he's bothering her. His messages end with him stating he needs to put a stop to this. Entry 15 ends with Henri writing those were the last messages she got from him. Eventually, his phone battery died and he never responded. In order to cope with what she understood were most likely his actions, she tried to forget him. Entry 16. A year had passed. Henri had found out the Eilers didn't live at their old address anymore. Charles Eiler had disappeared without a trace. She wanted to think he's doing okay, but she knew better. His mother, Lilith Eiler, was buried. It looked like Charles had taken care of her burial before he vanished. She recalls that he had once told her he wouldn't live longer than his mother would. While she didn't believe it at the time, now it looked to her that those words were true. She wants to think to herself that his soul went where his mother's did. She thinks that maybe he's lying at the bottom of a vast sea, with his form flickering and uncertain. She wants to lie down near it to make sure his corpse doesn't float off. She realizes that's a selfish wish to have, so instead she places a bouquet at his mother's grave, whispering a quiet prayer. And with that, her diary comes to an end. Throughout the main games, we never really get to see too much of Henri's thoughts and opinions on what's going on, and about her personal life. We're given it here and there, but always through the perspective of Charles or the house. But this outlines what Henri felt during her life and a bit more about what happened during the moments before Charles's death and after it. I felt it was important to include this here as it gives a bit more information about the true realm, alongside more about Charles and much more about Henri, who we didn't get to see too much of. Now, let's get back to the rest of episode 3. With a static cut, we're woken up by someone calling Scarlett's name. We see a younger Charles by Scarlett's bedside, who greets her by saying good morning, sleepyhead. Scarlett is in disbelief, asking where he'd been. She talks about how she's been looking everywhere for him, wondering why he looks younger than normal. He explains he's always been here since it's his mind. He elaborates he can change shape and form whenever he wants here. He reminds her that they had drowned and died and that this universe was created. He tells her that the concept isn't that hard to get, calling her an honor student, and telling her to look at the evidence, being that she's not a tulpa anymore. The younger Charles decides he'll tell her everything, including the facts and information of this world, suggesting that maybe she should keep a journal for that. She asks why now, wondering where he's been hiding this whole time. He tells her he wasn't hiding. He had just been scared of her. He comments that he was really scared of her, but he's over it now, adding that she isn't really that Scarlett Eiler anymore. Scarlett apologizes, and so does this Charles, saying he was being stupid and selfish, but that right now he needs her help. He explains to her that this world was on the verge of collapse, stating Charlotte is the one corrupting the world. He continues on, telling her that he can't interfere with this world as he's only an observer. With those words, Scarlet questions if she can. He apologizes for being useless, but Scarlet, eager to patch up their relationship, agrees to help him. Charles wants her to sabotage Charlotte's story. He wants her to target the audience, not Charlotte. He suggests the idea of showing the memories of the past to the audience, as if they learn the story of this world is pathetic, they will leave on their own, fixing everything. Scarlet agrees to the plan and tells him to leave it to her. This isn't Charles, though. He doesn't act this way. Plus, we know he's still deathly afraid of Scarlet. He panics at the sight of her. We saw it just a bit ago when he was in C's body. Charlotte opens her eyes, the rest of Charles' past still lingering in her thoughts. She gets her bearings, realizing she's in the White Society room, with the camera still on. Scarlet sees that Charlotte is awake, commenting on it. Scarlet tells her that the show will start soon, and this time, Charlotte is the star of it. She realizes that Scarlet plans to execute her publicly to make an example out of her. Scarlet says that this is the end of Charlotte, self-righteously adding she won't be plaguing this world any longer. Charlotte starts breathing heavily, but stops, saying she's just kidding. She taunts Scarlet, telling her she must have thought she had won. But she tells her that she's wrong. She just went with the flow since she wanted to. She was also curious about Charles's memories, and this was the best way to see it, since it didn't seem like he planned to tell her. She thanks Scarlet for being a great help, and steals her resolve. And guess what? I'm certain now that you deserve a fate worse than death. But you're the abuser here. You're childishly cruel and psychotic. It's you who should pay for your sins. I'm saving this world from you. Miss Eiler. If this place is made exclusively out of Charles Eiler's soul data, the damage I cause is limited to this mind space, and consists entirely of Eiler's thoughts and experiences. I am no more than a puppet with a customizable body and soul. I was born to kill and be killed for everyone's entertainment. All for the sake of making a story. However, you're a monster. Nonsense. Are you saying nothing counts if it's fiction? We are so not having this discussion. I'm saying you should stop with the bullshit like saving and helping. When you were the reason everything became like this to begin with. Moreover, even after his death, you trampled on Father's feelings and made a show out of his memories. That I cannot forgive. Not even the fact of you being his tulpa excuses your actions. I am not his tulpa anymore. I just want to make things right. Know what? I don't care. You already ruined everything. If you really wanted to put a stop to me, you should put an end to the mass production of all Charlottes in the house. But all you did was drug me, assault me, kill me, and make a laughingstock out of Father. You call him worthless all the time, but you're the one who won't amount to anything. That's why I use Mother's power. The ropes fall off and my wounds get healed in no time. Even if there's no free will in this world, even if there's a parasite controlling our minds, those things don't really matter. All I want is to end this once and for all. This is my wish. Look at you, scared shitless. There's some Charlotte trivia. Each one of us has a part of Mother inside our bodies. And guess what? Mother is this world's true god. She's the one in control of everything. She bestowed each and every Charlotte with a gift. A power that can grant a single wish. A power so spectacular that it's only fitting for a story ending. And I used it just now. This is ridiculous. But that's how it is. And now you'll get what's coming for you. Oh, I know what I should do. What are you? Oops. You failed from the very start. She continues mocking Scarlet more as she bleeds, then talks to us, the audience. She talks of how she was aware of us the whole time, stating that if we had reloaded the game, we would know that already, which we had seen. She comments how we're probably only here to watch, and wonders if the person she's talking to isn't even playing the game, but watching it instead. There. She chats with us a bit longer, but then diverts her attention back to Scarlet, wondering if she'll beg for her life soon. Scarlet spits on Charlotte's face, telling her to go to hell. Once again, we are welcomed back to the execution hour. She introduces the show with an apology about how it ended last time, but tells the camera she'll make it up by making today's show the most spectacular ever. Bringing Scarlet's corpse into frame, she introduces her as the guest of this week. Charlotte cites her as the reason some of them don't want to get up, the reason they don't get good marks, and the reason for everything bad that has happened in their lives. She asks if she's biased, but she doesn't care, as Scarlet is the ultimate scapegoat in this place. Her plan for today is to make a puppet, and then list the materials needed. The materials are Scarlet Eyler and a giant blender, and a couple other items. The first step is to take Scarlet Eyler and put her in the blender. Next, add some mint essence, a frilly Lolita dress, some spit, and then push the button. The final result is a mangled and blended up corpse in a dress with some puppet strings. Charlotte comments that this is what happens when you're tainted with ugly colors. She wonders how well their new puppet will burn, but she decides to leave it for the next show. She thanks everyone for watching, telling them to stay white. She wraps up her show, and then her body starts to crumble and mutate. She's surprised at how quickly this happened. She falls over, unable to keep her balance. All her strength is gone, and she can't move anymore. She speaks, saying it's too bad that her wish was wasted on Scarlet, recalling that once her wish is granted, her story will immediately end. Speaking out loud, she says that in the end, she was able to stay white. Suddenly, footsteps sound, and Charles walks in. "It seems like this is the end of your story, isn't it, Unit Q84? He says. Charlotte laughs bitterly. They banter between one another for a bit, and Charles lifts her up. She thinks of how his embrace is gentle, as if he's holding something fragile, and thinks of it as disgusting. He tells her he'll miss her, saying how the normal Charlotte's intelligence is never set as high as Q84's is. For that reason, he told her a lot. She knew much more than the others. Charlotte agreed, saying he never shut his mouth. Charles comforts her with the fact that he'll be with her till she dies, and asking if she's afraid of death. Charlotte responds with a no, but goes on to tell him that after he told her about the nature of the house, she kept thinking that everything is ultimately hopelessly meaningless. So she decided there's no point of being nice when she's just a disposable asset anyways. He goes on to say how everything is pointless and it's all his fault. Charles to this can only say, I know. Charlotte tries to come up with a witty comeback, but only gibberish comes out. Charles tells her that it might be better if she tried avoiding to speak from now on. She coughs violently, but he reassures her, telling her it'll be okay. She wonders what he's talking about. What is going to be okay? The last bit of her strength she had leaves her as she leans on Charles. As much as she really wants to smash his head on the floor right now, she also feels that having someone to lean on doesn't feel so bad. Charlotte closes her eyes, and her story ends. Umbrella Man shows up on the scene and comments on how it seems like this is the end of her. Seeing this, Charles screams out, "You!" But Umbrella Man corrects him, saying it should be Father. That's right, the one pulling the strings and manipulating everything. The one who pretended to be Charles in front of Scarlet, and the one we made a contract with is Charles's absent father. Charles says it doesn't matter right now, lamenting the death of Q84. He asks if there's any way to save her. Charles's father just calls it cute, as his favorite doll just broke. Charles pleads if there's any way that Umbrella Man could save her, but he responds that there's nothing he could do now. Umbrella Man talks about a Charlotte that has become self-aware without Charles, which is the story that we and him will be experiencing soon, and asks if Charles wants that puppet. Charles just responds by telling him there's no point in that. So, he gives him another option. Using the save file the player has for Q84's soul data, he could load them into a Charlotte vessel, but the Mother Network would see it as an error, so it's not something he'd recommend. Of course, he could use a defective vessel, and then it would be fine, suggesting using a Vincent vessel for her with a devilish smirk. Charles tells him that she'd kill him for it. Umbrella Man just reminds him that all Charlotte vessels are predisposed to be interested in Vincent. However, Charles tries to argue back, telling him she was different. Umbrella Man tells him he'll leave him to that, and that Umbrella Man has an audience to entertain. He leaves, and we're met with this text. Chapter 3, End. Let's all kill Scarlet Eyler. And then we reach the end of Hello Charlotte Episode 0. Here we can choose to take a break or keep going. If we choose to take a break, Umbrella Man tells us it's good to take breaks, and if we choose to keep going, he calls us eager. We're gonna take another quick break from the game, and I promise this is the last one. You see, after the game's release, the creator Aeternam released a short comic which gives more information about Q84. So I think it'll be good to read through it now, especially since Umbrella Man enticed us to take a break anyway. This is Hello Charlotte, Rendezvous with the Other. Ever since I became aware, all I could see was death. It stared at me from the disposal containers, from the mannequins in that room, from the faces of my classmates. Is it going to hurt tomorrow too? I don't want to die. Bacteria, viruses, microorganisms. They interact with other life without limitations. They penetrate and pass through, evolve and repurpose, fortifying autonomy of their own and subjugating others. Looking at them, I realized I was so fixated on death that I didn't try to understand life. The life I clung to so desperately. The life I tried to protect. The life I abandoned for you. I wanted this uninspired life to be violated by life that flourishes. The very life that pulses through this building. A month ago. Hey, what's in there? An amalgamate of corpses infected with eye plague. Lucky for you, the final stage of metamorphosis is no longer infectious. No one has ever been able to go this far due to sheer amount of biomass and protective measures involved. Once it is complete, we'll release samples of it to the 5th floor to gather further data. Wow, that's fucked up. What is? People like you are why scientific research is plagued with anthropocentric views. If you handle organic pathologies only from the viewpoint of their influence on the host, you will end up with an embarrassingly biased review of their ontological properties. Come back when you're educated, Honecker had said back then. And now I think I'm beginning to understand. Digital stimuli coerce the flesh. Mutual dependence results in atrophy of unused functions. Once intertwined, you will no longer belong. And yet... Q84 wasn't just hateful of everything. She wasn't just one of the Charlottes who became aware of everything going around her, aware of the death, bullying, and pain she had to go through. As much as she grew to hate everything, despise everything, as much as she was focused on death, she wasn't able to understand what living was until far after she died. In reality, she wanted her life to flourish like the ones around her in the house itself. She spent so much time straying away from wanting to live, wanting to be understood, but even then, even after all her feelings on the matter dimmed and decayed, even then she desired a life like that. With that, we're ready to return back to the game. Right where we left off with Umbrella Man. He tells us there's not much left to do here, so we'll be leaving soon. He points out to us that Charlotte in this story isn't the one we wanted to save, but then goes on to question if we actually liked Q84 more. Here you choose to pick between the Charlotte from the first 2 games, or the Q84 Charlotte. This choice doesn't really matter, but if you pick the old Charlotte, he talks about your loyalty, and if you pick the new one, he's surprised. He knows we must be wondering why he showed us this story to start with, but he says it's vital for understanding the events that'll happen from now on. He explains that they won't be rewinding time, as that doesn't exist in the house, adding that it'd be unfortunate if that's how we thought we'd save our Charlotte. The game system tells us it'll be starting a new story and to start it manually from the title screen. We press the new story button. As the new story starts, we hear screams. We see a Charlotte who has already used the power of the Oracle, slaughtering droves of students, the world clad in white and red. We see in the piles of corpses lies a scared Scarlet Eiler, saying a silent prayer. Hello Charlotte, Episode 3, Childhood's End. Charlotte here stands above her, telling her they'll be playing hide and seek. She explains to her to run, stating that they'll meet where Mother is. Scarlet runs away as fast as she can, heavily injured and bleeding. She quickly looks for a place to hide, stumbling upon a dead Charlotte vessel. She kicks the corpse in anger at everything that happened, saying that she doesn't have the right to be dead. She realizes that she's seen Charlotte die before multiple times, knowing she can't be dead yet. She then addresses us, the puppeteer, and audience. She asks us for help, explaining how she has restricted access in the house, but she solves the problem by carving out Charlotte's eye, after which she heads for the elevator. We're no longer playing as Charlotte Wiltshire. Now our control has been swapped over to Scarlet Eiler instead. She uses the elevator, after which I direct her to go to floor 1F. She's never gone before, but now with us here, she feels better about going. She exits the elevator, deciding to give us the task to help her navigate. She gives us the task to enter a room on 1F since it's the only place we can hide. Finding every door locked, we direct her to the vents to reach a storage room. Charlotte coughs and falls, landing on a mattress. Feeling a wave of exhaustion take her, she passes out. When she wakes up, the bright lights blind her for a second. We see Felix standing next to her. He gives her 10 seconds to explain why she's here, or else he'll activate the security system. He starts counting, but Scarlet is quick to silence him, covering his mouth. She tells him to be quiet, as she may hear them. He tries letting out words, but she can't understand them due to covering his mouth. So she lets him talk. To which he asks who she's talking about. She clarifies that it's about Charlotte Wiltshire. Scarlet queries if he knows her, to which he responds by saying he does. Then she follows up by asking if she's here. He replies that she hasn't come home yet. Scarlet immediately realizes she's in Charlotte's home. Forcing herself, she tries to run, but is stopped by the pain as she goes to move. Felix tells her to kindly calm down in a bit more crass words, explaining Charlotte isn't here, adding that he's not associated with her. Scarlet tells him to watch his language, but he retorts by saying that she's in no position to lecture. He explains that he treated her wounds without a single "thank you, Mr. Honecker." She asks if his name's Felix Honecker, and recalls that she'd read it in a book with a character of the same name. At her thought, Felix tells her not to remind him. She introduces herself properly, apologizing about being rude. Upon Felix's request, she tells him about what Charlotte did, wondering what she meant about meet where mother is. Scarlet goes on to say she couldn't possibly have meant Scarlet's mother, as she's kind, beautiful, and understanding. Scarlet asks if Felix has parents, but dejectedly he looks away, saying he's not really sure anymore. He tells her about his uncle, to which she asks if there's more people on this floor. Felix, putting a break to the conversation, wonders why he should trust her, questioning maybe putting her in quarantine in case she brought diseases. He explains no one else is allowed to come here and leave this floor except Charlotte. Felix has her stay here and sleep, making sure to tell her that if she does try anything funny, Bennett will break her neck with a TV remote. She thinks to herself about how Bennett sounds like a scary person. Felix informs her that if she tries to leave, the doors will burn her alive, but he'll be sure to bring her food. He leaves, letting her know he'll be back in a few hours to check in on her, and that she's his patient, so no harm will come to her. Some time passes. Scarlet stares at the ceiling, deciding to take the opportunity of being alone to talk to us. She thanks us for navigating her till here. Adding on, she has this pick between a name, either Lilith or Seth, so she has something to refer to us by. I chose Seth, and she starts calling us Seth from now on. She recalls that it's her father's name. If you had chosen Lilith, you would have learned that it was her mother's name instead. She tells us about the fact that she has the memories of the true realm, how she was a tulpa with no physical body, how she wasn't her own person. She says that even though she has these memories, she also has no connection to them, as if they don't even belong to her. However, even then, she still feels like she should be the one who should apologize to the person that the Scarlet Isler of that world hurt the most, but she can't find him anywhere. She apologizes for rambling, and with a good night, heads to sleep. In her dream, she reminisces about the scene she saw at the start of the story. The bodies, the blood, Charlotte Wiltshire telling Scarlet to find her where mother is. As Scarlet was pushed off, she caught a glimpse of Charlotte Wiltshire crying. Waking up in a cold sweat, Felix is beside her to greet her. She tells him she has to find Charlotte quickly. Felix questions the sudden change, wondering why, since she was content just hiding from her a little while ago. She tells him she remembered something, adding on that she won't have anywhere else to go after her treatment is done. Felix questions how she's sure Charlotte won't just offer the second they meet, but Scarlet is quick to explain that she hasn't thought about that yet. Scarlet tells him she wants to understand Charlotte, describing how Charlotte's hair turned to meaty appendages that she used to stab everyone. The description alerts Felix to something, which he brings Scarlet to see. Following him past the surgery room, we see a big pool of meaty appendages waiting there, similar to the one we've seen come off of Charlotte. She questions what it is. Felix, who's been doing a sizable amount of research, describes it as organic matter that is infected with a parasite. Apparently, they had managed to pull it out of Charlotte while she was sleeping, which had resulted in her death, but she came back anyway. Scarlet wonders why there's so much of it, but not missing a beat, Felix is quick to explain. His answer was that after it got a host, it just kept growing. They were able to contain it as the host isn't sentient, instead rather just a brainless mass of organs. However, when the host is sentient, the parasite would be able to change the fabric of space and time. Felix has decided to call it the Oracle. Hearing just how powerful this parasite is, Scarlet asks if she can be the host. Felix is taken aback by the suggestion, but she elaborates Charlotte probably used this to kill everyone. If she had it, she'd be able to stand up to her as at least an equal. Felix remarks that it's basically a suicide. In Scarlet's thoughts, while she wants to agree with Felix, the words that come out instead tell him it doesn't matter, stating that she must find Charlotte. Felix relents to the horror of Scarlet's thoughts, saying they just met and he's not really in a position to argue. He goes on to say more, but cuts himself short. Scarlet asks Felix why he knows so much about Charlotte. He tells her that he's been keeping an eye on her, as when someone dies brutally and walks in with a new body perfectly fine, it's pretty messed up to see. He explains how she kept calling everyone NPCs, calling this world a game. Scarlet calls her messed up, but thinks if she was right about the puppeteers, then maybe she could be right about this fact too. Felix takes out a vial with a tiny sample of the Oracle that he'll be giving to her. He explains that it could drive her crazy, even eat her from the inside. With those final reminders, he asks if she's really sure about this idea. Scarlet's thoughts all for a moment say how afraid she is, how she doesn't want to do this, But as if mind-controlled, in the next moments, her thoughts are entirely filled with finding Charlotte. She answers him, stating she's sure. Felix lets her know that he'll begin operating on her body then, planning on inserting the tiny piece of the oracle into her brain. On the operating table, Felix has Scarlet drink something so that she can be put under for brain surgery. Her fevered mind is filled with thoughts saying she doesn't want to do this, but as if made to respond to her fears, her thoughts respond to her words with "find me." Before going under, she repeats that she has to find Wiltshire. Scarlet closes her eyes, but Felix is quick to notice she's shaking, wondering if she's scared. She responds that she's not, but her thoughts betray her words once again. Felix reassuringly grips her shoulders to comfort her, and then she realizes she's not alone, as Seth is here for her. She wakes in an unfamiliar place. Except for us, it's not unfamiliar at all. It's a mind library. The creature in front of her shifts and morphs between forms until it settles on a form that's similar in look to Charlotte. The creature, the Oracle, talks to Scarlet, saying she thinks of them as a deus ex machina to help her win. It also points out how she's terrified of the Oracle and of Charlotte Wiltshire. Just like with Frey in the second episode, that's why this version of the Oracle takes on a form similar in look to Charlotte, but a male version instead, as when they are feared, they take on a male form, as we have learned. The Oracle asks her how it felt to watch her classmates all die, pointing out how they were nice to Scarlet, but bullied Charlotte. The Oracle wonders why Scarlet didn't help, even though she knew what was going on. But before Scarlet could even muster a response, the creature answers its own question, mockingly stating that it's because she didn't like Charlotte. Scarlet tries responding, but all she can let out is pain coughs. The Oracle questions why she's looking for Charlotte so suddenly, further asking if it's mind control. Scarlet, finally able to respond, tells them she doesn't know, but she wants to find her to make it clear. She goes on to add that she couldn't understand her before, but now she wants to make an attempt to because it seems like she knew something that Scarlet wasn't privy to. The Oracle wonders if she's sure she'd succeed. Scarlet, forcing out her courage, responds that it's possible with Seth since they made a deal and she'll make it happen no matter what. The Oracle laughs at this, retorting by asking how she's sure we're really helping her, mocking that she trusts anyone who's kind to her. The Oracle goes on to say no one will be invested in Scarlet after just a few hours, and Charlotte is everyone's favorite girl, whereas Scarlet is just a pest. Scarlet, a little shaken, strengthens her resolve, telling the Oracle to shut up, and obligingly it turns into a mass of organs as Scarlet curls up into a ball on the floor, telling herself she can do it. Felix greets her immediately, but she grabs her head in pain. She repeatedly screams for him to get it off. Felix runs a test on her quickly and confirms that her body is rejecting the Oracle like he had thought it would. Scarlet inquires how long she has left to live. Felix informs her that at most it'll be a week, mentioning there's nothing to fix it. He tells her that she's been out for 3 days and how Bennett and Florence had helped Felix move her to the storage room. She asks about Charlotte, but it turns out she hasn't come back yet. Felix suspects that she's on a higher floor. They go to meet Florence to help scan for floors with anomalies, as that's where Charlotte could have gone. Florence and Scarlet make their introductions, after which she informs the two that she already did the scans, having sent the data to Felix's PC. We learn that the anomalies are occurring on 4F, 6F, 9F, and 11F. He explains 4F is called Language Land, making that the place Scarlet decides to head to first. Felix stops her, wondering if she's fine to go on her own. She responds by saying she doesn't need help, and that she doesn't trust them either. He agrees, but reminds her that she doesn't have access to the higher floors, while they have access to 4F and 9F, making her accept their help. She goes on to inquire why they aren't starting with 11F, as everyone has access to that floor. Felix decided it'd be better to search the other floors, as no one has ever come back from 11F, and they should check that place last, because of that very reason. Felix is the one that decides to come with us, and together they make their way for the elevator, heading to 4F. When they reach the floor, the door opens and something fills the room, stopping Scarlet from being able to breathe. When she can't hold on anymore from the lack of air, she passes out. When her consciousness finally wakes again, her mind is filled with an arrangement of letters, words, and sentences which feel suffocating. Finally, she opens her eyes in an unfamiliar place, asking where she is. She gets cut off by a new person waiting here who sings out a phrase not understandable to either us or Scarlet. Unable to understand, Felix translates for us, repeating that the being had saved us from drowning. He goes on to explain that they are speaking the language of the old world. Scarlet is relieved to find out Felix is okay. We learn that he didn't pass out like Scarlet. He tells us we're in a place called the Logos Village, which is located in a dimension which is inhabited by anthropomorphic languages. Seeing Scarlet unwell, he reassures her that Charlotte's presence was felt just outside of the village. As Scarlet goes to speak, she starts speaking the old world language too. Realizing this, she covers her own mouth, wondering what she had just said, but Felix quickly deduces that she must be infected. This is because she almost drowned in the word sea, but the infection is pretty much nothing more than a common cold, with the side effect of being able to understand and communicate in the old world language. Now, being able to understand, we talked to the local who had saved us and learned some more information about this place. The languages were all going extinct, so they united to form the Logos Village to curb the extinction rate. Now, they are the only village left. There apparently used to be multiple representatives for each language, but now there's only one for each left. It turns out, some of them have been going to the word sea at night as if something is calling them, and they never return. The local also details how the word sea is where they originated from, but they evolved and conquered the land. Scarlet, understanding the situation, questions how they can get to the sea, but as the local expresses concern, Scarlet assures them that they just want to find out why the disappearances are happening. The local tells them that they have to pass the gate to reach the word sea, and the only way through is to solve the riddle. The local gives them a fortune cookie, giving them well wishes. Walking outside, we see more locals surrounding the red floating prisms, praying to them. Talking to more of them, we learn that they stay near the prisms and pray to them to avoid disappearing. As they continue to explore, they eventually find a gallery room, the exhibition being called Mind. From the introduction text, we get a feeling of how the body and mind described here have a type of dysmorphic relationship. We further learn that this exhibition is by Charles Eiler, the name immediately triggering a reaction out of Scarlet. Starting from left to right, we can see that the first poem is called The Disorder, then is Anorexia/Bulimia, and after is Death of Personality. Next is Fluenexal, and lastly, Obsessive/Compulsive. These poems essentially detail how Charles felt when Scarlet as a tulpa would push him to the edge, forcing him to fit into her mold of perfection. As she tried to mold him in the true realm, it led to Charles suffering more and more. Seeing all this only serves to make our current Scarlet feel all the more guilty, as it outlines Charles' suffering under the other version of her very clearly. They leave the gallery, walking around town, finding more clues, even finding one on the ticket for entering the gallery and in the fortune cookie. Using those clues, they open the gate and head for the word sea. When they get past the gate, they see a pathway with a certain number of steps they have to take in each direction. Felix gloats that he has a photographic memory, so it should be fine, but they should note it down anyways. He challenges Scarlet to go through without looking at the note they just took. Scarlet accepts the challenge posed by her companion, but immediately gives it to Seth, or rather us, in order to make it to the end, not even trying it herself. We guide Scarlet to the end of the path, after which both of them make their way into the sea by boat. As they get further out, Felix asks her what she plans to do when she finds Charlotte. She replies that she wants to talk to Charlotte, since it felt like she knew a lot more about this world, but Scarlet hadn't, and now she's noticing a lot of differences in this world. She explains how this place doesn't make any sense, adding the only place that looks anything like the true realm is the school. For this reason, she never left the second floor, since it's the only place that felt safe due to its familiarity. Eventually, they get far enough and find a vortex that sucks them in. They wake up with a little bit of pain, but overall in not too bad shape. But Felix sees something, pointing Scarlet to it. Looking up, we can see a mass amount of villagers all in front of us, with a main one standing in the front. Felix assesses that it appears that the villagers were all pulled in by something, getting tangled up inside. To this, Scarlet asks if they can save them, but the villager halts them from going any further. He explains that he is the guardian of the word sea, and he's protecting the mass of villagers tangled behind him, which he refers to as the Great Cluster. He states that the way they are now is how it should be. He then speaks of how the pure white one came, unifying them all into one, as they both wished. Scarlet puts together that they are talking about Charlotte. Felix goes on to hypothesize that there exists more than one Charlotte in the house. Felix is still puzzled, however, on why the locals still protecting the thing, causing the extinction of their people. He explains that the cluster is not to blame, as it's not the cause, but a consequence. Felix understands, as the way it works is to combine and unite all the languages together, with Charlotte acting as the core. Scarlet tries to question it more, but the Guardian responds by saying that the speakers are hurting, that they want to understand one another, which makes this the best way for that to occur. She comments on their pain and depression for not wanting this, but the Guardian answers by telling them it does not matter about them. The speaker wants to understand, and they will be the tools for them. The two head back to 1F, and Scarlet falls into a deep sleep. Once again, Scarlet wakes up in her mind library with the Oracle waiting there for her. It greets her, but she's unable to get off the floor with her body feeling too heavy. The Oracle extends its hand to help her up, but she chooses not to take it. This reaction causes it to explain that if she doesn't accept its help, her condition will only deteriorate. She states she doesn't care, that she'll be the one to decide when to use the Oracle, as it's just a tool for her. The Oracle, hearing this, remarks on her feelings of not wanting to feel incapable, as in reality, she is not all that smart. Going on to add that she only tries to seem perfect, but in reality, she struggles with basic memory puzzles, even having the puppeteer solve them for her. The Oracle attempts to inform her that she doesn't have to be special, that it accepts her for her. With this, Scarlet wakes up, not seeing anyone by her bedside. So she gets up, deciding to look for Felix, who we find in the lab working away. She interacts with him, asking where they will go next. But Felix doesn't respond right away, not even realizing she was there. Felix, in very quick and abrupt words, tells Scarlet to go take Florence to the 6th floor, since he has a lot of data to analyze. Scarlet comments on how he's not particularly talkative today, but he retorts how he needs time to recharge. With that, Felix finds a tiny transmission device in his pocket, radioing for Florence to take Scarlet. Florence and Scarlet head to the elevator, making their way to 6F. They reach the 6th floor, where Florence introduces it as the laboratory. Right away, Scarlet comments on how it's very high-tech. Florence explains that it's built to be a sort of testing polygon. Dr. Huxley has her and the other workers run all sorts of errands, some of which involve other floors as well. Scarlett questions who Huxley is. While sweating and nervous, Florence informs her that Huxley is Felix's uncle, muttering to herself that that's what they agreed on saying, which Scarlett picks up on for a second. Passing it off, Florence is quick to sing the praises of Dr. Huxley, mentioning they all look up to him. They decide to begin searching for the purpose they came to this floor for. They learn in order to progress through the area, they have to leave the bodies in the detox capsules and proceed through the facility in a virtual fashion. This makes Florence a bit disappointed as now there isn't any danger, but Scarlett is relieved at that fact. They make their way through the facility, solving some puzzles along the way. Eventually, Scarlett gets curious, asking Florence why she works for Felix when she seems talented. She clarifies she doesn't work for Felix, but instead she's indebted to his uncle, Dr. Huxley. She explains how he saved her from Uberia. This is the same planet Bennett's backstory took place in during the second episode, and if you recall, there were two types of people, Overmen and men. She describes how she had been used as a test subject for new prosthetics that would cut off her own limbs and kept attaching and detaching new ones over and over again. She was made to be fed through a tube and had to be taken around by someone else in a wheelchair. They couldn't even keep personal hygiene without the help of the assistants. Reading Florence's expression, Scarlett questions why she's smiling while retelling all of this, to which she answers by saying she doesn't really think about it. Scarlett is confused by her reaction but goes on to ask if there were any organizations that could have helped her. She explains that there were many organizations, but they would just end up killing more of them than anything, since if they weren't being used for the purposes they were made for, then they serve no purpose to the Overmen. They talk a little more about the past, Florence even confirming that all her limbs right now are in fact artificial. Ready to move on from the topic, Florence has them continue through all the rooms filled with puzzles. They reach a place with two vials, where the one on the left has poison and the other one doesn't. In order to keep going through the facility, one of them has to drink the poison vials. Since they are in a simulation, it won't actually kill them, but it'll stop one of them from progressing. Florence decides she'll drink it, so Scarlett can proceed to find Charlotte. She's a little hesitant, but accepts her plan. Florence disappears and Scarlett proceeds further. Eventually, she meets back up with Florence, who had somehow made it back faster than the puzzle room Scarlett was going through in between. She says that she took a secret passage. The two of them continue forward as the reading shows Charlotte's presence nearby. Walking through the door, they see a hulking container with what looks to be organs inside and dead mad cats everywhere. Nothing in the area is moving. Florence is quick to answer Scarlett's confusion on this matter by explaining that the area seems to be in a stasis field in order to prevent the infestation of the mad cats. Florence enlightens Scarlett about what mad cats are, adding on she's always wanted one, but the workers aren't allowed to have pets. Scarlett retorts with her own thoughts that she would never want one. With that, they investigate the area looking for clues. Reading the notes on the ground, we can see that one of them advertises a TV world, where you can follow the story of the Pythias 24/7. That sounds like an awfully interesting place. Another goes on to mention about the Oracle project, which Scarlett tries to link to the parasite, but Florence reminds her that since they're on a different floor, their naming conditions might be different, so it may refer to a different thing altogether. They find a USB stick on the ground and decide to plug it into the console to find out some more information about what's going on here. The USB stick contains more information on the Oracle project and details about a Charlotte with the identifier 091. We learn that her vitals, brain activity, and everything is still active. As that fact is made clear, Scarlett realizes that the massive organs in the tube is a Charlotte. Florence elaborates that they are most likely keeping her alive to keep the TV world going, which is a universe made of her mind. For this reason, they keep her on suppressants and weaken her body to make sure she can never escape. Scarlett, seeing this, can only despair at how it's too cruel, but Florence remarks to her that's just how the entertainment industry is, prodding that she just needs to learn to accept it. Scarlett refuses, unable to accept something like this. Scarlett doesn't want to leave her like this, but Florence inquires what they should do then. She asks Scarlett if they should kill her, but Scarlett refuses. Then Florence suggests transferring her brain to a new vessel, which would wipe her memory and essentially kill her as a person. Once again, Scarlett refuses, unsure of what to do. With that, Florence makes it clear that there is only one thing left to do, and it's to leave her as is. Scarlett stutters, trying to argue back that she wants to help, but bluntly cutting her short, Florence coldly says that she can't and there's nothing she can do. This isn't her Charlotte anyway, so they should just go home. Scarlett comments on how it's unfair and that she probably didn't want this. She laments her own failures and abilities, but with nothing left to possibly do, they both leave the simulation. They exit their pods, but to Scarlett's dismay, she finds Florence feeling terrible, barely keeping herself upright. It turns out that since the pod is a detox spa, it clears the soap effects on her body. She explains to Scarlett that the workers have to intake soap as it makes them restless and hyperactive, along with lowering their ability to think. That's how they're able to work 20 hours a day at a time without any complaints or issues, especially after their lives prior. Their lives there were always being controlled, and Bennett experienced the same thing. Every aspect of their lives were controlled from receiving food to not receiving any or getting poisoned food. For this reason, the workers have severe PTSD and they need to intake soap regularly, not to think too much about it, and just work away. In reaction to this, Scarlett thinks to herself that she shouldn't get involved in their problems, after which questioning Florence if she can walk. Florence reassures her not to worry, but Scarlett lets Florence lean on her. Together, they take the elevator back to 1F, with Scarlett returning into a deep sleep. Waking up once again, she is greeted by the Oracle in the Mind Library. The Oracle tells her how they're bored and they want Scarlet to entertain them. They hug her, but she pushes them off, not wanting anything to do with them. Scarlet tells them she doesn't have the time for this, since she needs to find Charlotte, which leads them to question her on what she will do when she finds her, asking if she plans to kill her. Scarlet turns down the idea, but the Oracle prods the thought more, telling her to admit that Charlotte makes her blood boil. Scarlet tells them she's nothing like Charlotte, affirming that she didn't massacre the entire school. The Oracle mocks her, saying maybe it's about time she did, which causes her to get mad again and tells them to shut up. She tells them she's not a murderer and she won't become one. Scarlet remarks on how they're provoking her, but they respond by answering her with a maybe, but go on to say that everyone else here is having fun while she lives up the title of Killjoy. The Oracle inquires if she realized that she's the odd one out. The Oracle states that with their help, she'll learn to have fun, but she still rejects it. The Oracle wonders what made her like this, questioning if she's the only hopeful person here. They remark she thinks that if everyone did what she said, they would make the world a better place. Then comments on how her thoughts must be something about becoming everyone's savior. The Oracle realizes Scarlet will awaken soon, but before she leaves, they remind her she's running out of time. Scarlet wakes up with a severe coughing fit and sees a toy rabbit in front of her. Felix gives her a good morning, explaining that his uncle said that rabbit toys and accessories normally cheer up terminally ill patients, but in Felix's eyes it seems like it didn't work. Scarlet smiles and shares with him that she'll cherish it. Her violent cough acts up again. Felix comments on her condition worsening, but Scarlet, pushing herself, tells him she needs to go to a new floor. Felix was one step ahead of her, however, having already arranged the trip for Scarlet. He informs her that the person accompanying her this time will be Bennett. Scarlet asks if it's the same Bennett who Felix said would kill her with the TV remote, to which Felix confirms. Bennett walks in immediately after. He greets both of them, and Scarlet returns the greeting. After, he asks if they are going soon, also asking where they're going. Scarlet questions Felix why he didn't tell him, but Felix elaborates how he did tell him in great detail, however the soap side effect probably made it so that he doesn't remember. Felix re-explains it, and we get some information about 9F. We learn that it used to have an advanced civilization, but turned into a garbage dump. For this reason, the place is referred to as landfill. Hearing this, Bennett cheers for garbage and inquires again if they're going now. Scarlet answers him with a yes, and adding in that they'll have a small breakfast before leaving. After eating, they head to the elevator and they arrive to the 9th floor, except the doors aren't opening. Bennett suggests to her to try pressing the emergency button, which after pressing, the floor opens up and swallows them both into a deep darkness. Bennett wakes up and while in a bit of pain, says he's thankful that the organic trash broke his fall instead of the tech waste. He contacts Felix, who checks if they arrived, to which Bennett confirms, but then he realizes he's missing Scarlet, to which Felix starts panicking. But he reassures him that he'll search for her and find her soon. As he walks through the garbage dump, he finds Scarlet, who isn't looking so good. Bleeding, broken, and tattered might be the best way to describe her. Bennett contacts Felix, telling him Scarlet may have broke. Felix questions what he means and asks if she's alive. He responds that he doesn't know, telling him it looks like she hit her head on something when they fell. Felix is not too pleased by this and tells him he should have known better than to trust his patient with a soap addict, to which Bennett apologizes. Felix says to take Scarlet to where they sighted the anomaly, adding he'll help guide him. Bennett enters through a dark tunnel, but finds himself in an escape room. Leaving Scarlet in the hall, he works through solving the puzzles. He gets through them, solving all the puzzles, while almost forgetting Scarlet behind in quite a few of the rooms. Eventually, he makes it out of the escape rooms and takes an elevator going down. As he goes down, he comments on how Scarlet's face is turning green, to which Felix can only plead to him to not drop her along the way. After a playful agreement, there's a silence for a second, and then Felix speaks. He asks if he doesn't have much time left either. To this, Bennett is surprised that he knew, but Felix answers his surprise by reminding him he's not dumb, stating that might be the reason he agreed to help Scarlet in the first place. Bennett teasingly comments on how he's so smart, how he must have figured it out a long time ago, so everyone must have just looked like idiots to him. Felix stops him, remarking he doesn't need to apologize. He just wants him to promise to help Scarlet reach 11F. With a serious expression, Bennett promises Felix. The elevator starts its descent. When it finally makes it down, Bennett is met with a large Charlotte. Felix asks Bennett over the radio to report in as the device is going crazy. Bennett checks back in, elaborating to Felix what he sees. Well, not really actually. He just tells him she's huge. Felix wonders what that means, but realizes. He finds it strange though, as his life form detection device is showing thousands of heat sources here and wonders where it's all coming from. Bennett suggests that maybe it's coming from inside Charlotte. Felix hypothesizes based on Bennett's comments that maybe all the living organisms on the floor live in her body. Felix wonders why they do that, but Bennett gives his own hypothesis, saying that the world might have been dying and she became a shelter for them. She became their Eden. Felix mentions that sometimes Bennett actually sounds smart, but that must be because the soap is wearing off. Felix concludes that since the floor was turning into a dumpster, Charlotte sacrificed herself so that the others could survive. He thinks that the Charlotte of his floor would never do something like that. Seeing that this isn't the Charlotte that Scarlet is looking for, they take her back. Like usual, Scarlet awakes not to her world, but instead her mind library, just like the Charlotte in episode 2. It seems whenever Scarlet is asleep, she'll always meet the Oracle here in her mind library. They try some playful banter, asking if she wants a massage from them, but Scarlet is quick to remind them that the reason she's dying is the Oracle's fault. They laugh in amusement, which causes a sigh to escape from Scarlet as she explains she's tired, and she just wants to find Charlotte so she can get it over with. The Oracle tells her they know, and they gently remove Scarlet's hairband, letting her hair fall down. They assure her that they know she will find Charlotte, stating that they're pretty sure Charlotte wants her to anyways. The Oracle asks if Scarlet is having fun with everyone, mocking her a bit by remarking they were just tools for her missions pretending to be Scarlet. She's not amused, recalling that it wasn't fun at all, but she was able to learn this world was far bigger than she ever knew. She wants to learn more about this world since there's just so much she doesn't understand. She even mentions she might start a journal of notes about the truths of this world. The Oracle taunts her more, declaring that she only wants to do that to rationalize the things around her and reminds her that that's the reason she can't have fun. Scarlet, over the conversation, blankly tells the Oracle she needs her rest, and the Oracle obliges. Before letting her rest, however, the divine creature is sure to let her know that there will be plenty of time to talk later, since soon all will end and all will begin. Scarlet wakes up with a painful headache, wondering if she hit her head. Yeah, we could say she hit her head. Yeah, let's go with that. She doesn't see the blood and realizes Felix probably patched her up. With the help of Seth, she decides to go find Felix to thank him. Going into the lab, Scarlet sees Bennett alongside a bunch of workers there with something on the ground. Looking around, she notices Felix isn't here. Scarlet questions what Bennett is doing here, to which he responds to her it was Huxley's orders. Accepting the answer, she's quick to ask him where Felix is, and noticing the ground further, she asks who's in the body bag. With a look of despair and frustration, Bennett holds his tongue. To this reaction, Scarlet is quick to realize just who it is, but before she can say anything, Bennett cuts her off. With a look of pure anger and hatred, he reminds her he is under Dr. Huxley's orders, asking if she understands. Scarlet begins to freak out, wondering why this had happened, when it is all but confirmed that Felix is the one inside the body bag. With a harsh scowl, Bennett grabs her hand and drags her away as she screams for him to let go, calling him a monster. She asks her where Bennett is taking her. He explains to her that he will take her to the elevators, and with an icy tone, makes sure she remembers that they aren't her friends or lackeys. He informs her that Felix Honecker was a failed experiment, that's it. However, while he says this, his face is still full of frustration at his words. Scarlet asks if he doesn't feel the slightest bit of remorse, telling him he could have saved Felix, not gauging any of what the expression on his face says, and instead only taking his words. At her words, his anger boils over, questioning her just what she knows about him. He throws her into the elevator and presses the 11F button, leaving. Scarlet mentions his expression to be unreadable as the doors close behind him. Scarlet reaches 11F and walks out the doors as everything fades to black. A text box cuts in and tells us a data transmission has been successful. In the darkness, we see a figure appear. Charles. Not the one with white hair that was possessing a Vincent vessel, but the normal Charles Eiler that we'd seen through his life in the True Realm. He asks Charlotte, Unit Q84, how she's feeling. Charlotte wakes up, expressing she feels terrible. Upon the warm hello Charles got, he welcomes her back and tells her it's been a while. Not missing a beat, Charlotte gets up, grabbing him by the collar, and speaks. What the hell, Charles? Why the hell am I alive again? To this question, Charles answers by saying he doesn't completely understand it, but her soul data didn't get deleted. He guesses that it may have had something to do with her wish. Not satisfied, she grabs him again and reminds him that it was him who brought her back. But as she speaks, she notices her voice's pitch is different. Something about her isn't right. With horror, Charlotte asks whose vessel this is, hoping it's not Vincent's. Charles reassures her fear about that, telling her it's not a Vincent vessel, but rather a defective Charlotte one. Angered by the whole situation, she asks why he can't just let her rest already. She goes on to ask why he keeps doing things like this. Why do you keep doing things like this? Please try to calm down. Calm down. Calm down! I want to die. God, I want to die. I don't want any more of this. I hate this place, I hate everyone, I hate you the most. I don't want any more stories, I don't want to deal with any more world conspiracies. I don't want to be in this body, for fuck's sake. Please kill me. Hearing all of this, Charles tries to calm her down a bit by reminding her a body is just a vessel, to which she snaps and tells him to not tell her that. But after that, she does agree that he is right about that, but still chooses to blame him for everything. Charles, hearing her out, tells her he understands, adding that he'll put her to rest as soon as this is over, but for now he needs her to come with him. Charlotte, as confused to his motivation as we are, asks him why she has to go with him, and where to. Charles doesn't explain but tells her she'll understand when they get there. Charlotte questions him further, asking if he can't just deal with it on his own. Charles, however, with a frustrated and defeated expression, reveals he can't, adding he's already done all he could. With this response, Charlotte pieces together for what purpose Charles brought her back, which she figures out is emotional support. She reminds him that her corpse would have offered a better therapy session than she could. He replies with nothing, holding the same expression, averting his gaze. Seeing this, Charlotte asks if it's really that bad. He responds by telling her it might as well be. She berates him a little more, calling him a loser god who's too human to be a god, to which Charles affirms to her that she's right. Taking in the situation, Charlotte wonders where she is, to which he responds by saying that they're on 11F, and the room they need to go to is just a few steps away. Realizing it's too close by for her to make it difficult for him to make her go, she reluctantly agrees to go with him. As they leave Charles's room, Charlotte wonders what happened to his Vincent vessel. Charles informs her that he left him alone for a while, but by the time he came back, the vessel was already a corpse. Charlotte inquires if he killed himself, to which Charles reminds her that that's what they always do, even though he made the no self-harm rule. Hearing this, she tells him that they can bury the vessel later, to which he agrees. They walk over to the room Charles had previously described to be his father's room. They enter the room to see it's fairly empty. No furniture, no personal possessions, nothing. But there is one thing that stands out. Right in the middle of the room, a working TV set sits there. The text box disappears, leaving us in a pitch darkness for a while. Eventually, we return to Charlotte to see her talking, speaking to herself that she can't see a thing. After this, a demented laughter or some sort of sound is heard. Charlotte, wondering what that was, speculating if there was someone else here. A voice responds to her idle query that it's just the voice and her here, but adding in us after as well. Knowing that voice and understanding there's only one person she knows who would so blatantly address the puppeteers, she realizes it's Charlotte, calling out her last name, Wiltshire. Taking the opportunity, Charlotte Wiltshire answers, saying she's correct, but labeling herself with her unit number, V19, and proclaiming she's at her service. The strange noise sounds again, sparking Scarlett's curiosity of what that is, but before she could wonder for too long, V19 interrupts her train of thought, asking if she had fun going on adventures with friends. Scarlett, as usual, turns down being friends with them. V19 mocks her similarly to the Oracle, talking about how she doesn't get along with people and doesn't do friends, adding a taunting snore after. Scarlett tells her to come out and stop mocking her. V19 doesn't listen, revealing to her that while she was adventuring, V19 had gone and learned the truth of this world. She probes Scarlett if she'd like to hear them. Solely interested in her goal, Scarlett reaffirms her desire for Charlotte to come out. V19 ignores her, deciding to tell her anyway, with the dark room instantly becoming visible. We see a room covered in appendages, eyes, muscles, and hundreds of Charlottes, all kept in little sacks. The sight has Scarlett questioning just what she's seeing, and then the strange noise happens again. But this time we can see the source of the sound. The creature looking similar to the Oracle when it's finding a form to transform into. It has multiple eyes, different heads growing out of its sides, a mouth with sharp teeth and rotting fingernails. V19 answers just what this creature is, elaborating that it's a mother, going on to explain her title as the one and only true god controlling everything in the house, who gave birth to Scarlett as well. Scarlett denies it, reciting her mantra about her mother being kind, beautiful, and understanding. She adds how this creature isn't even human, but V19 is quick to shut it down by explaining how creators aren't human. All their creations come out of their rear holes. Calling the whole situation ridiculous, Scarlett is quick to demand what her point is, telling her this. V19 alerts her that the truth in this house is that no one needs to be saved. This world is just an entertainment arena. She goes on to say that Mother makes the stories, and once the protagonist dies, she just has to make more Charlottes to amuse the spectators. For this reason, she tells Scarlett that she doesn't have to save anyone, since in reality, everyone is just actors performing on a stage. Scarlett, however, doesn't readily accept this information, rejecting it instead. With this, she marches towards V19, ready to serve justice for all the people she's hurt. The ones she hurt pretending they never mattered. Or maybe by this point, she truly believed they didn't matter. V19, seeing the approaching Scarlett, taunts her, remarking if she wants to be the hero, that can be arranged, that Mother can provide her a personality perfect for the genre. Stopping, Scarlett informs her she won't fall for her provocation, but as Charlotte begins approaching her, a spark is felt inside Scarlett. Her blood begins to boil. Instantly, she realizes something isn't right with her. She just wanted to talk, so now she's wondering why her anger is boiling over. As her thoughts fight in disarray, she lets out a scream, rushing forward and tackling V19 to the ground. Scarlett gets on top of her, wrapping her hands around V19's neck, but wondering why she isn't putting up any resistance. V19, still not fighting back, chooses to provoke her further, taunting her to do it. As Scarlett hesitates more, she questions just what Scarlett is waiting for. Scarlett breaks herself out of it enough to demand to know why she isn't resisting, explaining to her if she keeps going, she will kill V19. But V19, unfazed by this declaration, just continues to taunt Scarlett into doing it, reminding her there's not just one person behind the screen, but instead thousands. Scarlet questions what she means. V19, who's running out of air, explains that the world behind the screen is home to billions, and this whole thing is just a game for them. They only care if you're good or evil. Scarlet rejects the idea, saying V19 is a demon, but she reminds her that she's just one of many puppets, revealing to her how there's multiple versions of her all in different scenarios. V19 discloses more about what the audience wants in the story. More suffering, more pain, more, and finally tells her that if things had been different, they could have been friends, as they're pretty alike. Scarlet angrily tells her not to lump her together with V19, tightening her grip. With her last breaths, V19 chokes out. Like Gay said, soon, you'll understand. You'll be the one crying, I want to be loved. I'm trying so hard. The world is just so unfair. And Mother's voice in your head won't stop ringing until you lose your sense of self. Shut up. I've been killed over and over and humiliated for entertainment. But I have to be a good girl. Because in order to be loved, I'm not allowed to make mistakes. Scarlet feels a headache at the last phrase V19 spoke, unsure why. She closes her eyes to think about it, feeling weird as if she just said a premonition. But when her eyes open again, she sees that V19 has been dead for a while. Seeing the sight, she laughs out loud, saying it serves her right, but as her laughter dies down, trailing off, she wonders why none of this feels right. To her, it feels like she's just woken up from a very long dream. As Mother continues making sounds, the Oracle appears, asking if she's happy that she got revenge. But Scarlet isn't happy at all. She didn't want any of this. She just wanted to understand her. The Oracle agrees that was what she wanted, but V19 is dead now, so what she wanted doesn't really matter anymore. Scarlet, as she's breaking down, mumbles to herself that she can fix this, that she can make everything fine. She will take her place, find the truth that way, and finally makes a request to the Oracle to grant her wish. Her thoughts laid bare to us, she plans to use her wish to put her mind into one of the Charlotte vessels here, taking her place. However, the terror she has at V19's truth of thousands of people watching her sets in, but not allowing herself to falter here, she tries to psych herself up, telling herself she can do it. She plans to make her timeline better, saying she won't become a murderer like her and prove her wrong. She will prove that free will exists. She's okay, even if her mind shatters. This is the only way she thinks she can atone for everything she's done. The Oracle, amused at the whole situation, wondering which vessel to pick, compares it to grocery shopping. Eventually it stumbles upon a vessel it likes, and the scene quickly turns to black. My world met its end a long time ago. The humanity as I knew it ceased to exist and disappeared without a single trace. The gods they believed in have died, and churches were built as their graves. The chaos turned into order, and it finally became quiet. All I can do is dream, for I am so tired. Will you be as kind as to join me in dream seeing? Hello, Charlotte. It's nice to meet you. Please take care of me. As the pieces all click into place for us, it's all finally clear. Scarlet, feeling remorse for her actions, which she couldn't control, picked a Charlotte vessel and started a new timeline. The one we had seen through episodes 1 and 2, and the Scarlet we had guided through the last little bit, were one and the same. Our Charlotte Wiltshire is Scarlet Eiler. We're back with Q84 and Charles as he explains the realization we had just come to. He explains that Scarlet's usual cold and calculating nature were turned into an absent-minded and clueless one instead, as her mind decayed from Mother's voice. Charles goes on to explain how he observed her from far away, even giving her a yellow ribbon to differentiate her from the other Charlottes. He helped her in the TV world as well. He was a strange masked man who had taken over her body for a short period of time to kill the White Freya. The words he told her at the time were, "I'll help you kill Wiltshire again," which seemed to bring back memories. But this realization only served to horrify Scarlet. She realized she had failed and hadn't proved V19 wrong at all, which had caused her mental state to deteriorate, which explained her suicidal tendencies. Her story was supposed to have ended after her wish to save the Oracle, but it didn't since the Oracle intervened and created a channel, a world made for Scarlet's soul data. Since Scarlet Eiler didn't believe the tenants were real, this made them imaginary in her world. Scarlet Eiler was obsessed with the trials in the true realm, so it was created in her world. Charlotte questions Charles on why he bothered going there. He answers her, stating he wanted to see what her inner world was like. Charlotte mocks him for this, saying all he did was get humiliated for going there and pretend to be Vincent. But Charles is still happy with his journey there, since he had been afraid of meeting her originally. But when they did, she didn't have any memories of the past anymore. He tried multiple times to remind her, even giving her the stories he wrote, which she used to criticize all the time, which she had no memory of. Seeing a Scarlet like this, who could easily be manipulated, made Charles feel like this time he could hurt her instead. Return all the pain he felt from her right back at her. But when he was suffering, it was always her in that world to help him. The Scarlet Isler he knew would have done the extreme opposite and made sure he had suffered the absolute most. Seeing this, he had understood she had changed, so he couldn't hurt her or help her. But in the end, she couldn't pass the trials herself. Q84 understands the whole thing now, but she's confused on one aspect of it. She tells him if he hadn't been using the Vincent vessel, who was the other him? As Charles is about to answer, he's cut off by the familiar person we all know at this point, Umbrella Man. Seeing everyone's surprised faces makes it clear, if we hadn't been able to tell so far, he introduces himself as Seth, the father of this dysfunctional family. Hearing his introduction and having denied it to this point, Charles tells him it's impossible, that only Mother exists in this house. But mocking him, Charles's father just asks how long he plans on rejecting his existence. As a quick heads up, I'll be referring to Charles's father as Seth from now on, and we will be going back to either us or puppeteers. With that question, Charles tells Q84 to be careful, explaining that he's a version of his father in Charles's mind who's even more powerful than Mother. But Seth calms him down, saying he's not here for him, which makes Charles remember that his father never really cared for him in the first place. Seth tells both of them of his deal with the puppeteer, how he's here to save the Scarlet Isler who is in Charlotte Wiltshire's body. He elucidates that the reason this TV set is Scarlet's Soul Cube is because Charlotte 091, the one trapped in the tube creating the TV world, also known as the Oracle, wanted to save Scarlet's soul data no matter the cost. Since Scarlet had saved her, 091 wanted to save her too. But due to this now, Scarlet Isler's soul data is stuck in the TV set. Seth goes on to clarify that to free her, they'd have to break the TV she's trapped in, smiling deviously and telling them, and us, that's what it means to save her. Charlotte goes on to say something, but is cut off by Charles with a rage heating up his face. He insults him, asking if killing her in Mother's womb wasn't enough for him. With a smirk, Seth just informs him she was an unwanted child, how he shouldn't be making a big deal of it. Charles tries to remind him that it was a big deal for Mother, though, which is the only thing that matters. Charles turns to Charlotte and pleads to her that they have to help Scarlet. However skeptical, she questions his resolve. She reminds him that she's the same one who drove him to take his own life, questioning why you would want to save her. But in rebuttal, Charles tries to explain to her that she isn't the same. This one had sacrificed herself for him, and he forgives her. Turning to Seth, he inquires if they can transfer her soul data into a new vessel. Amused, he responds that no human vessel would be able to contain her at this point. Charles, hearing the answer, defeatedly questions what they can do. Charlotte cuts in, telling him she doesn't care about Scarlet, reminding him she's not in her fan club, and if they don't like what's happening, they could just switch the channel. Charles thinks over the idea, uncertain if it would be correct. Switching the channel would result in a different show. Sure, but who knows if that would be better. Plus, it's not like the current one would go away. He wonders if that would just be an attempt at making them feel better. Charlotte doesn't care, so Seth interjects, having the puppeteer choose instead, asking if he will save her or switch the channel. With this, we are presented two options, each leading to an ending. Saving her will result in the true ending, so let's look through the channel switch ending first instead. If you choose to switch the channel, Seth leaves disappointed in you because you chose to be selfish. Charles and Charlotte switch to the channels for a while, trying to be happy with the decision. At some point, Charlotte gets annoyed, berating Charles for making a world where they're always so powerless. He conveys to her that he knows, that he never wanted to be born. He always thought it should have been Scarlet instead. He's always lived his life trying to make up for that. Charles apologizes for trapping them in such a repetitive, meaningless world, disclosing to her that he can't die here since he's already tried. Charlotte, hearing this, decides to ask Charles to leave this room, telling him together they will rebuild white society, explaining her reasoning to be that since Scarlet can't be contained in one vessel, then thousands should work. Charles speculates if she plans to make Pythia out of them, to which Charlotte shrugs, agreeing it'll be a very selfish act. Knowing that the Scarlet inside Charlotte wouldn't be happy with this choice, they decide to do it anyways, as Q84 says it's better than watching him rot away in self-pity. So they set off, rebuilding white society, getting thousands of vessels for Scarlet Isler. Last, we get to see our Charlotte, the one that was originally Scarlet, who had been turned into the Oracle. We see her interact with Frey, both of them looking terribly distorted, who says it's time for them to go stargazing for real this time with no tricks. Frey adds, together they will leave the story. While Charlotte is hesitant due to all the lies Umbrella Man told her, she accepts going with him. With that, we're given an ending. Now, as a quick reminder of where we were, Seth presented an option to us, the player, about choosing to save Scarlet Isler by destroying the TV set or switching the channel on the TV. When we choose to save her, Seth reminds us he had prepared everything for this journey, handing Charles a hammer. Charles prepares himself to do it, but Charlotte stops him. With great strength, she instructs him that she will do it instead. He tries to argue back, expressing she doesn't have to, but Charlotte Wiltshire grabs him by the collar and tells him she will do it. She checks with him what kind of creation she would be if she can't even carry his burdens. Charles relents to her words, handing her the hammer. She tells him it's probably best if he waits outside, but also clarifies that it wasn't a suggestion. Charles agrees, letting her know he will be back soon. Then Charlotte shoos him away, sarcastically agreeing with him. Charlotte takes a deep breath, in and out. She goes over what she's about to do, which is murder a girl with her face. As she looks on the TV screen, she sees a vision of herself with a yellow ribbon staring back. It makes her feel as if she knows Q84 is here. Talking to Scarlet Eiler, unsure if she can hear her, she discloses to her, as much as she doesn't want to admit it, Charles wanted her to be born. This is the reason she was her own person in the house, why the tenants were nice to her, why nobody hurt her here. Charlotte attempts to make it clear to her that she's not an unwanted child, that Charles wanted her to exist, and what Charlotte wants most is to crush all his regrets. For this reason, Charlotte will crush her too. She swings the hammer and gives Scarlet a final few parting words before destroying the TV set completely, as the scene fades to black. After a moment of silence, we see Charlotte and Charles standing together as they hold the deceased Vincent vessel. The pit is where all the vessels lie. Above them is a sun that will never set, a black sun that sucks in all the light it can. Seeing the never-ending bottomless pit, Charlotte asks Charles if he's sure there's not an exit at the end of the pit. Chuckling, he clarifies that he doesn't know, saying that the pit never fills up no matter how many corpses he drops in. She comforts him, remarking that this Vincent vessel was a good vessel, questioning Charles about keeping him safe like he was supposed to. Charles, with a pause, agrees, mentioning he really messed up. He goes on to say all he did was postpone the inevitable. Since there's no way he could have helped him, he also couldn't fix him either, but Charlotte calls that obvious. He can't just go around trying to fix people. There's not really a way of doing that anyways. He responds by inquiring to her if he knew that on a subconscious level, looking for agreement, going on to point out that's why the house turned out this way. He reminds himself that if he really believed he could change people, then everyone in the house would have been brainwashed, unnaturally happy versions of themselves, but he's never wished for that. But even then, the versions of the people he once knew still became distorted here. He expresses how Vincent especially turned out like this, since he was so interested in the idea of him, he was never able to see him as a real person. Finally, Charles decides it's time to lay Vincent to rest. Holding the vessel in his arms, he accepts that he's really gone. Saying goodbye to Vincent, they lower him into the pit and release their grasp on him. After a little while, they hear a small thud, which causes Charlotte to wonder just how many Vincents had Charles put down here. Charlotte puts a hand on his shoulder to help console him a little. Taking his time, he asks her if it's okay to visit one more place. With a yielding sigh, she jokingly says to him that she doesn't really have anything better to do anyways, deciding to tag along. But before they set off, she sees something in his hands, which piques her curiosity, so she asks him what he's holding. Answering her question, he enlightens her a bit, that it's Felix's invention, but doesn't elaborate further than that. They set off for their final location, together as the scene fades away. We see the room where Scarlet had confronted V19 and see Mother making pained noises just like before. Charles explains to Charlotte about what V19's belief of the world was, citing how she thought it was made purely for entertainment. However, Charles doesn't feel the same way about the house. His interpretation of it, instead, is that when he was alive, he always had a longing to be liked by other people, but he was never able to be. All his attempts to get along, to be liked, would always result in him being completely ignored or becoming a burden. He had good grades, but no one wanted to sit with him. He would always keep his opinions to himself and went with the flow. He was like a chameleon, changing himself to fit with the others, saying what they wanted to hear so they would stay with him. He wanted to connect with other people, but would push them away as soon as they got too close. As he grew to be disgusted by being physically close to people, he further isolated himself away from others. But even then, with his art and writing, he was still able to bridge the gap with others in a way that didn't disgust or repulse him. He tells of how he wouldn't have been able to connect with Henri or Vincent if it wasn't for those things he worked on, even if he doesn't view his work as anything significant. That's why this world, too, also subconsciously ended up relying on the way he felt most comfortable connecting with others. That's why this world needs all the elements of fiction and an appealing protagonist, because subconsciously he was worried that the house would be found boring without it. He hopes that the puppeteers can forgive his weakness about this. He asserts how Charlotte would have made the ending interesting and amazing to watch, but when it comes to him, the most he's able to do is come to terms with the loss of his loved ones, reflecting on all the people in his life he lost. Scarlet, his mother, Vincent, Henri. Finally, he's ready. Charles returns to why they decided to come here. Hello, Mother. I'm here. I know. Charles approaches Mother and hugs one of the appendages. You already did the best you could. You gave birth to so many wonderful children. Just like you wanted, right? Everything's okay. You can rest now. With those words, he injects the contents of the syringe he was holding into the massive organs. Seconds later, everything around us begins to crystallize. The house begins to collapse. Charles, you'll be the last of your kind, Q84. There'll be no more stories. No more dreams. No more control. At last, we will be free of everything. No more restrictions, no more fate, no more endings. Wonderful, isn't it? Mother will no longer... Ah. It's not even the first time I've seen him break down. And yet... It's okay. It's okay, Father. Your world met its end a long time ago, but a new one will surely begin from scratch. The humanity as you knew it has ceased to exist, only to make room for a new generation. As long as there are believers, their gods will be reborn, and churches will be built as their sanctuaries. A new day will come, and your time will start moving again. There's nothing to be sad about. Umbrella Man takes a moment to speak with us, congratulating us for reaching the end of the story. He hopes that we enjoyed it as he starts glitching out. Trying to make out what he's saying through the glitches, he hopes we can forgive him for misleading us to make the story more exciting. But noticing his glitching, he wonders what happened. He ignored the weird occurrence, continuing to talk about how he won't be staying here as he's grown bored, asking if we feel the same. Our options, alongside him, are all falling apart as the code breaks down, and eventually, after more text we can't even begin to decipher, the world breaks. In the remainder of this broken, collapsed world filled with errors and bugs, Charles addresses us directly for the first time ever. He blurts out that this is a bit awkward, since we spent time with all the other parts of him, but the main part of him was always just a side character in all these stories. But he's happy with being that. However, there's no one left to say a final word to us, so he's taking up the role to do that. He explains to us how everyone's gone, how the house has crumbled, saying it's a fitting end for a self-destructive world. It was no place for everyone to stay in. Since Mother's gone, the house can't confine him anymore. But before he leaves this place, he wanted to thank us. He explains his belief that this ending probably isn't what we were here for, or wanted. He concedes how we might be disappointed in the ending, since he couldn't become Charlotte Wiltshire, or Scarlet Eiler, or a proper Vincent Wordsworth. On a side note, he elucidates how he made up that last name since he never knew it in his time alive. He goes on to tell how the game may have disappointed people, since it didn't have interesting gameplay, just what he describes to be frustration. An endless screaming in the void with pent-up anger. A disappointing world of a disappointing person. A game where there are no winners and a world where our choices didn't matter. He stops himself going on, and with a genuine smile, speaks. But you still stayed until the end. Through illusions and metaphors, fairy tales and delusions, we were able to have a conversation. And after letting it all out, getting it out there, I was able to let go of my regrets. Just because you listened. That's why, thank you for paying a visit to the house. I hope you enjoyed your stay, even a little bit. After that, he thinks not everyone would want to hear a thank you from him, so he lets us talk to the Charlotte we know. She conveys to us how it's been a while since we've last seen each other. She makes sure to make it clear to us not to worry, as she hasn't forgotten about us either. Charles made sure she wouldn't. She goes on, saying how a lot of things had happened, but she's okay now. In fact, she's really happy. She's happy that in the end, everything worked out, and she's at peace with herself. She hopes we're okay too, expressing how she thought we didn't have any responsibilities except looking after her, but she realizes she had been wrong about that. Finally, she tells us, if there's something that's troubling you right now, or you don't think that you can go on anymore, please remember that a new day will come. I'm sorry I couldn't stay with you a little longer. It's time for me to move on. That's why, thank you. Thank you for taking care of me. Let's meet again someday. And with that, we get the true ending. Goodbye, Charlotte. So yeah, that was Hello Charlotte episode 3. A conclusion to episode 1 and 2, alongside with an explanation of what was going on in the seemingly distorted world. We learned about new characters and about the old characters. We communicated with Charles by going through his world, learning his story, and viewed a conclusion where he allowed himself to go on. Throughout our journey, we learned about Charles, the real Charles, and saw everything he went through. The people he lost, the struggles he faced, mysophobia, and how it affected him. How much he tried, and the failures that came with it. We found out more about Charlotte as well, learning her origins alongside why she came to despise herself by the time the second episode came around. We even learned about some of the other Charlottes, the things they went through. We even had a Charlotte who was particularly smart, who did her best to stay away from people and make sure she didn't end up like the others. But just like Charles, longed for connection and communication. This game really means a lot to me, to the point where I find myself connecting with a lot of the characters in it. Each character in the house represented different parts of Charles, and I found myself in a lot of them. But most of all, I found myself a lot in Charles, both in the true realm and in his time in the house. Episode 3 holds a lot of depth with a lot of metaphors and explanations, putting together everything we learned up till then and expanding on it. There were moments in this game that brought a sense of melancholy to me, like seeing Charles' mother give up, or seeing Charles try to take his own life with Henri, or when he finally chose to die. But there were also a lot of moments that gave me hope, like when Henri talked him out of it, trying to get him to understand, showing her care for him. Or when Charles decided to let go of the house and move on. Especially when Charlotte embraces the grieving Charles, telling him that a new day will come, how his time will start moving again. While bittersweet and not a spectacular ending, giving everyone what they wanted, I absolutely loved this ending. It felt like we had a proper talk with the creator and the characters, with everything ending in a manner befitting of it. Not all conversations end in a dramatic farewell and amazement. Some end in a laid-back, melancholic way, and that's okay. Because even then, this ending is one that provides hope. That even though sometimes your time may stop, eventually it will begin to move again, even if that takes a while. This game was really long compared to the others, and I tried my best to go over it, but I still feel like I missed some parts of it. But even then, the script for this game was 70 pages long in this video alone. So if you're still around this far in, thank you for sticking by. But if episode 3 was a conclusion, then the next game serves as an epilogue. It takes place in an alternate universe, where Scarlet never existed, where Charles lives out his life starting from childhood, with no extra pressure of a perfect dead sibling existing. There's some other differences as well, like Charles and Vincent knowing each other, but you'll see them later as we go on. This epilogue is a goodbye to the ones we've come to know, to accept and move on. Without further ado, my personal favorite game in the series, Hello Charlotte, Heaven's Gate. Number 1, Vincent Fennel. We see a younger Charles observing an equally young Vincent Fennel, who is watching a trail of ants. Curious, Charles decides to approach him. He starts by pointing out that the ants are winged ants. We see Vincent staring at them, mentioning how they're tiny. In response to this, Charles says it's good since bugs are yucky. Vincent, with a little more enthusiasm, wondered if they must be like gods to the little creatures. After he finished saying that, he picked one up and ripped off its wings, a big grin plastered across his face. Charles, in shock, yells at him to let go, telling him that just because they're bigger doesn't mean they should hurt them. He elaborates that his mother told him that even the smallest of lives matter. In contrast, Vincent responds by telling him that his mom calls bugs annoying. Seeing no other options at convincing him, Charles threatens to go to the nurses if he doesn't stop. With no words in response, Vincent gets up and walks away. From that day forward, Charles came to the decision he doesn't like Vincent Fennel at all. Number 2, Tazos. We see it's lunchtime. While the other kids are crowding together, Charles on the outside of the horde looks in. It turns out they're trading Tazos. To explain, Tazos is essentially a type of stickers people would get from chips with characters on them. Anyways, we see Vincent surrounded by a bunch of kids who are looking at his collection. As luck would have it, Vincent has some super rare Tazos, one of the kids even commenting on it. In response, Vincent offers it to the kid, but the kid, stunned, stammers out that he doesn't even have anything good to trade for it. Vincent lets him know he doesn't mind, and the kid has him choose from his own collection for something that Vincent doesn't already have to trade. Seeing that exchange, all the other kids ask to trade as well. One of the kids in the group notices Charles looking in on them. They ask if he wants to join in and trade too, but he responds by telling them his mother told him chips are bad for his health, so he doesn't have any. The kid that asked him calls him boring and returns to trading with Vincent. To this response, Charles just wonders what's even so special about Vincent, but while he's lost in thought, he trips, dropping the box with the classroom turtle he was holding. Because of this, the nurses yelled at him and punished him, which Charles chose to blame Vincent for as well. Number 3. Mother. At the age of 5, Charles moved into a flat infested with cockroaches and birds living in the balcony. He asked his mom why this place was so dirty, to which she answers that the person who lived here wasn't very cleanly. Charles complains a little, asking to go back to their own home, wondering why they even had to leave. His mother doesn't answer, but instead informs him that they won't be staying for long. The dirt around them makes Charles' skin crawl. Later on, he learns that the previous owner of the flat was a drug addict who died from overdose. He reflects on his life with his mother. When he was too loud, his mother told him to keep quiet. When he would walk around the place, his mother told him his footsteps were too loud. When he became excited, his mother would lecture him for misbehaving. Turns out, one evening, she even had a breakdown because the clothes were unsorted in their drawers. For Charles, they had been talking normally, but in an instant, there were shouting and sounds of clothes being thrown. He thinks there must have been something else that's bothering her, but he can't understand it due to his age. Not knowing what's wrong, Charles apologizes profusely, promising to never do it again. He wants to make everything okay. He doesn't want to become a burden on her. These are Charles' thoughts as the scene comes to an end. Even in a world devoid of Scarlet Eiler, he still tries to do his best. Charles, as a person, regardless of the factors, doesn't want to be a burden on the people he loves. He wants to make them happy, not sad. Number 4. Concert. They hold a concert at Charles' school to celebrate the coming of autumn. The kids are made to say short poems. Charles recites his poem that's 4 lines long. While he said it perfectly, his voice is shy and quiet, making it hard to hear when he spoke. But Vincent got a 6-line poem, which he says with absolute perfection. Clear voice, no mess-ups, perfect. His voice is monotonous, making Charles believe he doesn't really care. Later on, when the children are all being picked up, Charles thinks to himself how Vincent is almost always last to be picked up by his parents. Although sometimes, even then, he isn't picked up at all, instead opting to head home alone. Charles tells his mother about that, who freaks out at the idea. She's shocked at the thought of a child so young going home alone. She questions aloud what his parents are thinking. Charles doesn't know how to respond. Number 5. Valentine's Day. Everyone in the school got something for lunch to celebrate. However, Charles, to celebrate the day, gets sick, throwing up onto his festive shirt. He doesn't mind his shirt being ruined, but his mom really liked the shirt. As he rests in his bed at the nurse's office, he notices Vincent in there too. His knee had been scraped, and the nurse is applying antiseptic to it. Even with the bad scrape and the antiseptic, Charles notices he isn't even wincing at the pain. Seeing his reaction, Charles wonders if he's a robot. Wanting to ask him, but his headache being too strong, he decides to stay quiet instead. His mom shows up quickly, taking him home. With that, Charles has to stay home for a week. Number 6. New stage. In a blink of an eye, his kindergarten life has come to an end, and his graduation album, while not having too much of him inside of it, does contain a photo of him in some medieval clothing from a photo shoot. While it is his favorite photo, he doesn't want to admit it since it's embarrassing. Charles is beaming with excitement, ready to start his new school. He also briefly comments how Vincent moved away to a different school, but he didn't really like him much anyway, so he's not too concerned about a matter like that. Number 7. Friends. Now that he's in elementary school, he finds it boring. He's able to solve all the problems in his math workbook in a single evening, but that means he's extra bored during actual lessons since there's nothing much for him to do. But as he goes through school, he finds himself fairly smart, and then starts to point out the mistakes others would make when he sees them. The girl who sits next to him only sits there to copy his answers during tests. While he goes through school, he's found a new way to make friends. His new method is to either buy them lunch or share his own. Even though he spent all his money on buying snacks to give to others, he was still chosen last during gym class. After more time passes, alongside an after-school beating by the other kids, Charles learns not to poke his nose into others' business. Charles knows it's not his fault people cheat. He just did what he thought was right, but learned that people don't like when he snitches on them. He also learned that they don't like being responsible or proper. He believes that while he is doing everything he can not to be a burden on people, others are doing the exact opposite. Years pass, turning Charles from a talkative person into a class ghost. As his 4th year in elementary comes to an end, everyone in the class still called him by his last name. Similar to our mainline Charles, he tried his best to communicate with others, to reach an understanding with them, but sticking to his morals and doing what he felt was best got him turned into a class ghost once again. Number 8. Reunion. As Charles transitions into middle school, he sees a familiar face, Vincent Fennell. Except now he looks much more frail than he used to be, alongside a smile plastered on his face. He smiles at Charles, he smiles at everyone. Charles views it as his blank expression from kindergarten was replaced with a mask. The smile Vincent gave him now made him feel uncomfortable. While Charles tries to avoid him, they somehow end up together in a group for a project. The group is made of 4 members, but the other 2 just want free marks, so Charles and Vincent are the only ones to actually do any work. As he works more with Vincent, he finds that he's actually really nice to work with. Due to how caring Vincent is in his work, plus how much teamwork he exhibits, it causes Charles to get caught up in his rhythm. That gives him, for the first time ever, a fun time working on a project. Vincent expresses his gratitude at Charles' hard work, and he feels as though this is the first time since the 5 years he's been in school that someone had actually been thankful for his work. It touches him, leading him to decide to put Vincent's name first on the project title slides. The day of the presentations arrive, Vincent has a clear, powerful voice while presenting. Charles, however, is very anxious. Tripping over his words, he thinks to himself that he hates himself for it. Still, they earn the highest marks in the class, shifting his opinion on group work, making him believe that maybe teamwork might not be so bad after all. Number 9. Weakling. As they run during their PE class, Vincent passes out. Charles thinks back on his memories of him, realizing Vincent's stamina isn't particularly good. While Charles struggles with running fast, he is able to run long distances, but Vincent, on the other hand, gets tired after a couple of laps. Charles overhears the teachers talking, learning that Vincent has health complications. He also listens in on a talk some of his classmates are having during a different gym class. Huh? Fennel's not running again. I heard he has a weak heart. Or was it anemia? He's the best student in class. Maybe he's pushing himself too hard. People like that don't live long. My uncle died from a stroke. Really? Charles considers the idea of Vincent dying. To this point, the thought had never crossed his mind. He feels that children don't think too deeply about life and death. His gaze shifts over to Vincent sitting on a bench. While Charles and Vincent don't really talk, he had been watching him for quite a long time. For him, it feels like the two share a connection. Number 10. Henrietta Warhol. Charles normally sticks around to clean up the classroom after classes are over. However, on this day, Henrietta was bullied into staying and doing the cleaning of others. So as she goes to clean a desk with a wet rag, Charles starts up a conversation with her, explaining to her to use detergent since it would be better. Henrietta replies to him by telling him not to talk to her, questioning why he's even here since he's not on cleaning duty. While Charles responds by saying he likes cleaning, in reality he can't trust others to clean properly, so he does it instead. He tells her that she can go home since he was planning on cleaning up anyways, since he has a piano lesson in 2 hours and it would give him enough time to get through all his homework after he finishes cleaning. She shoots back at him that she will stay, adding that the ones who bullied her into cleaning in the first place are waiting outside, meaning if she left early, they might think she's slacking off. Reluctantly, with no other options, Charles agrees to her staying and the two clean in silence as Charles doesn't know what to talk to her about. After a while, he calls her name, giving her a piece of candy, a habit he held onto during his elementary school days. He decides to give her this as a reward for cleaning today. Unsure what to think, she prods him if there's anything wrong with it, but with a bit of reassurance from Charles, she accepts it, leaving afterwards. A few weeks later, they start to talk more during lunch times, and even though the other girls would tease her for it, she eventually learned how to talk back. Charles feels that she might be more confident when she's not alone. Henri sends Charles some texts, deciding she's going to help him get rid of his acne, though she sends him a list of skincare products and foods he should avoid. Charles tries to jokingly protest, but Henri doesn't want to hear it, commenting that even though he's a clean freak, he sure hates to look after himself. A bit too on the nose there. Number 11. Past. We learn that Charles' mother never really tells him about her past or about his father, but Charles never tries to ask either. All he's able to do is instead listen to her cry sometimes at night, then keep quiet about it the next day. He's glad she's keeping well, but he's worried she might one day stumble, fall, and never get back up. Thinking about something like that causes Charles' hands to itch, which makes him spend 10 minutes trying to wash it away. He makes it his goal to grow up and be someone dependable for her. Number 12. Interlude. Alone. We're inside the Mind Library as we see Charlotte looking into a language workbook trying to fill in the blanks, but is seemingly unable to. Frey looks over her shoulder, rhetorically asking if she's doing someone else's homework again. He reminds her that she's not obliged to do it. With a momentary downward glance, she looks up, replying to him that it's for a friend. Frey, understanding the situation, queries if that's why she couldn't turn them down, since they said they were friends. Charlotte wonders if she did something wrong to believe them, but with a smile, Frey reassures her that it isn't, reminding himself that Charlotte is a very earnest person, but with a sneer adds that she's too gullible for her own good. At that addition, Charlotte looks at him with shock and despair as he goes on. He elucidates to her that the person who said they were friends used something called a keyword, explaining that it's like a password that doesn't have a meaning, adding that when she heard it, she thought of a meaning she had for the word. What she might have thought meant that they want to help and understand her actually meant that they want to use her for their own gain. Frey continues his thoughts by telling her they could have been honest about it, but would she really be doing their work for them if they had? Charlotte stays quiet in response to his questions, so Frey continues on that, saying it doesn't make them evil, because if they were the main characters, the viewers would probably understand their way of thinking. He caps off his thoughts by stating the true evil lies in muddled words, making sure to mention to her to remember his words. Finally, Charlotte replies to him, clarifying that if she doesn't follow along, she'll be left all alone, saying this is all she's good for. Hearing it, Frey leans his head onto her, trying his best to remind her that isn't true. He knows she just wants someone to make her feel better about herself, but he'll be here to do that. He shares to her that while it may feel like she's not doing enough, in truth, she's doing her very best. Number 13. School trip. For their first year in high school, Charles goes on a school trip. He has a few options with who to sit with on the bus, but none of them is too appealing, so he decides to sit with Vincent instead of a teacher or the bullies. He asks Vincent if it's okay to sit next to him, to which Vincent willingly obliges. But quickly, Charles realizes he shouldn't be sitting there, since it's right in the front, which means it's used for people who are sick. But Vincent quickly reassures him that it's okay, since he can just swap with someone if they do get sick. Vincent goes on to explain that he isn't able to sit in the back since it makes him dizzy. Jokingly, Charles tells him it sucks to be him. Vincent gives a dry, humorless laugh, his laughter not reaching his eyes. Charles worries that he messed up his interaction with him. As some time passes, he finally pulls himself back together, but Vincent had already fallen asleep. With nothing else to do, Charles takes out his MP3 player, but only a few minutes later, the class decides to watch a movie on the bus. Since it's too loud for him to keep listening to music, he decides to watch along. When they finally reach the hotel, it is far past midnight. Thankfully for Charles, his roommate he has to share with don't mind if he leaves during the night. He expects that his classmates will probably leave the room anyways, choosing to go to some other room to do something else. As they get to their room and finish unpacking, his roommates, just as he thought, leave. They don't invite him, but that's something Charles expected. So he spends part of his night drawing ideas for comics he might make one day in the future. As he finishes up, he realizes it feels like he's seen them before. Not giving it much thought though, he sets off to sleep. Waking up early the next morning, the jet black hair boy heads to the hotel dining room, not seeing many other people awake. He sees that among the few people awake, Vincent is one of them. Taking the opportunity, he goes to sit next to him, greeting him. Vincent responds, further going on to prod why he didn't see him last night. Charles tells him that he was getting his rest, and questions him in response if he was partying with everyone. With a smile, he replies, of course he was. Charles mentions to him that he can't imagine Vincent drinking. Vincent proudly proclaims that he has a high alcohol tolerance, unlike others. That immediately reminded Charles of his morning, as he had woken up to the sounds of someone puking. Charles, thinking about Vincent downing alcohol, makes him chuckle loudly, which in turn causes Vincent to look at him, wondering what's up. Quickly, he changes the topic before Vincent can ask him anything. He explains that when he tries drinking, he just gets sleepy. Vincent replies with his thoughts that he would have guessed that Charles would be someone who'd talk a lot, but further answering that he doesn't, but instead stops talking altogether and falls asleep. A deep enough sleep that people would call an ambulance for him since they think he'd mistakenly died of too much alcohol. Noting the specific example Charles gave, Vincent comments that it sounds like he's speaking from experience. Charles doesn't elaborate too much, the scene moving to him talking about the trip for that day. It wasn't a trip that interested him too much, as he never found much interest in art museums. But at some point during the day, Henri had gotten lost, so he volunteered to go look for her. After some looking, he was able to find her at the statue near the museum with her phone dead. He takes her back to the main group as she holds onto his shirt until they arrive. Night sets in as they get back to the hotel, but this time Charles is paired up with someone who's making out with their girlfriend in the room they're sharing. Charles isn't too comfortable with that, so taking his jacket, he leaves the room past curfew to get away. He decides to try spending the night on the hotel stairs. As he's about to doze off, Vincent shakes his shoulder. Waking him up from his daze, Vincent notifies Charles that he'll catch a cold if he stays out here. Gathering himself, Charles thanks him, answering that he didn't mean to fall asleep. Wondering what Vincent is doing out at this time, he asks. Vincent explains that he really likes night walks, but Charles is quick to remind him that they aren't really allowed to leave their rooms at night. Knowing the irony of the situation, Vincent asks why he's here then. Not giving the most detailed explanation, Charles says that he's not a big fan of voyeurism. Vincent gives him a confused and questioning glance. Realizing that it sounded bad, Charles tells him to forget it. Laughing, Vincent agrees, and tries to clarify by guessing there's an issue with Charles' roommate. This time, Charles explains to him that he's right, mentioning that he put it in a pleasant way. Vincent giggles, explaining that he could have used much less pretty words, but they'd leave a bad taste in his mouth. Vincent takes a look up at the night sky, commenting that it's nice and quiet here, and how he doesn't have to wake up to shouting here. Unsure of how to respond to his words, Charles just picks at his skin. Knowing Charles' discomfort, Vincent apologizes for saying too much. Charles tries to respond, but still doesn't know what to say. He thinks of words, wondering if he should say that it's fine, pitiful, or awful, but doesn't feel like any of those fit. Eventually he decides he doesn't feel like he's someone who should comment at all. So they sit there in silence for a bit until Vincent finally asks him if he plans to return to his room. Charles chooses to wait outside a bit longer, just in case. He exchanges a goodnight with Vincent, who heads off to his own room. After waiting half an hour more, Charles goes back to his own room to find his classmates sleeping. Finally, Charles heads to sleep with the thought that it would be nice to go on another class trip again. Number 14. Passwords. One afternoon, Charles gets a text from Vincent wondering if he was interested in joining him for lunch. Charles agrees, telling him he'll join him right after he grabs something to eat, and they settle on meeting at their usual place. Charles describes how Vincent enjoys eating outside as it's more quiet than other places. Turns out, after the trip, they started to hang out together more often. Sometimes they even eat lunch together. Meeting together, they begin to eat. At some point, Charles ponders with him if he thinks the education system is flawed. Vincent starts thinking about it and poses the response to him that it depends on what he would define as flawed. Vincent goes on to explain that if the goal of education is discipline, then having a hierarchy is essential. But Charles is thinking more on the topic of what they learn. To explain his perspective, he uses the test they had today as an example. He questions if Vincent actually knows what the entropy of an isolated system never decreases means, wondering if he can explain it. In his reply, he states that he doesn't know, instead he just learned the material needed to answer the question. With that answer, Charles is quick to point out that's what he meant. He only learned what the teacher wanted, but after the test he'll forget that knowledge and have no idea what he was writing about. Finally, he fully explains that his point is that they're only learning keywords without getting any meaning out of it, not getting any practical knowledge from it. Vincent starts to understand his point and outlines Charles's conclusion in his own words. If you can't find a use for theoretical knowledge, then it's meaningless, confirming if that's correct. Vincent tells Charles that even if that is correct, he wouldn't use that idea to slack off. Charles agrees with this point, just wanting Vincent to hear him out. Charles mentions to him that if he had the opportunity, he'd like to change the system himself, since he finds it ridiculous to tell other people how to do their job. Seeing his attitude, Vincent is relieved he understands. Vincent, a bit later, chooses to add on to Charles's opinion on the subject, expressing that it's not just school that uses keywords, explaining that meaningless keywords litter their speech in daily life as well. Adding to it, Charles points out that mass media is entirely made from them, as they utilize template phrases to garner a reaction. Finishing the point that Charles took over, Vincent states that the real meaning of it is entirely hidden, a conversation fairly similar to what we saw between Charlotte and Frey earlier. As an example, Charles points to articles that bash art exhibitions that actually have the intention of promoting them instead. Getting lost in their discussion, Charles realizes their lunch break is about to end soon, pointing out how Vincent hadn't finished eating yet. Chuckling, Vincent reassures him not to worry. The two quickly eat their lunch and rush to class. Number 15. Puberty. Charles notes that as everyone gets older, they start to get more disturbed and obnoxious. This is because everyone is trying to connect, but it ends up being in a way which is clumsy and erratic. Charles understands the idea, but also reminisces that he's always been fine alone. While he does like hanging out with Vincent, it still gets tiring for him sometimes. For him, Henri can also be tiring, but part of him enjoys the teasing alongside the similar taste in anime they share as well. Speaking to her out loud, he asks her to consult him on dating sims, as he thinks they can make a pretty penny off of it. Of course, he says this in a somewhat mocking tone to elicit a response from her. She tells him to go away, plus that it wouldn't sell well here. She also adds he shouldn't be talking too loudly about this since the other girls will hear. Charles just goes that it's her fault for pretending. With a wide smirk, he continues asking her to make a doujin circle with him. Rejecting him again, this time she cites that she hasn't written a complete story before. In response, Charles just tells her to copy the popular tropes since everyone just wants what they're used to. Annoyed, Henri sends him away, calling him a bother. Charles thinks to himself that talking to her always lifts his mood up. The scene swaps to a static screen. We hear of a cult called Heaven's Gate. We learn that it's an organization that tries to convince others that the world everyone lives in is controlled by alien puppeteers from another world. People call into question if the puppeteers' world is more real than their own, if they could just be saved by refusing to be actors on a stage. Seeing the information about it, Charles sends a text to Vincent, wondering what's up with the sudden emergence of web cults. Vincent speculates if he's referring specifically to Heaven's Gate, informing him that he helped copyright the contents for the website. Shocked, Charles questions him if that's true. Vincent answers his shock by saying of course. He goes on to explain that all forms of content have those who curate it, but reassures him that Heaven's Gate was just meant to be a prank. Vincent checks with Charles if he doesn't actually believe the whole puppets on strings thing. While he doesn't believe it, he does mention that the text Vincent wrote was awfully convincing. Laughing at the remark, Vincent accepts his praise, letting Charles know that he's honored. Charles inquires why he chose the name Heaven's Gate, which he elaborates that they wanted it to seem like something big even though it was a prank. He confirms with Charles if the name made it sound like something promising, who agrees with his thoughts, going on to mention that it sounded pretentious. Charles wonders that even though it's a prank, isn't it still dangerous since people could believe them? Throwing the thought away, Vincent just remarks that it would be silly if they did. Number 16. Interlude, Rationality. We're greeted with two familiar faces, Bennett and Felix. Bennett poses a question to Felix, wondering if he'd be more rational if he killed off his remaining emotions. Thinking over it, Felix answers by stating that he doesn't believe rationality would exist without feelings. Giving an example, he explains that patients with prefrontal cortex brain damage don't experience emotions, so for them, any decision is as good as another. Explaining his point further, he gives the idea that when he thinks of killing someone he loves, he's overwhelmed with horror and disgust, which stops him from doing it on a whim. Felix elaborates to Bennett that soap stops the prefrontal cortex from working, reminding him that consuming it isn't helping him. Going on to say that eventually he will lose the ability to distinguish the weight of a decision from another. Bennett, not fully understanding, questions what he means. Felix remarks that it will mean killing him and eating cookies for breakfast will be morally the same for him. Felix advises him that if he eats more soap, it'll only worsen his mental state, gently reminding him it's okay to care. At the words, Bennett lets out a bitter chuckle. Number 17. Trust. Charles is sitting around outside, where Vincent seemingly coalesces behind him, peeking over his shoulder, scaring Charles when he asks a question. He inquires if he's writing something, but nervously Charles responds by an awkward laugh paired with words that says it barely counts as writing. Vincent goes to stand in front of him, questioning him if he's dissatisfied with his work. Charles answers that he's not, at least not more than he usually is, but he's struggling to communicate his thoughts to other people. He recaps the plot he's writing looks too contrived, that if he was a reader, he would have stopped reading after the first page. Vincent goes on to query another question out of him, wondering if he believes that his readers are stupid. With a bit more of an intense response to Vincent's question, Charles responds by flatly stating no. He goes on to blame himself for being a clumsy writer, but hearing that, Vincent ponders if he just doesn't trust his readers instead. Resigning to that inference, Charles replies with an averted gaze that he doesn't trust them even though he wants to. Taking his problems into view, Vincent gives Charles a solution. If he's unable to trust his readers, then he should instead work to prove that he could be trusted instead. Vincent leans in, taking up more of Charles's personal space, causing him to pull back a bit. Not showing any consideration of Charles's actions, Vincent continues. Show them you've done your research, that you're knowledgeable about the subjects you're handling, that you're involved as much as your reader is, that you're prepared to bare your mind and soul. His presence suddenly overbearing, Vincent looms over me. My breathing hitches. I feel small. When I'd be making a fool out of myself if I admit my weakness. Yes, it'll make you vulnerable. It'll leave you in the open. Naked in public. Guts out. Come, cop a feel. For $1.99 only. Thrilling, right? Yet still, you'll be the one in control. Because it was your conscious decision to reveal the information, and you hold power over it. With those words, Vincent leaves my personal bubble and drops on a bench beside me. Having nothing to hide puts you both at an advantage and a disadvantage, but my opinion is that it's worth it. I suppose that's one way to go about it. If it were me, I'd rather have the work exist separately from the author. If anything, I'd prefer working as anonymously as possible. Yes, I'm not saying my approach would work for each and every person. You should choose what suits you best. But most importantly, don't underestimate your readers. Make them feel like your story is the best thing they'll ever experience. Make them feel like they can only feel that way with you. And there you have it, a story you can be proud of. The way you put it sounds like you're selling your mind to others. Does it? I'd call it sharing. Besides, being insincere in your work will result in flavorless, throwaway texts. Do you want to write disposable garbage like that? With his thoughts laid bare in front of Charles, he can only comment how Vincent is quite intense. Charles mentions that Vincent has a lot of knowledge for how young he is, wondering if that maybe he's also writing something as well. Vincent states that it looked like he needed advice and checks to see if his words were enough. Grateful for what he said, Charles thanks him, even asking if he'd be willing to read over what he's written so far and provide feedback. Vincent happily agrees, making it clear that he shouldn't expect any mercy, to which Charles takes on the challenge. Some time passes as they enter their final year of high school. Vincent joins the student council, inviting Charles to join too. Charles wasn't going to join at first, but Vincent brings up his mention of making a change and how this is a good opportunity to do so. Charles tries to decline by using wordplay to wiggle his way out, but eventually relents, going with Vincent. Vincent talks aloud, proud of his success, and telling Charles he will regret it. In reaction to this, Charles points out that those are the opposite of words of encouragement, while Vincent continues laughing. As it becomes 6 p.m., Charles realizes that they're one of the last students leaving. He stretches, letting out a yawn. Charles speaks, explaining how the meeting today was very tiring, how he needs a no people day soon. Vincent agrees with the sentiment, but Charles is quick to bring up that he was one of the people who talked the most during the meeting. He questions how he has the energy to argue that much. Vincent chuckles to himself, replying that he just likes good discussion. Charles points out how it wasn't good discussion at all. Instead, everyone was just trying to shout louder than each other. Vincent responds by calling it thrilling, but is quick to explain he's joking. It gets tiring for him too. Plus, he's not a fan of the noise either, but Vincent doesn't feel ready to head home yet. Charles looks at the sky, noticing the weather is pretty good. He lets Vincent know that he was planning on inviting him out for a walk anyways. He agrees to join him, asking if he'd like to walk in silence for a bit. To that suggestion, Charles calls it a good plan. Together, the two take a walk through the setting sun. Number 18. Social media. One day, Charles and Henri are waiting for class to start. Henri is seated on a windowsill, starting to fall asleep. Charles, while looking at his phone, comments out loud that he's tired of social media, expressing that no one is really talking about things that matter. How seeing it all makes him feel bad for adding to it. Henri makes herself more awake by stretching, and then in a swift motion, pinching his nose. She questions him on what he thinks people should be talking about, further asking who he is to decide what matters and what doesn't. He reassures her that he knows, he just wanted to say what he felt like, which is tired. She calls his judgment useless, comparing it to watching a teenage melodrama and wanting a deeper meaning out of it. She lectures him to go read a book or talk to Vincent if he wanted something profound. She labels him a combination of a therapist and a saint. Charles replies that she's trivializing him. He then remarks that he's more like a god, the reply irking Henri a bit. She corrects him, expressing he's a human. She then comments how he's biased since Vincent validates him, to which Charles easily gives in, mentioning it was a good point. Henri questions Charles what he likes about him, still unsure herself. Charles answers her by saying he's hardworking, reliable, and that after he talks to him, it feels like he's reached a new level of human consciousness. Plus, he appreciates personal space, taunting Henri by ending with saying, unlike some. Irritated, she queries if he's done yet, to which he calls her jealous. They banter between each other a bit more, making joking responses, and then Charles wonders if Vincent had ever gotten mad at someone. The idea of it not really forming in his head. Henri asserts that he just has high self-control, that she lost hers when she started to stand up for herself. Charles ruminates that she is conscious about her attitude, looking upon Henri, whose eyes are averted. He then reassures her that a mean Henri is a best Henri, going on to mention that any Henri is the best Henri. He finishes his thought by expressing to her that he really likes the way she is now. With a smile returned back to her face, she tells him okay. Number 19. Possessions. Vincent comes over to Charles's place so they can work on a research project together. Charles is quick to welcome him in, still with rubber gloves on his hands. Vincent comments that he looks proud of himself. He's quick to explain that he had cleaned up the place alongside completing other chores so he can focus on working easily. Vincent responds by saying he seems very diligent when it's about organizing things. Charles describes he can't really focus when things are out of place, that he finds himself focusing on the thing out of place, unable to work on what he's supposed to be. Vincent talks about his own workspace, which he states isn't close to as neat as his, but also mentions he doesn't have many personal possessions to organize anyways. Going on to add that he might not like stuff piling up and doesn't feel very sentimental about it either. As Vincent laughs, Charles wonders to himself if that's the only reason, but instead of pressing further, decides to change the topic instead. Charles brings up their old time in school, reminding him about when everyone was crazy into collecting stickers. Vincent does recall it, reminiscing how everyone was into trading them. Charles continues down the topic by highlighting that he still has his own collection, that he can't really bring himself to throw it away, or his old cat toys either. He calls it a bit embarrassing, but Vincent is quick to validate him, interpreting that he must have loved them. Further adding on that having things he loved doesn't make it seem like he's a child. Hearing Vincent's reasoning, he agrees, asking if Vincent had any items he loved the same. Surprised for a second, but answering in the next, Vincent informs Charles that he doesn't, since he only bought the popular things, even if he didn't like them. Wondering what happened after that, Vincent clues him in on saying he just threw them away, since they didn't have a purpose anymore. Taking in Vincent's expression, Charles notes that his gaze felt empty, that even though he had a smile blanketing his face, it wasn't giving any specific emotion. This only made his smile feel even more out of place. Charles thinks to himself that for a second, it felt like they weren't talking about stickers or items anymore, but rather something else. Nervous on how to respond, he lets out a reply saying he sees, and that it must mean that Vincent has no interest in material possessions, calling it admirable. Vincent takes a bit to pause, but eventually responds with agreement to Charles with another half-hearted smile. Realizing his response, Charles believes that his words sound hollow. Number 20. Uncertainty. The sun will come up soon. Charles, Henri, and Henry are all sitting together. Henry is asleep with the controller in his hands. Charles is reading a book, and Henri is lying down browsing social media. Charles explains that some weekends, Henri comes over to hang out, sometimes bringing along her brother who she's stuck babysitting. Together, they play video games and eat snacks. Henri is far less stressed when away from school, further thinking that her voice sounds lower than it usually does, too. Charles goes to talk to Henri. He's surprised how good her brother is at rhythm games. In response to this, Henri lets him know that he's free to use her brother for scoring any full combos he needs, adding in that it's all he's good for anyways. Charles, picking up on her comment, wonders if she's being a little too harsh, but is told that he deserves it for being a lazy ass. She points out his grades, and believes that he made it a goal for himself to become the worst student. Charles highlights to her an alternative from her belief, questioning if maybe his mind just works differently from the rest. Henri already knows that, clarifying that's part of it, but mostly he just wants to stay at home and play MMOs all day. She wants to help him, but also wants a break from dealing with it all. She's tired of having to work part-time jobs just to help her parents pay for Henry's lifestyle, asking Charles if he knows how much console games cost. She illuminates to him that all their costs Henry accrues, as well with MMO subscriptions, gacha pulls, and merch, explaining that it all comes to a total of her monthly salary. He reminds her that their parents don't have to buy all of that, but she has a retort for this too, going on to explain that Henry tells them it'll motivate him because otherwise he wouldn't leave his room. Unsure of how to deal with that knowledge, Charles is visibly frustrated. He watches as Henri looks to the ceiling, considering something. Breaking the silence, Henri questions Charles if they're actually dating. Charles looks confused, but she goes on to elaborate that this is the 5th time she's stayed over. He takes her out for nice food and carries her bags when shopping, and he looks after Henry when she's busy. Hearing the list, Charles just scrutinizes to himself that what she's listed are just things a decent person would do. Responding to her question, he says that he fails to see her point, reminding her that she always said she wanted someone to call her princess and take her on cute dates, imitating her voice. He talks more about her dream partner mimicking her voice, but is quickly stopped by Henri's elbow. She states that he's far from his ideal, mentioning to him not to use his squeaky voice to imitate her. Still uncertain, she wonders just what they should call their relationship, but Charles just questions if it needs a specific term, pointing out if she means being each other's possessions, then he is against the idea. He believes that no one should ever belong to another, finding it weird that others think a string of letters binds people to them. Henrietta questions him, wondering if it's normal to want to have something to call your own. Exasperated, he replies that rubs him the wrong way, since it treats others as commodity, and goes on to relate it to a mindset built in a capitalist society. Henri is visibly frustrated by it, annoyed he brought philosophy into their discussion. Henri remarks to him to say it normally instead. With an apology, Charles clarifies that he doesn't know yet. With a sigh, Henri explains that she doesn't either. Then she lets him know that she wants to try something, and leans in, kissing Charles. After she finishes, she asks how it was for him. Charles comments how it's normally an amazing thing that every story tends to build up to, but for him it felt pretty ordinary. Henri inquires about if it was with someone else, but unsure about it, Charles believes it would just be the same. He reminds her that he's not too comfortable with physical things, wondering if something's wrong with him. At the question, Henri asks if he'd like her to hit him. She restates the words he's always said about how everyone experiences life differently. She reassures him that even though she doesn't understand it, it doesn't make it his fault. With another apology, Charles describes that he feels like he's constantly letting people down. In response, Henri tells him to find a downer like himself or stop worrying about it altogether. She utilizes Vincent as an example, showing how he's comfortable with his own company. Charles is quick to shoot down her observation, explaining how he's always surrounded by people, only starting to isolate himself recently. Henri explains her side of it though, that even though she's only talked with him a few times, it felt as though he wasn't really there, not listening to what a person tells him. This is what led her to believe that he's full of crap, but at least it's something he's content with. Charles brings up that maybe he was just bored talking to her, but she's quick to agree with a maybe, but also explains that he's like that with everyone. She adds that Charles also sucks at reading people. She makes a bet that Vincent would be the type of person who would fill a planet with clones of himself, and be content with it. With a laugh, Charles wonders how she thought of that. Adding to the scenario she just made up, he remarks that if he did that, or had his personalities divide themselves into parts, it would end in a mass suicide. To that comment, Henri just tells him he's being weird. Moving on, she ends her thoughts with how stupid it is to try and mold Charles into something he's not. Ending with, even if they did everything that a romantic partner would, it would be pointless if he didn't feel the same. Charles goes to apologize again, but Henri stops him, mentioning that it should be a thank you instead. With that declaration, Charles agrees with her, thanking her. Number 21. Paralysis. Charles wakes up one day with a headache, but brushing it off makes his way to the bathroom so he can brush his teeth. When he watches himself in the mirror, he notices that only one of his eyes are blinking. He thinks of it as weird, but doesn't think too much on it, heading off to school anyways. He gets through school like normal until he reaches the 5th period. He feels a sudden wave of fatigue, feeling that something isn't right with him. He decides to call his mom to pick him up, and together they go to the hospital. Once they get there, and he goes through some tests, the doctors let them both know that Charles seems to have Bell's palsy, which will take around a month to recover from. Because of this, Charles has to miss a month of school, right before exams come around, lamenting it. Even though half his face isn't responsive, he still feels his body is numb. Struggling to focus, he forces himself to message Henri about where he'd gone since she was curious. After responding, he thinks about the way his face is stuck, happy that at least no one will see him like that. He manually closes one of his eyes, then closes the other, hoping that when he wakes up the next day, the issues will be gone. But obviously, it doesn't go away. He reflects to himself how hospital food is tasteless, but he doesn't really care since he'll be discharged today, since he won't stay more than 2 days since he's not fatally injured. One of his mother's acquaintances gave him a ride home, and then for 2 weeks he took pills and slept for 24 hours. The 2 weeks after that, he stared into the ceiling as he was unable to focus on anything else. At some point, his mother informs him that while he was asleep, Henri had brought some printouts from school. Charles is thankful for her, and while sorting through the stuff she brought, she notices a notebook is also there, alongside the materials, that has Vincent's name on it. There's a note on the inside from Vincent that says, "I hope you find these notes useful. Get well soon." Charles feels horrified. This is because he feels like he ended up being a burden on them. Even though he feels guilty, he tries to shake it off, trying his best to be grateful, but he isn't able to, ending up feeling choked with guilt. He resolves himself to get better and to get ahead of others, since that's how he views his self-worth to be higher. He wants to do this so he's able to thank those who care about him soon. By the time he finally feels recovered, the dandelions are in full bloom and spring is set into motion. Number 22. Care. Charles notices that as of late, Vincent has been looking at his notebook a lot. He believes that Vincent must be writing something, but he never tried to pry into what it was. Vincent brings him back to the conversation by explaining how he believes that there are 2 ways of writing, elaborating that one way is to be in power, and the other is to give power to the readers. To explain this, he uses an example of writing a piece which is flawless and complete to the point where it leaves the reader speechless, with nothing to speculate on. But alternatively, it could be a flawed and incomplete work, which makes readers send better ideas. After laying these 2 options out, he queries Charles on which one of the 2 he'd prefer. Charles chooses the second option, the one he describes as the author making a fool out of himself as he feels it's much less pressure. He likes the idea since even though they'd laugh at his expense, every reader would also be able to contribute. Adding to why he chose this option, he goes on to state, when something is perfect, you can only make copies of it going forward, which to him doesn't feel very creative. He then asks Vincent the same question back. Vincent wonders for a moment, and then with a wry smile asks Charles what he'd think it is. After being asked, Charles thinks to himself that Vincent would rather leave it as a rhetorical question. He brushes it off, instead choosing to ask him how his grades are going. Vincent answers by mentioning he'll be one of the few invited to the award ceremony. While Charles is shocked, Vincent chuckles, saying he didn't really have a choice. He then asks Charles if he'd graduate with honors. He replies that he won't, since he blew his chemistry and math grades. He then explains with a happier expression on his face that it took him some time to realize he wasn't too smart. He wishes he didn't grow up thinking being good at school will guarantee him a good future. As his demeanor falters a bit, he nervously picks at his face, saying that all he wants now is to sleep his life away. Vincent laughs at the thought, but is quick to question him on how his mother is feeling. Charles remarks that she's okay, surprisingly, that he's doing his best to help her too. We learn part of helping her is getting a job in retail. Vincent knows he's doing his best, and Charles explains that in the past she had been far more violent, but she never hit him. She would only throw around and break things. Charles does regret one thing as a kid though, which was saying he'd kill himself to make her less aggressive. He notes that it was extremely selfish of him. Vincent tries to reassure him, reminding him that he was just a child. Even then, Charles still does find it weird that even at such a young age, his go-to solution was suicide. At the mention of the topic, Vincent somewhat consciously touches the bruise on his cheek. Coming up with an answer for himself, Charles believes he just wanted to guilt trip her into caring. Hearing all this, Vincent comments that the idea isn't foreign for him then. Hearing Vincent say that, Charles wonders what he meant, but Vincent is quick to pass it off. While Charles found it suspicious, he decided that if Vincent didn't want to talk more about it, he wasn't going to force him to. Vincent thanks him, mentioning he would hate to be pitied. Number 23. Visit. Henri stands outside of Charles's apartment complex, wondering if she should have told him before coming. But she thinks since it's Charles, he probably wouldn't mind too much. Plus, she's only here to return a book anyways. She tries opening the door, and without much resistance, the door to the building opens. She speaks to herself, asking when they'll fix the lock, as it's already been a month since it's been broken like this. As she enters the building, she continues her train of thought, examining the place she calls a hellhole, how it wouldn't hurt to make it safer. As she waits for the elevator, she thinks to herself it's taking a long time, questioning if the reason was that someone just entered. Suddenly, a hand grabs Henrietta's mouth, stopping her from speaking. The voice of the hand tells her to keep quiet, that no one will get hurt. But not taking the order, Henrietta struggles and tries to make as much noise as possible. The voice yells at her to stop screaming, but she doesn't stop. She keeps going, eventually able to get out the words asking for help. At the cry for her help, she can hear someone on the upper floor open their door, a dog barking alongside it. The person also hearing it flees away. While Henrietta is still in shock, she realizes that he ran. Even though she's scared, she knows she can't stay there, so she gets in the elevator, making her way to Charles's apartment. As she waits in the elevator, she sees a trail of blood. Her blood. Finally, she reaches the place and starts to press the doorbell multiple times. Inside, we see Charles wonder who it is, since he wasn't expecting anyone. He considers pretending that they aren't home, but decides to open the door anyways. Opening it, he sees Henri draped in blood, with a trail following her. She collapses to her knees as Charles catches her, the wound visible for us to see. He tries to ask her what happened, but seeing the state of things, he has her not say anything at all, bringing her inside. Charles is quick to yell for his mom to call an ambulance. He goes to help Henri lie down, but Henri doesn't want to get blood everywhere. Charles assures her that it's okay, and it'll be alright, but ruminates to himself that it'll only be true as long as her lung isn't punctured. He lies her down and creates a temporary pillow for her made of scarves. He reassures her that he will get a real one soon. She doesn't know how to respond, so he lets her know that he's going to try to stop the bleeding now. He explains that he only has theoretical knowledge of how to do it, so he apologizes in advance if it hurts. Assuring her a bit, he tells her that his mother will Google the right way to do it, asking her to trust them. Charles notices that Henri doesn't respond, as she's most likely in shock. He helps her take off her shirt, taking his first real look at the wound. He tries to stop himself from focusing on the blood coming out, and realizes that it's a knife wound. After trying to stop the bleeding, he's finally able to do it, letting out a sigh of a half relief. The ambulance is quick to arrive after, and Charles follows with them, hoping to himself it's not too serious. When I see Henri again, she has the same absent-minded look on her face. What did they say? No internal organ damage, but it's going to leave a scar. That's good. It sucks. Why do things like this happen? Why can't everyone live in peace? He begins to tear up. Why must I be cautious of every person I see on the street? Why must I be scared of walking alone? I'm scared too. Ever since we moved into that place, I've been paranoid of every sound. We got rid of the cockroaches, but the neighbors stayed. Want me to get you some pepper spray? I have some in my bag. I hate it. The very fact that you speak of these things like it's nothing out of the ordinary. But they are ordinary. My mom got stalked by some psycho for over a year. I got smacked with a broken bottle on the street some time ago. Our neighbor's dog got mauled by a pack of strays. Life's full of misfortunes like that. Fuck that. It's unfair. It is. But there's nothing we can do about it, can we? We're always like this, ignoring the problem instead of doing something about it. Miss Warhol? What? And what's up with that sudden formality? I didn't get to ask, but what exactly happened back then? I don't get it myself. Everything happened so quickly. He told me to stay quiet, but I screamed my lungs out anyway. Maybe he just wanted my purse. Maybe something else. I don't know. I just wanted to return the book. Henri turns over and cries into the pillow. Number 24. Interlude. Wound. Felix is finishing up with examining Bennett, and we can see him in the background with his bare skin exposed, or what's left of it. You can see the wound and destroyed tissue that now makes up Bennett's body instead. With the examination over, Felix tells him that he can get dressed, and he goes on to disinfect the equipment used. Bennett thanks him and promptly gets dressed, after which asking how it was looking. Felix responds by informing him that he doesn't think the bruises will ever heal unless he wants to skin Bennett, completely replacing the tissue afterwards. To that, Bennett only scowls at him, causing Felix to reply that it doesn't look like he'd like that option. He goes on to explain that even though he's emotionally dead, unless he's medicated, it would hurt a lot, which isn't something Bennett could just laugh off. Bennett reminds him that if he's looking for a smile, he can just make one, forcing a wide smile onto his face, explaining it was just like he was taught back in the labs. Felix stops him, pointing out that it isn't funny. Bennett finds it weird, however, that since he's desensitized to cruelty, he doesn't feel sad or shocked when he sees it, pointing out that he doesn't really feel much at all, calling it all mundane. Felix relays his theory that it's because humans are an adaptive species, which made it so that he had gotten used to it since he saw it so often. He relents, agreeing with Felix. Seeing the reaction, Felix questions if he hates being sober that much. Bennett's quick to answer that when he's sober, he starts to think, which is something he'd rather not do at all. He wishes him goodnight and heads off. Felix decides to focus on his research before his time runs out. Number 25. Love. Together, Charles and Vincent stroll through a park after school ends like before. However, this time, instead of good weather, it's raining. Thankfully, though, Charles has an umbrella with him. Charles makes sure Vincent is covered by it as well, even though Vincent doesn't really seem to care too much about the rain. Charles notices that this time Vincent has a bandage around his throat. Charles doesn't attempt to ask about it since Vincent himself isn't bringing it up. They decide to stop together at a tiny bridge. As they look over the bridge together, Vincent brings up he wanted to tell Charles something for some time now. With a sudden declaration, Charles jokes if it's a love confession, with Vincent slyly answering by stating almost. He mentions to him he has been writing a novel, and upon Charles's interest in the topic, gives him the name of it, Ether Almanac. He explains that there's still a lot he has to do with it, in regards to writing more of it, but goes on to tell him that he's already released some chapters. He'd be happy to share it to Charles too if he's interested in reading it. To that declaration, Charles responds by saying of course he's interested, since Vincent is unable to write anything bad. With a slight laugh, Vincent thanks him for his trust, going on to detail that it's a collection of short stories centered around one divine being. He notes that it still needs more work, but even then, it's something he considers to love dearly. Hearing that word, Charles is quick to muse that this is the first time he ever heard Vincent use the word love in regards to something. He continued to think he should read it soon, but even then he ended up leaving it till the last minute. The reason he did this, though, is that Charles believes that the things people write serve as a reflection of themselves. He feared having the construct of Vincent in his head shatter because of it. Number 26. Interlude. Ether Almanac. This part goes over one of the short stories in Vincent's novel. It's about a scientist who lived in a land of eternity. She had been exiled from her home as her research was treated as heresy. She instead chose to wander around the world, taking in all the different wonders. As she did this, she was able to see the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of stars, and new forms of life come into the world. As she traveled for thousands of years, eventually she began to become weak in her limbs. Even then, she kept traveling until one day she fell and wasn't able to get back up. She stayed there for days, and people would pass by her. Some of those people who passed questioned if she was sick. Others, seeing her state, gave her food, and some gave her advice on how to get back up. But even with all those people, none of them reached out a hand to help her back up. After a couple of days, someone came and picked her up. When she went to look upon who it was, it turned out to be an entity who she couldn't quite describe as its form was shifting constantly. Enthralled by the sight, she asked the entity what it was, but the entity only responded that it wasn't able to be defined by the idea of mere words, laughing at her question with amusement. It goes on to describe one of the names that had been called in the past, White Queen. But that was only one of the forms it took. The entity is neither man nor woman, as it is not human. Others have described that meeting this being was a great blessing which only happened once in a million years. So with that description, the being decides to grant the scientist a simple wish, questioning what she wants. She thought it over for a bit, thinking of the possibilities. Her mind thought of unlimited knowledge, the treasures of the world, or even eternally perfect health. But when she thought further on those, she realized that none of those things were something she was interested in anymore. With a weak, low voice, she asked the being to remain by her side, with the realization that she had gotten tired of being alone. The entity, however, is unable to do that, since there isn't anything that can bind it. The answer causes her to lower her head in despair. That being hadn't finished its thoughts yet, though, as it realizes that if a lifelong partner is all she wanted, it has just the right thing. With no warning, the creature tears her finger off, and mere moments later, grows another version of her from it. The immense pain causes her to scream, but the being continued its words, explaining just what her duplicate is.
It knows everything you do and understands you better than anyone ever would. It will never leave your side and remain with you in life and death. When your sight fades, it'll become your eyes. When you lose strength in your legs, it'll carry you in its embrace. Together, you are one.
Back to Charles later in that night, having read Vincent's work, he dreams of falling in a pit of identical bodies, causing him to wake up in a cold sweat. Number 27. Different. One day, Charles and Henri are hanging out together at Charles's place. He's playing a game while she's swiping through her phone. She comments about how Vincent is really popular since she just looked up his book he was working on, finding it has multiple fan communities. Charles acts surprised about it and Henri questions why, wondering why since he's always been a big fan of Vincent. Charles informs her that he only read his writing the other day, going on to praise how good he is at writing, but for Charles personally, he didn't like it too much. Henri, surprised at his outright rejection of Vincent's story, questions him on why. He responds by pointing out the main themes of the story, which is that the only way to be saved is to save yourself, which makes it feel like others don't exist or can't help no matter what. He goes on to explain that Vincent's characters either choose to be alone or end up with multiple versions of themselves. To finish his point, he wonders if Henri feels as closed-minded to think that way, since he does. Hearing his explanation, she remarks that she didn't know he was that dense. Charles questions what she means, and with a bit of annoyance, she elaborates by asking him a question back. She asks if everything he described reminds him of someone. Suddenly it cuts, and we hear that multiple teens, aged 12 to 16, had been found dead on the shore from a breaking news segment. We learn that no one knows how or why they died, but sources have told them that they all were frequent visitors of the Heaven's Gate website. They suspect that the beliefs of Heaven's Gate may have driven them to suicide. After learning this, Vincent started to skip school for an entire 3 weeks. But when he finally came back, and Charles was able to see him again, he could only see a mask on his face. Number 28. Interlude. God. Together in the morgue, Felix, Honecker, and Bennett sit together. Bennett making note of, in his thoughts, that Felix doesn't have long left to live. He inquires on how Felix has been feeling, responding by stating he's tired, but it's pretty normal for him. He shoots Bennett a question in return, wondering if everyone is staying up all night because of him. Answering, Bennett tells them that they are, letting him know that even Florence, the one who controls her soap intake the most, didn't hold back on her consumption of it today. Hearing that, Felix lets out a sigh, mentioning that he didn't do anything to deserve that, but even still, they all chose to do that anyways. Bennett turns away holding back, which causes Felix to wonder what the matter was. He'll still see him tomorrow anyways. Taking a moment before he responds, Bennett lets out his answer, that the person won't be the Felix here now. But Felix is quick to argue that he doesn't think anyone would see the difference since he wasn't able to accomplish anything during his lifespan. Bennett won't accept his words though and lets him know exactly why they would. It's because he cared. Because Felix Honecker, the one here at this moment, cared about Bennett, cared about everyone, just like Henry before he got sick. Felix lets the words hang in the air for a bit, taking them in and letting the silence seep in. Finally he speaks, calling it unfair since they both know he's a copy of Henry. Noting the difference now in Felix's response, Bennett mocks how Felix told him how it was fine to care, but now he's complaining when he does, asking which one is best. Shrugging off the mocking question, Felix asks another question of his own. He questions Bennett if he believes in God, who promptly responds with a simple no, explaining that Henry Huxley isn't that shallow. Felix looks satisfied with his answer and comments that it must be the same for him then too. With a smile, Bennett informs Felix that the next time they meet, he won't make friends with him. Smiling back, Felix calls it a promise. Number 29. Exams. It's time for Charles and the whole school to do their final exams, which he finds them stressful, but he feels prepared for them. Him and Henri have still been very close together, however Vincent has been distant, not having been able to talk to him at all over the past month. Charles ponders what he might be thinking, creating made-up Vincents in his brain to play out the scenarios of his thoughts. The first Vincent he imagines talks about how it's disappointing that he can't find any topics to talk about Charles with anymore, but he quickly dismisses it, thinking Vincent isn't that petty. The next one he imagines continues on his thoughts, mentioning that since Eiler had thought of him like that, it makes him the petty one. The last one he thinks of talks about how he realizes his words influence those around him, so he decided to distance himself from those easily influenced. Charles finds the last version of him most similar to the normal Vincent, but if that was true, it would also mean that Vincent hadn't thought too highly of Charles. The constant thoughts frustrate him, and he realizes that he doesn't know if they'd still speak after graduation. He gets consumed with his views on the topic, and when he can't take it anymore, he brings it up with Henri to get someone else's opinion on it. He decides to take her to a cafe to talk about it. When Charles notifies Henri about the fact that Vincent was the one behind Heaven's Gate, she is understandably shocked. To her reaction, Charles thinks that maybe telling her wasn't the best idea. Even still, Charles waves off the fact that Vincent might be a cult leader, saying that he just wants to talk to Vincent again. He points out that Vincent only copyrighted the text, and that isn't so bad. Seeing the way that Charles became on the topic, Henri is quick to mention that his morals just flipped completely. Charles brings up that he's sure Vincent realized what his actions caused, that him being distant right now is a way to mitigate the effect. Henri questions if he's correct, or if it's more correct that in actuality, Vincent is a control freak who enjoys having power over other people. Hearing her hypothesis, he wonders if they're talking about the same person, mentioning how Vincent is always the most tactful person he knows, and that he wouldn't. But Charles' thoughts trail off, to which Henri jumps in, stating that if Charles committed suicide, just because Vincent told him that his imaginary world would become real, that he shouldn't come crying to her. Replying with a witty remark, Charles lets her know that it's not possible to cry when you're dead. At the sudden wit, Henri lets out an irked sigh. She warns him that Vincent's dangerous, letting him know that people similar to Vincent tend to harm others without realizing it. She comments that since he's a writer, he should take responsibility for the messages he communicates, and that before Charles can say that it's the people's fault, she tells him not to give her that. Even still, Charles tries to argue that it's their fault, since each person is able to think for themselves. He remarks that if they decided to pass on since they heard they were in a video game, that meant it was something they were already subject to. The website only served to give them confirmation bias. Charles mentions how he himself would never take his life just because he read a creepypasta, and that it would take something far more than that. He makes the example of his mother's death, or if his health took a turn for the worse, to the point it would actually be a burden on others. But before he can finish his thoughts, Henri cuts him off. Henri, showing obvious discomfort at the intensely specific examples Charles brings up, tells him to cut it out. Realizing her expression and discomfort, Charles is quick to apologize. He tells her that he doesn't think he's completely right. He knows that each person has their own circumstances, how it's not an easy thing. He's just worried about Vincent, and using anything he can grasp onto to justify that concern. He knows how Vincent is, how he never likes talking about himself. Charles is okay with that since that's what Vincent wants, but he feels that if he keeps ignoring this, but before he can finish the words, a thought came to his mind, choking out his sentence. His thoughts raced to his childhood, where he remembered the kids on the field running. People like that don't live long. Noticing Charles stopping on his words, Henri tells him she gets it. She tries to give him a reassuring smile, pointing out to him that if he feels that way, he knows what to do. Talk to Vincent when he can. Knowing those two will definitely work something out. Hearing this, Charles walks Henri to her home to make sure she's safe, wondering to himself what he should talk to him about the next time they meet. Even while he thinks of topics, he finds himself fearful of hearing Vincent's answer. Number 30. Graduation. After a long time growing up through the years, finally Charles's high school graduation has arrived. Henri calls him over, seeing him around. She's dressed up with her hair done, to the point at which Charles jokingly asks who she is when she calls him over. Henri teases if he doesn't recognize her. Jokingly, he adds that she aged by 9 years. Hearing it, she kicks him, and he corrects a 7, only to be kicked again. With the pain building up, he pleads for her to stop kicking him. She remarks that she knows she looks good and compliments Charles's appearance too. Charles is dressed up in a way that makes his appearance close to that of Umbrella Man, his father, which Charles also makes mention of. Henri wonders if he dislikes that he looks similar to his father, but after all this time, Charles isn't really sure what he feels about it right now. He's just happy that his mother is doing better. Hearing that, Henri gives him a pat on the head, exclaiming to him to try to have fun. Charles thanks her, shooting back for her to do the same. Charles walks around the crowded school grounds looking for Vincent until he finally spots him talking to the teachers. The same smile he's had slathered on. Charles joins in the conversation as Vincent's shadow, and he notices him. Vincent comments on how Charles looks different today, but in response, Charles mentions how Vincent looks tired. Vincent is quick to laugh it off, and while laughing, asks if he really does, adding on that he's not too keen for long ceremonies. Vincent, noticing that Charles is alone, asks about Henri, wondering why she isn't with him. Charles fills him in that she's with the other girls taking pictures together, but when Charles saw the camera, he chose to run away. Hearing that, Vincent chuckles, amused by Charles's words. Charles adds that he finds it stuffy in his suit, which Vincent agrees on, but adds that there isn't anything they can do about it. By the time they reach the conference hall, evening had already set in. Charles isn't particularly interested in the festivities around him, but since he spent money on attending, he decides to eat as much as he can to get his money's worth. He looks around, noticing Vincent at a table, seemingly bored, but as Charles goes to strike up a conversation with him, someone else steps in to talk to Vincent. With that, Charles decides to give up on talking to him for now. He looks around for Henri, who he finds enjoying herself with a group of girls. He finds he doesn't want to intrude on them either. Looking around at all the groups of students, he reflects back on the past years of school, contemplating to himself how aside from Henri and Vincent, he hadn't really made many friends. But even then, he finds that it may be for the best if when they all part, they forget each other's names. As he's caught up in reflecting, he notices Vincent leaving, choosing to ask him to double check if he's really going to leave. Vincent doesn't say he's leaving. Instead, he informs Charles that he just plans to go for a walk outside since it's noisy in here. Even though Vincent said he's going for a short walk, Charles notices that it feels to him that Vincent doesn't plan on returning. Charles comments that he'll see him later, to which Vincent replies, "See you." After that, Vincent leaves the hall, and they both part ways. But before Vincent could get too far, Charles notices that he left his coat behind in the hall, so grabbing it, he quickly catches up to Vincent to return it. He doesn't see him on the school grounds, but when he reaches the main road, he spots Vincent out there. Charles catches up and stops Vincent, calling his name, and showing that he left behind his coat. At the sight of Charles and his call, Vincent shows a look of shock to see him, but quickly regains his composure, smiling once again. He thanks Charles for bringing it, informing him that he didn't have to run since he would have come back for it. Hearing those words, those seemingly hollow, empty words, Charles responds that it didn't seem like he planned to come back, at least to him. As those words reach Vincent, Charles notices Vincent using his hand to cover his mouth to hide any emotion building up. Vincent lets out a laugh, wondering if that's really how it seemed. With his gaze averted from Vincent, Charles asks if it's okay if they walk together for a little while. Vincent hesitates for a moment, but eventually grants Charles his request. Together, they walk in silence for what felt like the last time. Charles has a lot to tell Vincent, but can't seem to put any of it into words. Part of his thoughts linger on how they skipped their prom together without planning to, but doesn't think anyone will look for them today. After a while of walking, as the sun had almost completely set, they reached the highest area in the old town. The walk tired Vincent out a bit, who was slightly out of breath due to the stairs. It's pretty high up here, isn't it? I'm not fond of high places. It feels all too familiar for some reason. I feel sick. I like them, though. Even the air here feels cleaner. Vincent leans over the fence and inhales the night air. Being above everything. Leaving all the noise and commotion down below. Don't you feel the same? No. I feel like I could fall down any second. I see. Oh, are you alright? I crouch down, my head spinning. I'm not alright. It's like we've been here before, yet it's not the same. You never talk about anything that really matters, do you? Always all smiles and big talk. Talking, yet nothing you say has real weight to it. I'm sick of your smiling face. What? Ah, I see. Should I say what you want to hear then? Or agree with everything you say, like you always do? My personality has nothing to do with this. Does it? I'm led to believe that you're as much of a control freak as I am. No matter how much others worry about you, you decide to shoulder everything on your own. That's because of how my mother is. That's because I don't want to be a burden. But for you, it's all about your image. But if I asked for help, who would provide it? You? At the very least, I'd listen to what you have to say. You just don't trust me enough. You don't trust anyone. Vincent's eyes gleam with ice. The only one who sees a problem in it is you, Eiler. You're not the solution to my problems. Neither am I to yours, even though you seem to think otherwise. Needles and knives. His words pierce through, but I don't falter. I know. Yet I want to understand you. It's not your fault that I don't. You're someone I've always looked up to. You could do things I couldn't and find the right words to influence others. It always felt like your opinion mattered. I crouched down and faced the ground, suddenly flushed. I thought I wouldn't mind losing my individuality if it meant getting influenced by yours. Vincent's gaze became absent-minded. I'm a bit envious. I have no one like that. There's only myself. Always have been. I have no role model and have a hard time finding a reflection of myself in other people. It's like standing on the other side of a one-way mirror. But I don't think of others as inferior to myself. In fact, I like people a lot. That's why I tried to show it with appropriate words. Language passwords, just like we discussed once, remember? Friend, soulmate, partner, these are all very easy to say. The only difference is that while they have a meaning to others, these words sound empty to me. I've never felt close to anyone. The kind, understanding Vincent Fennel didn't exist until I created him. I remember Vincent in kindergarten. Emotionally dead kid gathering crowds around him with useless trinkets from popular shows. The only time he ever showed emotion was when he tore off wings from those ants, claiming to be in control. Control. Is that what it's all about? You Claim that you don't mean things you say. That your personality is fabricated. I don't think you're being entirely honest. You're right. I don't mean it either. He's insufferable. However, Vincent isn't looking at me. His mind is elsewhere. It's like there's a wall between myself and the rest. Ever since my childhood. I've been trying to break through it by trying to be someone I'm not. Yet it's meaningless. Even if I make it seem like he exists, I can't become him. Deep inside, I must be the same child who laughed at the ants whose wings he tore off. Just because it was the only time when he felt like he was in control over someone's life. Because he lacked control over his own. Still, you've been trying your best, haven't you? All this talk about a quiet place, those bruises. I think it's pretty obvious at this point that whoever you live with, I stumble on my words. They haven't been treating you well. The Vincent I remember was an empty husk of a person. It's like you were never physically there at all. Yet, with time, you were able to regain control over your life. It's not like you became someone whom others look up to overnight. You worked hard for it. Because you care. That's just a life narrative you constructed for me. It's nothing that pretty. I can't be proud of being a hypocrite. Would you rather disassociate for the rest of your life? I don't want that either. Both choices are wrong. There's just no hope for me, is there? This life... I already tried to put an end to it. A month ago. Huh? I didn't think much of it. It was something I knew would happen one day or another. Naturally. Yet I ended up not going all the way. I thought, I still haven't returned the notebook. I was supposed to put an end to everything. For a ridiculous reason like that, I didn't. My eyes began to sting, but no tears came out. I may be insignificant and frankly boring. But I'm going to do my best to become someone you can consider your equal. That you won't feel so alone. I'll keep doing my best so I... In a corner of my eye, I see Vincent crouching down near me, putting a hand on my shoulder. Don't push yourself, he says, his gaze remaining frozen. You're already doing enough. Empty words and template phrases. Neither of us can find comfort in each other's words. Neither of us know what to do. I want you to live. I want you to live. I croak out, not to a corpse, not to an imaginary construct, not to a vacant shell, but to Vincent Fennell himself. History repeats. I can't see his face. I see, Vincent says simply. No tears, no surprises. That's how Vincent Fennell is. Yet his words sound almost thankful. Vincent gets up and extends his hand to me. Congratulations on graduating, Charles. I reach out and accept his hand. The future still remains uncertain. Yet I feel I'll be able to fall asleep tonight. The sun rises. A new day has come. And that would have been the ending had I made this video a year and a half ago, when I first played the game. But recently, I went to replay the game, partially to remember all the events for this video, but mostly because I was going through a lot of stuff in my personal life. Normally I don't really talk about this stuff, since I always had the feeling that it'd be a burden to others to share things like that. But an important lesson this game has taught me was that it's okay to be selfish. If I really wanted to make something that I'm satisfied with, I should lay my soul bare. So instead of ending the video on that last note from before, I decided to dedicate this section to talk about myself and what this game, alongside its replay, meant to me. Throughout my life, I've always felt like I was drowning. Like I was sinking in a deep ocean as the rays of light which illuminated my exit would be crept in on by darkness. I always felt like I had to claw my way to the surface, that I had to escape. It was always heavy and progress was slow, but at some point it had gotten easier. The light on the surface was finally pushing away the darkness, and I could see the crystalline blue finally in sight. But to be completely transparent, 2024 wasn't my best year. In fact, the latter half of it might be one of the worst in my life. There were highs, of course, that helped, but at some point it was just a consistent amount of lows. At some point, I stopped swimming upwards towards the surface. I was tired, and I didn't want to keep going. I often thought to myself what the point was in trying. I was constantly considering different ways to justify giving up. As the ocean's dark depths closed in, and that pristine blue faded further and further away. As I made a home in the darkness, which had settled in, I gave up. I laid in bed, sleeping constant hours on repeat, not wanting to force myself up. I was done. Nothing mattered to me anymore. I just wanted to rest. Finally, when I slept so much that it started to elude me, I would sit there, not wanting to get up. What was the point, anyways, right? There was nothing else for me. I'm just nothing but a piece of trash sinking in the ocean. The light wasn't anywhere visible anymore. All that progress I made reaching the surface, gone. I hated myself. With nothing else to do, and unable to sleep anymore, I decided to try playing Hello Charlotte again, to see if there was anything in this game that might make me feel anything at all. What else was there to do anyways? As I started the game up again, my hands were shaking. What would I find? The last time I had played this game, it had made me feel sad. That was the feeling I could remember, but what could this even do for me now? Not letting the thoughts push me away from playing the game that I regarded as my favorite, I continued on and forced myself to sit there. I clicked through, I walked through, and I met the characters I related to the most, sometimes laughing and crying alongside them. As I played through, I sobbed my eyes out. When I reached the part where Charles had chosen to take his life, I caught myself whispering, "Don't kill yourself, you idiot," crying my eyes out. That's when it finally clicked. I didn't want to give up. Finally, my hands started moving again, pushing the water beneath me. It started very heavy, with absolutely no light in sight. Pure, utter black surrounding me, hiding which was up or down. But as I kept digging and clawing, it became easier and easier, the color finally returning. I saw myself in so many characters in the game. I saw parts of myself in different Charlottes, pieces of myself in the Henris, lots of myself in Vincent and Charles. As I experienced their stories once again, I saw just what it meant to give up, alongside what it meant to keep going. I learned, even if it feels impossible to carry on sometimes, that when you do keep pushing through, even though it may not be immediate, eventually, everything will be okay. Eventually, you'll be able to find something that's meant to be for you, your own peace. Knowing that eventually everything will work out and time will keep moving made me feel lighter and less burdened. It wasn't as hard as I thought it was anymore. My body felt lighter. Everything felt lighter. I may not be completely okay, and there's still parts of myself I'll never love, or at least will take more time. But that's okay. I don't have to love all of myself right now. There isn't any rush. I'll get to the point where I'll feel okay with myself and love more of me eventually. But until then, I'll keep going and working on it at a comfortable pace, till I'm at peace, knowing that at some point in the future I'll be able to do that. That I'll finally make it out of this ocean I've been trapped in for so long makes me excited for the future. Excited to keep trying. That I'm gonna keep trying, and I won't give up. I feel like the best way to end this video is the way it started. A quote. This time from Charlotte. These are the last words she gave to Scarlet before setting her free. There will be no war. There will be no revolution. There is no need for it. Our existence is meaningless. But that's okay. There's no need for a meaning. We will not fight God. There is no need to. It won't change anything. No matter how wretched we are, no matter how broken we are, no matter how lost we are, we will hold our heads high and march on. Our stories will continue. Thank you for watching.